Welcome back, Truth Seeker. It is Saturday, March 18th, 2023. And despite the algorithm, despite all the shadow banning, despite the fact that this video might not reach enough people, we're going to try anyway to, again, get out the message. For a decade, been trying to wake people up to how rigged the game is, not just the sports games, but the news, the politics, the things that capture the minds of the masses. And again, something I've always loved to do in my life is have a debate, but I find it difficult to find anybody who actually wants to have a debate or even join a live stream and actually talk about the point of the live stream. I mean, literally yesterday, about 3-hour live stream, and not a single person who joined talked about anything related to the topic. So if anybody's out there and does join the stream today, please do join to be on topic. And again, the main point here is March Madness rigged? Are college sports rigged? Are professional sports rigged? I would argue, as I argue every day, if you just pay attention to the numbers, you can see it. The first women's game is done today. Indiana defeats, they beat Tennessee State 77-47. Today's the 77th day of the year, and the first women's game is one with 77 points, and the opposing team loses with 47. In Gematria, Indiana equals 47. And the other thing is just yesterday, Kent State lost to Indiana in the men's tournament and became 4-7 in the tournament all time, like 47, which is why we favored Indiana to beat Kent State. And again, I mean, these things just don't happen like some days or coincidentally every now and then. This is going on every day. In the first men's game today, San Diego State blows out Furman, and Furman falls to 28-8 for the season on the day leaving 288 days left in the year. So one game pays tribute to the 77th day of the year. The next game pays tribute to the fact it's the day leaving 288 days left in the year. And again, the other thing in the Furman game was in Gematria, San Diego State equals 139. It was 139 days after the San Diego State coach's birthday. But it's also San Diego State's 54th season, and the Furman coach fell to 139-54. And when you think about that, that means that the script to be that perfect to face San Diego State on this day in this season, that means that this was lined up a long time ago. In fact, what it means is his whole career was scripted up to this point. And that's the same point I've been making every day. All of these games are scripted. They are rituals. They're no different than TV sitcoms, or actually probably a better comparison is they're no different than like live theatrics, right? You go to the play, you watch the actors perform the script live. And does everybody on the basketball court need to be in on the fix? No. But who does need to be in on the fix are the refs, the coaches, and key players on the court. That's it. That's all it takes. Again, I've made the point like in five videos now. I'm going to keep making the point. One of the biggest upsets of this tournament, Princeton, a team of relative basketball scrubs, beats a team of future NBA lottery picks in the Arizona Wildcats. You guys look up Arizona's neutral court site record. They fell to 114-55 on neutral courts. And what a neutral court is a court that's not theirs or the opponents. So March Madness teams play on neutral courts. But 114-55. Again, the score of the game that they lost with 55 points, and Princeton scored 59 points. That's 114 total. And in Gematria, Princeton equals 114. And they should be teaching this at Ivy League schools like Princeton. P's the 16th letter of the alphabetic order. R's the 18th. I's the 9th. N's the 14th. C's the 3rd. E's the 5th. T's the 20th. O's the 15th. N's the 14th. You add it up, Princeton 114. Year after year, the same exact stuff again and again. Just perfect rituals. The numbers play out perfectly. Ask yourself, how does a team of athletic giants who are much bigger than Princeton, how do they get held scoreless for the final 5 minutes of the game, allowing Princeton to come back? Again, anybody who's ever played basketball knows that's an impossible thing to happen in a real game. Go put out a bunch of kids. Take a more talented, athletic group of kids that are bigger than the other team, and watch them get beat down by the little team. Never going to happen. Never in your life. The only way it could possibly happen is if all the little kids that were bigger were all drugged. You put something in their Gatorade. Other than that, it's never going to happen. And it would never happen in the pros. It would never happen in college sports if the games weren't rigged and illegitimate. And they are. And again, that's the conversation I'd love to have. That's what I'd love to see people come in the room and try to debate. And then the other thing about this, again, just the ritualistic deaths that come every single year with the big games. Doesn't matter if it's pro or college, big deaths. Maryland beats West Virginia in a rematch in 1984. This is the 84th men's tournament. And, and the headlines right after that, one of the most famous actors alive right now from Maryland is dead. Lance Reddick, whose full name Lance Solomon Reddick in Gematria equals 84. Lance Solomon Reddick, 84, dead for the 84th tournament. Between the commercial breaks, they're advertising John Wick 4, he's in. The movie's just now coming out, and he's one of the stars in the movie. The biggest star, obviously, is Keanu Reeves. But again, he's from Maryland. He was in The Wire, which is set in Baltimore, Maryland. The John Wick 4 got a major delay in release. It was supposed to come out May 21st, 2021. It came out exactly 95 weeks later, and in Gematria, Baltimore equals 95. Just like how, he's from Baltimore, Maryland, the actor Lance Reddick, and The Wire set in Baltimore, which is really what put him on the map. He's been in a lot more things since that, but for all you guys who've never seen the HBO show The Wire, really well-acted show. A lot of great acting in that show. In my opinion, one of the better shows HBO ever made. Haven't seen them all, but not a bad show, The Wire. And with regards to the game that's on right now, Tennessee Duke, this is the kind of game where Vegas can rake because 90% of the public money is on Duke. And again, the people who just go out and put an automatic bet on Duke, the thing is, what they're looking at is Duke just destroyed their opponent in the opening round, and Duke and Tennessee are playing right now. Tennessee barely got past Louisiana, which isn't a very good team. They had trouble scoring the ball. People are like, well, how, and Tennessee's also without their star player. He's out for the tournament, so Tennessee's best player's out. This happened the other year, too. The media, I can't remember what team it was now, but it was 2 or 3 years ago. One of the top seeds was missing their star player for pretty much, I think he got hurt in the first game. But then they won like another 3 games after that, and everyone kept saying, oh, this team's done without this player, but they just kept winning. But yeah, again, Duke should destroy Tennessee based on what, Tennessee missing their player, but it's no guarantee. The one thing that is in Duke's favor today is they can become 28-8 on the day, leaving 288 days left in the year. But I'll tell you, if you're betting this game, you might want to pay attention to what the score is at halftime. A lot of times the halftime score gives it away. The one thing that could go in the Tennessee upset favor is if Duke lost. If they lost, they'd stay on 119 tournament wins all time. Tennessee's known as the Volunteers, and Volunteers is 119. So some games are harder to call than others. Duke has the date numerology in their favor. It's 28 date numerology and the day leaving 288 days left in the year. They can get to 28-8, pick up the 28th win. The other date numerology today is 64. You might notice there were 64 points at halftime in the first game, 39-25. But, you could make an argument for Tennessee to shock Duke. And even though they're the 4 seed and Duke's the 5, people would be shocked if Tennessee won based on them missing their star player. But that's exactly how they set the betting traps. And it happens all the time in sports. A team's on fire. They're blowing everybody out. They're a top team in the league, and then they're playing a lowly team, for example, like the Houston Rockets. And, gamblers are like, well, I got to bet $100 tonight to win 20, but you know what? I know they're definitely going to win. There's no way Houston's winning. And then the next thing you know, Houston somehow beat them by 15. And the gambler's like, how in the world did that happen? And again, it's like, dude, pull your head out of your ass. The games are rigged. You can't just assume that one team sucks and the other one's better, so it's a guaranteed win. Just like earlier this year, again, when Paul Silas died, who went to Creighton, His son, Steven Silas, coaches the Houston Rockets, where the championship is this year. I said that day, I said, and there was also like I can't remember if it was a NASA rocket launch or a SpaceX rocket launch, but there was also a rocket launch in the news that day. And I think it was when they were doing the latest moon mission thing. But I said, well, what a day for the Rockets. Rockets were like 13-point underdogs to the Celtics, and sure enough, they beat the Celtics. You got the death of the coach's father, who went to a Jesuit school, and you got, again, the rocket launch. Remember, the Rockets kept winning. Every time the headline was about that moon mission, the Rockets would win every single day. And it's just like, how don't people notice this stuff? They arrest the takeoff killer 31 days after the takeoff killing when Houston's 31. And notice how Houston got upset against Memphis in their division championship, staying on 31 wins. Then they play in Alabama. Those are the two 31 locations, Houston and Alabama, coming in with 31 wins. But yeah, just the same stuff over and over and over. Ritualistic deaths, rigged games. I would think that since a gazillion people are watching March Madness, I would think a gazillion people right now in the information age would know about what I've already said about Princeton and 114 and their upset at Arizona. I mean, it's just like, how could you look into that, verify that it's true, and then still think it's a coincidence? I mean, especially when it goes on year after year. It's unbelievable. All right, so we got a low number between three different channels, and I think it's because when you write March Madness and rigged, I think the YouTube algorithm automatically puts a major shadow ban on it. Maybe I got to get more clever with the title. Maybe I should just title it March Madness is awesome. Probably have 1,000 people in here, but yeah, that's the thing too. It's just like so many people think they're above the question. It's March Madness rigged. Are you kidding me? How could they rig the game? It's like, what are you going to do about these people? How could you rig the game when sports have been rigged for centuries? Going back to Rome, So anyhow, hopefully we will get some people that step up to the plate. By the way, another thing to watch for today that goes beyond just basketball is, sadly, today is the day of the month that we call the kill date. Comes up once a month. This month it's March 18th. Next month it'll be April 17th. The month after that it'll be May 16th and June 15th and July 14th, then August 13th, and then September 12th, and then October 11th, November 10th, December 9th. Those are all the kill dates for the year, and sadly we'll be talking about the same thing on every single one. Last month it was February 19th. Last month we had the dead comedian. So often comedians get it on the kill date, and that's because in Gematria, so what makes the kill date is the numerology. That there's three key paths to get a date numerology. Like, for example, today is March 18th, 2023. So 3 plus 18 plus 20 plus 23 is 64. So one of the paths is 64. If you run the alphabetic order in reverse, the word kill equals 64. The life lesson number path is 3 plus 18, and then you just add 2 plus 0 plus 2 plus 3. So you get 3 plus 18 is 21, plus the 7 for the year added up, so 28. In Gematria, when you run the alphabetic order in reverse with numerology, kill equals 28. And then there's the abbreviated date numerology, 3 plus 18 plus 23, which equals 44. Just run the alphabetic order forwards, kill is 44. And if you run the alphabetic order forwards with numerology, kill is 17. Like, for example, on next month, April 17th, you'll have all 4 of the kill numbers in the date. And again, there's 4 base ciphers: alphabetic order forwards and backwards with numerology. Kill equals 44, 17, 64, 28. So once a month, there is a date that has at least 3 of the 4 numbers. And every month we see the same types of things. We see death. Like, for example, the word comedian equals 44 and 64. The month before that, it was Hayden Panettiere's younger brother was just found dead in their home on the kill date at age 28. And you'll just see month after month, right before Kobe died, there was an NBA player who died just days before on the kill date. That was 2020. So the kill date that year what was it? It was January 23rd, 2020. So 3 days before Kobe's death, a former NBA player died. And in all the articles written about him, they mentioned that he played in 44 career games. And then when Kobe died, he died 44 days after the headline about how he helped out with a car accident. Kobe helps out with the car accident, then he's dead in an accident 44 days later. And let's not forget Kobe Bryant, 41, dead at age 41 on the Pope's 41st day of his age while traveling from Catholic Mass. And for the person who's new here, again, that's what I've been educating about. Who could possibly be doing this? Again, the 16th century, English is standardized with the 26-letter alphabet, the spellings we use today. The Gregorian calendar comes out named after a pope. The heliocentric model is agreed to, where everything's based around the sun. And here we are on this solar calendar that came from the Catholic Church that started out as a sun-worshiping cult. And prior to all three of those things happening, the Jesuits were created in that century, whose logo is the sun. And year after year, we're showing how all of these rituals are synced in accordance with the Pope, how the language perfectly lines up with the calendar, how the oldest English known script actually goes back even further in time to the year 1011 AD to the Catholic monk Burford of Ramsey Abbey. And again, I mean, you look at something like March Madness. When was the first March Madness? It got that name in 85. Basketball equals 85. The Jesuit motto, Isus Hominum Salvator, equals 85. What was the first March Madness? It was the Catholic school Villanova beating the Jesuit school Georgetown. Jesuits served the Catholic Pope. So far in this tournament, something interesting to marinate on. Go look at all the scores on Thursday and Friday, and you'll see the most recurring number by a lot. I like how they stopped the clock here in the Duke-Tennessee game was 7:07. 7:07 on the 77th day of the year. Again, the first women's game is in Indiana. One was 77 points, beating Tennessee State. But yeah, they got to stop the clock on 7:07. Of course they do. And Duke was up 19-16 for the record when they stopped it at 7:07. Today's date numerology, the only date numerology I didn't cover today is just where you add it all up digit for digit. So it would be 3 plus 1 plus 8 plus 2 plus 0 plus 2 plus 3, which is 19. So today's date numerology is also 19. And notice how all those numbers, 64, 28, 19, the one we just talked about, they all break down to 10. 6 plus 4 is 10. 2 plus 8 is 10. 1 plus 9 is 10. And 10 breaks down to 1 plus 0 is 1. But again, date numerology, gematria. You learn these two things. You see how it all comes together. And, you learn astrology. You can take it even further. But even without the astrology piece, the numbers are definitely way more relevant. It's just like you look at Masonic temples. It's not etched on the building, all is astrology. What's etched on the building is all is number. And, a great decoder in the community did a decode a while back about something that happened in Houston in sports with 31. And it was a very interesting decode, but they said it was all because of the astrology. But then I know something funny in their decode. I pointed out that they didn't write in the decode that Houston equals 31, and Houston and 31 happen all the time, every day of the year, all around the years we've been documenting. I was blown away that they didn't realize that Houston equaled 31. It's like, man, this person's been coming on the radio show for 5 years and they don't know Houston equals 31. And, when I told them that, they kind of like shrugged it off like it wasn't that important. And I just let it go on. But it's just like, well, again, I mean, and maybe the reason they didn't want to acknowledge this is because it kind of pops a hole in the decode, right? It's like, well, wait a minute. If Houston and 31 happen every day of the year, all year, then it's not really about the astrology, is it? Because astrology is only for 1 month of the year. So sure, the astrology does add a piece to it. But again, Houston and 31 is something that goes on every single day. Sports, news, ritual, murder, it's just nonstop. And by the way, another big number in Houston, again, Houston equals 31 when you use the alphabetic order in numerology. Houston equals 112 if you just use the alphabetic order, like Harden's 112, big star that used to be in Houston. And you know what's funny? If you go back and look at my post from the day Paul Silas dead, all the articles said he died that Sunday, which was December 11th, right? Now, what's funny is Wikipedia and everything changed his date of death to a day earlier. So now it's December 10th. Again, you can go look at my post from December 11th, the day he died. Everything's documented. Died December 11th. Now the more recent stuff is all saying he died December 10th. The interesting thing about them moving his death back a day from December 10th to the day the Final Four starts in Houston, exactly 112 days later. Exactly 112 days later. And I'll remind you, in all 4 regions, you have one of the Jesuit schools in each region. You have Creighton, Paul Silas' school in a region. You have Gonzaga, Jesuit program in a region. Remember when Gonzaga lost to Baylor, Elgin Baylor, who also went to a Jesuit school, died right before Baylor beat Gonzaga. And Elgin Baylor went to Seattle U. Washington State is the only state with 2 Jesuit schools. Gonzaga in Seattle U. But and there's only been 7 teams to ever win back-to-back. One of them was San Francisco University, another Jesuit school. But anyway, the 4 Jesuit schools that represent the 4 regions, Creighton, Gonzaga, Xavier, and Marquette. And, just like yesterday I did the stream, and some guys in the chat just trying to argue. You realize, like, dumb people, they're really bad listeners. Dumb guys mouthing off in the comment, how can you compare Marquette and Gonzaga? Or not Gonzaga. How can you compare Marquette and Georgetown? They have absolutely nothing in common. It's just like, okay, moron. I said that they're both Jesuit schools. Jesuit equals 84. Let me slow it real down for the other morons that might be out there. Jesuit equals 84. Georgetown won in 84. And it was the first black coach to ever win, John Thompson. And what's the parallel with Marquette? They're Jesuits. They have a black coach. His birthday is 8/4. God, it's just like those comments when I read them, I'm just like, see, this is the typical American. I mean, it's just like when you get in a room of guys and you start to say something, they'll start talking over you like, oh, that's ridiculous. They're not even listening. It's like, can you shut the fuck up maybe and listen for a second and see how ridiculous it isn't? It's just, that's how people are. They're closed-minded. They're dumb. They don't listen. They think they know everything, even though they're, like, functionally retarded. It's like you're the smartest guy in the room. You're the most successful guy in the room. You're the most accomplished guy in the room. And, these people are like, they have, like, nothing to stand on other than they're like, what do you mean? We get together and watch the games every weekend. They're fun. It's like, okay, that's your argument? I remember when I first learned about this stuff like a decade ago. I was in a room with a group of people I hung out with, and I was newer to the thing, and they were doing all this 44 stuff that day in the NFL. And I knew that back then I only knew 2 ciphers, the alphabetic order and the alphabetic order of numerology. But I also had figured out there's this big connection with the Packers and Seahawks. And I want to say, I know that the Seahawks were playing. I was up in the Seattle area. And I pointed out to the guys, I said, the Seahawks are going to lose this game, and it's going to be all about 44 today. Watch. And what's funny is I didn't even realize that Seattle equaled 44 when you ran the alphabetic order in reverse. But then sure enough, Seattle lost, and the final score of the game was 44 total points. And we're talking about this before the game. Then it happens, and then everybody in the room is not even convinced at all. They just think it's a coincidence. And I'm like, come on, you guys. I just told you about all this 44 stuff, the connection between these teams. They just lost. And the score is 44 points. And that's what's wrong with people. It's like amazing. It's just like, okay, that should make you right there just stop and go, well, at least I need to look into this a little bit more. Not be like, oh, it's just a coincidence. But again, you guys, I mean, sadly, that's also the other point of my channel. For those of you guys who are awake and go through the same things and are so frustrated, I'm out here airing it out every day to tell you that that's my life experience. I mean, since I've been 18 years old, which was in 2001, I turned 18. It's a long time ago now. That's been the everyday thing. Just dealing with morons, closed-minded people who can't see the obvious, people who think they know everything, people who dismiss what is going on and favor the delusions and mind control and programming in their head. And it's like no amount of evidence changes their mind. And again, there's a quote about how you cannot convince a believer of anything. And sadly, that's part of what they did to us with our upbringing in this society. They teach us to believe from a young age, believe in silly religion, believe in history. And again, I mean, you look at your history book, it might as well be the Bible. Paul Revere with the torch and his horse woke up, the whole countryside against the redcoats. Again, you guys go get on a horse and go galloping through anywhere with a torch and scream out the redcoats are coming and see how many people wake up. Everyone will be sound asleep. No one will even notice you're out there. Again, and that's our history books. Christopher Columbus discovered the land where people already lived. I mean, they've been teaching us nonsense, asking us to believe nonsense. It's the story of America. So, all right. So far, we don't have anybody in the chat. Nobody's in the chat yet. Nobody wants to converse. Nobody wants to debate. They're just going, are you kidding me? March Madness is rigged. No way, bruh. You see the Kennesaw State coach yesterday, bruh? He was crying, bruh. The thing about that, like a Kennesaw State coach crying, sometimes I scratch my head a little bit. I mean, some people could be really good actors, or maybe they did let a Kennesaw State sneak into the tournament. And, maybe he's not quite in on the fix, but Xavier is. And the only reason that Kennesaw State would even be up on a Xavier team, as they were for a lot of the game, is because Xavier is playing down, All right, Xavier, now you guys can play ball. You gave him the 10-point cushion. Come back and win the game. And again, I mean, that's how it is. I used to have a buddy growing up, Chris. We were in the same grade always growing up, but he was 9 months older than me. Actually, let me think. He was born in September of 82, and I was born in July of 83. He's actually 10 months older than me. And, he was a smart guy and a cool guy, but he wasn't athletic. He was bigger than me and older than me, but he was not athletic. He just wasn't quite as coordinated. He wasn't as fast. He wasn't as quick. Couldn't really shoot a basketball, but he loved to play basketball. And he'd always want to play one-on-one. We live close to each other. We're friends. He'd always want to play one-on-one, and it was boring, right? It wasn't fun for me to play Chris, even though he was bigger than older, because he wasn't good. It was just too easy to beat Chris. And I just remember one day I was just like, you know what? I'm going to let him get up a little bit. Let him get up some points and make him feel like he's doing something today. And he started to talk all this mess. We're like kids. We're probably 11, 12 years old. And he started to talk some trash getting up on me. I was like, okay, he doesn't know that I'm letting him get up right now. But then I just had to put him in his place. There was no more points. And it was just a smoke show. And I was like, now what? And he didn't even realize. He didn't even realize that I was just letting him get up that day. That's exactly how it is when you got one of these major talent schools versus one of these mid-major schools where the athleticism is nowhere near as near. And again, it's like the same things happen to me in life. You just know when you're on a court of guys that are just bigger, stronger, faster, can jump over you, you just feel like you don't belong there. And those guys could let me get a few lay-ins and hit a few open shots, but the minute they want to start D'ing me up, it's game over. If they miss a shot, even if I'm in position to get the rebound, doesn't matter. They can jump over my head and grab the rebound. So no different. There was it was years ago. I was in high school. I remember Duke was like down 20 to some just crap school. Speaking of Duke, here they are. Duke was down like 20 points to some crap school. And then Duke started playing at the end with like 4 minutes left and came back and won the game. The other team couldn't even inbound the ball once Duke actually started playing. And again, they do that stuff for betting, Everybody who took the upset, they're like, oh, my God, I'm about to make $1 million. And then it just comes collapsing down in the final seconds as the team gives up the 20-point lead with 5 minutes left. Literally cannot even inbound the ball. And then, again, you just watch these games. I mean, the officials, just like the unbelievable calls, the unbelievable no calls. It's like, how and just sometimes, like the other day, this guy had up a jump ball and then he changes it to a foul. It's like, well, wait a minute, man. You just called jump and then you change it at. It's like, okay. It's not how you do it as a ref. So. All right, let me check in on the chat here. Do we have anyone trying to debate in the chat? There should be a pinned post in every single live chat for people to join. And if you guys don't want to come on and debate, maybe you guys got some other great observations of the rigging of the tournament. Here, I'll tell you something that's interesting. Again, the most common score in the tournament so far is 63 points. Again, just look at how many games have finished with 63 points, either for the winner or loser. And just like yesterday, there's two schools that are the Gales, both Catholic schools, and they both finished with 63 points on 63-8 numerology. And Thursday did not have 63-8 numerology, but Friday did. But even on Thursday, there was a number of 63 scores. Not as many as Friday. But again, you just got to look at that and be like, wait a minute, how can there be this many games that finished with 63 points? So again, it's all numbers. It's like last year, the only team to score 83 points in the opening round was Kansas, and they went on to win the 83rd March Madness. And then later in the year, John Hadel from Kansas, who's a football player, he died 83 days after the NFL season began in his 83rd year of life, when murder and football are 83. But anyhow, 63. So again, just always looking into the Catholic Jesuit stuff. Who won the championship in 63? Well, interestingly enough, Loyola of Chicago won in 63, a Jesuit school. And the one way that Loyola Chicago stays connected to the tournament almost every year is it's a tradition to see what Sister Jean, the Catholic nun of Loyola Chicago, picks for her bracket. And some years she nails it. She's not right every year, but she gets it a lot. This year she picked Kentucky to win, the Kentucky Wildcats, which happened to be one of the teams that equals 201. And even though they're not a Jesuit school, we know how important 201 is to the Jesuits. But and the other thing about Kentucky is they got humiliated last year going down to St. Peter's on St. Patrick's Day. And the last time a big school like that went out in the first round, they came back and won the championship next year. That was Virginia, who went down to University of Maryland, Baltimore County, and then came back and won the championship the next year. One that we called Dead On and gave out for free to everybody in February before the season was even done. But, oh my God, I hate this new trend of Steph currying it up from 10 feet behind the line. It's like, you guys, that's just so annoying to watch. There's no point in shooting a three-pointer from 10 feet beyond the line. You don't get extra points. And back in my day, growing up playing basketball, that would get your ass parked on the bench by any coach. Like, every coach allows that now. It's just like, what is it? I think they're doing that because eventually they're going to bring in the 4-point line or maybe even the 5-point line. It just doesn't make any sense for this to be going on nonstop. It's like how in football now, when it's 4th and inches, everybody goes in shotgun, which also makes no sense. But yeah, just the fact that you don't see any coaches, like back in the day, a coach would be screaming his ass off from the sideline if somebody chalked up a three from 10 feet behind the line, unless there was no time left to shoot on the shot clock. But it's the whole Steph Curry thing. Tennessee up 27-21. Tennessee Volunteers 103 27th prime. So, again, this is just the thing that's got people annoyed. They're like, how's this even possible? How's this even possible? Again, if Tennessee can't hang on and get the dub, they'll keep Duke on 119 tournament wins. Volunteers 119. Tennessee with 11 forced turnovers. Okay, but coming back to the 63 thing. So, again, could it be that Sister Jean is right? John Calipari, the coach of Kentucky, who looks like a gangster. This slick back hair, John Calipari. The interesting thing about him, there's a few interesting things about Kentucky, who are a 6 seed. The only ever 6 seed to ever win the championship was Kansas. But Kentucky, John Calipari, let's say John Calipari and Kentucky shock and become the second 6 seed ever to win it. 6-2, remember those numbers. The second 6 seed ever to win it. So you got a 6-2 there thing. Houston, Texas, and Gematria equals 62. So does John Calipari. And if John Calipari won it all, he'd win it in Houston, Texas, and he'd get his 62nd tournament win. Pretty interesting. The other thing that's interesting about Kentucky is they came into the tournament with 131 wins in the tournament all time. Championship equals 131. It is a number that often shows up in the championship. The other thing about Kentucky is they lost in the championship in 75, which was the year that it became a 32-team tournament. It expanded that year, just like it expanded in 85 to 64 teams. But Kentucky lost in 75 to UCLA, which was the first tournament that Billy Packer ever called. And again, Billy Packer died this year. And the big headline was that he worked 34 straight tournaments. And of course, this year's championship can be written, the championship date can be written 3/4. So, you know, Sister Jean at Loyola Chicago, who won it in 63 with all the 63. She likes Kentucky Wildcats. Kentucky has played really well down the stretch. Interesting narrative. Another thing to think about, just if there's some clue through Loyola Chicago, when Loyola Chicago, the Jesuit school, won in 63, they beat Cincinnati. Now, Cincinnati's not a Jesuit school, but in Cincinnati is a Jesuit school, Xavier. Xavier won the 84th NIT last year. This year's the 84th men's tournament. And funny enough, Xavier just happens to be on 63 neutral court losses. The other Jesuit number that showed up in 3 of the Jesuit games yesterday was Creighton and was it Marquette? Creighton and Marquette both won with 72 points yesterday. Or was it Xavier? No. Creighton and Xavier both won with it's so many games to keep straight. 2 of the Jesuit schools won with 72 points yesterday. Again, Jesuit order equals 72. I think Michigan State also won with 72 yesterday, and Izzo got his 54th win. Jesuit orders 72 and 54. Spartans is also 54. Again, Jesuits 84 for the 84th tournament. But Gonzaga's in their 72nd season. And again, 72 is a big boss number with the Jesuits as well. That's why we got the first Jesuit Pope, March 13, 2013, the 72nd day of the year. So anyhow, I mean, again, there's still, again, it's all about following the clues. Last year, before the tournament began, I didn't really see anything for Kansas, but the thing was when they were the only team to score 83 points in the opening round, I told everybody, I said, you got to put a future in for Kansas to win it. And I should have caught that the championship last year was 65 days after Kansas's birthday because Kansas equals 65. And then Danny Manning was there who'd won it with Kansas 34 years earlier. And again, Kansas is the 34th state. So Kansas, Kansas is another team that's up against the 28-8 thing today. We'll see if they can get past that. Bill Self is on 131 championship losses. And Kansas did win the last tournament that Billy Packer called. And again, Billy Packer's death had a lot to do with 34. So anyhow, it's evaluating the pieces of the puzzle and seeing if you can find the clues and putting it together right. When you do that, that's when you hit the winners long in advance, as we've done many times. But again, it's something that takes a lot of research and I guess intelligence. Got to use your brain. Everybody has one. It's just a lot of people choose not to be intelligent. It's like some kids, I used to be a teacher for people who don't know. Some kids think they're dumb, and they're not dumb. I used to have a girl, Serena, 5th grader. She was too into boys. She was old for her age. Her parents started her in school late. She was more mature than the other girls. She already had older boy friends, and she already had developed this mentality that she was dumb and she was just gonna find a guy someday and let the man take care of her. That was her attitude already as a 5th grader, and she thought she couldn't do any math. I spent a lot of time with that girl, man. She got so good at math. She became one of the best math students in the class. And again, it's just, the system we live in, it rushes kids through a learning process. It treats people like their minds all develop at the same time. Kids are stuffed in classrooms where they don't get enough attention. And the only reason I was able to give my students a lot of attention is because I came in before school and after school and spent time before and after with any ones that wanted extra attention. And a girl like Serena, I kept telling her, I said, just stay after school and we'll work on it. We'll figure it out. And then she figured it out, and you should have seen how proud of herself she was. But yeah, she went from thinking she was dumb to, showing that she was one of the best math students in the whole class. And the thing was, there was another kid in the class who was a lot like her. He had an older brother that was a negative influence. but he wouldn't come in after school. He was too cool for school. So. It's funny, like I'm talking about things that were like back in 2009, 10. I just wonder where those kids are now, man. It's 14 years later. They're in their mid-20s. Sadly, the one kid I'm thinking about, I wouldn't be surprised if he's in a jail cell right now. His older brother was a gangbanger and giving him all the wrong ideas. Oh, hold on. We finally got some people in the room. Let's see. Do we got some debaters or what? Coming on to talk about it. He's coming on to talk about it. All right. N201 got in first. You guys each got a minute to open it up, and then you can hang around and we can just have a conversation. What's up, N201?
Yo, I don't have much to say. I just wanted to respond to what you were saying yesterday in regards to the players missing free throws, saying that if you're a D1 college basketball player, you should shoot at least 80%. But the thing about it is they have to have technology in the rim for these misses. So I don't think it's on the players missing free throws because it's completely rigged.
Well, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. And I can't remember what game it was yesterday, but everybody on both sides was hitting all their threes. But if you were listening, it was like the clankiest threes on all of them. I was like, okay, I didn't pay attention what the over-under is on this score, but they must want the over because everything's going in. But everything just like, again, I mean, when you drain a three, sometimes you can like hit one that rattles in hard, but it was like every three that was going in yesterday was like this loud, clanky sound. And I'm like, that's got to be the technology because these are like not good shots and they're all getting sucked through the rim and making a big old clink sound. So,
yeah, that. And if you've watched basketball, you've definitely heard a commentator say that the ball was halfway through or halfway down. And it's one of the commentators one time said it's like someone hit the eject button.
Well, I mean, again, I completely agree that they're using technology in the games to make sure the games are scripted to the point, as we prove day after day. But I mean, if you play basketball, I mean, your shot can be halfway down and come out. I mean, I've had that happen to a million shots. So
yeah, definitely, yeah, that definitely happens for sure. Like just shooting at the Y, that can happen. There's no one there pressing the eject button.
Right.
But still. Just in defense of the missed free throws, they're probably using technology to pop those out.
Yeah, indeed. All right, let's let the other person get some thoughts in. Person with the big T, what's up?
I just had that it's the 84th tournament, and the movie Terminator released on Jordan's first game.
The movie Terminator released on Jordan's first game. So what's that have to do with anything?
That Obama was 84 days old that day.
Oh, okay. It's you again.
I know. You're too scared to debate, but you say let's debate. I got no issue.
Here. Since you're on with all the weirdo observations.
Okay.
It's not that I'm too scared to debate you. It's that you're a troll and you go around everywhere slandering my name and lying about
So now that I'm on here and I'm not giving you death threats like the other guy because I'm not a person like that, what's the issue? So, yeah, I'll share anything you want.
I just explained why, dude. Get a life. Like, what kind of weirdo just keeps coming back? You're a fraud. You send me weirdo text messages. I mean, you're a psychopath.
So the point I was making is the movie.
The point you're making is you're a fucking loser. God. I mean, listen how dumb he sounds. 84 Terminator. It's just like, what the fuck are you even talking about? What's up, Evan?
Yeah, and I noticed back when Billy Packer died, a couple of days after he died, Kansas played Kentucky. And that was 65 days before the national championship game.
Hold on. Sorry, Evan. Evan, say it again.
Okay. A couple of days after Billy Packer died, Kansas played Kentucky. And Kansas won with 77 points. And that was 65 days before the national championship game. Okay. Houston equals 77. Right. Kansas equals 65. And you were just talking about Kansas and Kentucky just a few minutes ago.
Right. That's a really great observation. And again, let's pay attention today because today's the 77th day of the year. In the women's tournament, again, Indiana one was 77. The thing that's really interesting about Indiana is the state is 206 years old, and March Madness does equal 206. Again, the 84 men's tournament, the championship was played in the 206 area code Seattle. What's funny about the women's this year is for the women, it's not the 84th tournament. For the women, it's the 41st tournament. And you know where the championship is this year, Evan?
Where's that?
In Dallas, the 41 city.
Okay.
Dallas 41, established in 1841. So.
And the Final Four this year is on 4/1.
For the men. Yeah, I think it's different for the women.
Yeah, it's like a couple days before or after, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. But that Indiana's ranked number 2 in the women. So that's something to keep in mind there with the old Indiana. Everyone thinks the Lady Cocks got it in the bag. But remember, the Lady Cocks, for Bill didn't get the joke, they called the Gamecocks, the women's team, the Lady Cocks. They have become the dominant team ever since Carolina had the bathroom bill, which was about who can use the bathroom, the men or the women. And that year, North Carolina won it in the men's over Gonzaga, scoring 71 points, where March Madness is 71. So was bathroom bill, so was Gonzaga, so was Gonzaga Bulldogs. And that year, the South Carolina Lady Cocks also won. And that was the year that Charlotte lost the All-Star game over the bathroom bill. So the connection between the leagues. But, yeah, that's a great observation. That's very interesting with Kentucky and Kansas, the Blue Bloods, a lot of history. But what do you think about that? You think Kentucky could become the second 6th seed to do it?
Oh, I didn't really consider Kentucky to be a contender. But then I remember back when I saw that Kansas-Kentucky final score back in, I think it was the end of January, I thought that is more of a riddle for Kansas, and maybe it is. But now that I'm starting to see these connections with Kentucky, maybe they've got a shot too.
Again, they have the 131 thing. Calipari has a nice connection. And what is, if somebody wants to check, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think Kentucky could, somebody can, maybe, I forget. Is it like somebody can stay on 112 losses with Kentucky where Houston's 112? So they got a few things that are interesting there. Kentucky has a 6th seed.
Well, that's all I wanted to bring up. So thank you.
Okay. Any other observations through the first 2 days of the tournament?
Not necessarily. I mean, I think, I don't know. I keep thinking that Texas is going to go far, but they didn't have the riddles again. I was a little nervous because against Colgate, they didn't look like they had the riddles coming in. Against Penn State looks like they might have a chance to upset, but we'll see.
Okay. Texas is in Austin. Austin's got the 84 connection. I know a lot of the pundits like a Houston versus Texas battle to see who makes it to the Final Four out of those two teams.
Right. In my recent video that I did on the Jesuit history of Texas, I mean, Texas might as well just be a Jesuit school. It's they have their biggest dorm building is at 201 21st Street.
I think you can really say that about all schools because again, the word school equals Jesuit order, and again, the oldest remaining university in the world goes back to the Vatican. So it's a reminder: all roads lead to Rome.
All right, thanks. I got to run now.
All right, take care, Evan. For the record, there's 27 Jesuit universities. If you run it the small way, school's also 27. So. Yeah, I noticed that. The weirdo guy who just called in also along with Evan, he did try to make his voice deeper. I mean, the guy's just a total piece of work. And again, you guys, he's part of the tribe. He's got a, you start to realize, you're like, oh, that's where the joke of Pinocchio came from. I get it. I get where the Pinocchio thing comes from. But yeah, I mean, just a total, just another one of these dedicated losers that's obviously paid to hang around here and just create problems and make the work look dumb and, send weirdo text messages to my cell phone all day and then come on and act like, why won't you let me on? It's just like, God, what? I mean, what? Just like you wish you could see this guy in person just to lay him out. So. Charmed one, I appreciate it. Charmed one, you can give yourself a vacation in the chat. You're just working too hard out there. Rest those fingers. But yeah, it's just so annoying. Man, you guys, I just imagine had this channel never been deleted, if the views just kept growing like they were back in 2016 and 2017 before the deletion, we'd probably be having an awesome conversation and debate right now. That's the other thing that should be waking everybody up. The fact that they have to censor and suppress the content I've been putting out for a decade. That should tell you everything you need to know right there. If people had a brain, it would tell them.
This telecast is copyrighted by the NCAA for the private use of all audience. Any other use of this telecast or any picture, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the NCAA consent is prohibited.
All right, I think we're almost back here. Commercial break. Less games now that we're down to 32 remaining teams. On my screen, they're coming out of the hallway. All right, so if you're not watching the game, Tennessee, who everybody favored out because their star player's out, up 27-21 at the half. They're trying to hold Duke to 27 wins for the season. Tennessee Volunteers equals 103, the 27th prime. And again, if Duke does lose this game, they will stay on 119 tournament wins, where Volunteers is 119. The Duke narrative to come back is today's date numerology is 28. They get their 28th win, and they could improve to 28-8 on the day, leaving 288 days left in the year. And just so you know what I did, I initially wrote Volunteers to win this game because I just saw that as like the trap game. But then I think the media got in my head, even though I should know to not let the media get in my head. I was like, they're just making a big deal about how Tennessee just cannot compete without their star player who's out. And again, it's like I told the community, I said, they did this the other year with the team who went on to win the next 3 games, and they kept saying the same thing in each round. Their star player's out, they can't win without him, and they go on to win 3 more games. So, and by the way, another thing that is interesting about Tennessee, if Tennessee wins this game and their next game, that's what I initially had them doing in my bracket. They'd have 84 wins on neutral courts, and this is the 84th tournament. So I won't be shocked either way by the outcome of this game. But I will, again, Vegas will win huge if Tennessee wins because 90% of the money's on Duke. And again, people just saw what happened in the first game. They're listening to the media. They saw that Tennessee didn't look good and Duke looked awesome. But not today. And if you're watching this game, it just looks like Tennessee's playing way harder than Duke. I mean, I don't know anybody who's watching this game who could disagree with that statement I just made. Tennessee looks like they're playing way harder than Duke. They're going harder on the rebounds. They're playing way better defense. There's been some breakaways for Tennessee where it looked like Duke didn't even try to get back on defense. And then people are going, well, how did they rig the game? It's like, are you watching the game? Because, I mean, right here, I got 3 ways I can tell you it looks like the game's rigged. It looks like Duke's not even trying so far. Now, if they come out and play hard in the second half and play like they did in the first game and come back, the only question would be, well, why didn't they play hard in the first half, Thanks, Nathan. Shout out to Nathan. Yeah, every good YouTuber, every good YouTuber, if you watch their videos on how to have a successful YouTube channel, they all say the same thing. I don't do it because I feel like I shouldn't have to say it, but they all say the same thing. They say the only way to grow your YouTube channel is at the beginning, throughout, and at the end of the video to remind people to hit the like and subscribe. And it's like, why do you have to even remind people of that? I mean, how sad. Are you enjoying the video? I mean, what's it take? Almost 0 effort to hit the like. If you like the channel, I mean, how easy is it to subscribe? Click the subscribe. I feel like having to tell people to do that is treating them like they're dumb sheep. But I guess it's like, I don't want dumb sheep around here. You know what I mean? Like, who's not hitting the like and the subscribe if they like the video and the channel? I mean, really, you have to be told to do that? I guess in a way, that's the kind of society we are, right? You have to be told. I guess it makes sense. I don't want those kind of people though, but it's like that's who society is. They have to be told everything. They need to turn on the TV and be told who to pick. Stay home. Oh, I better stay home. Oh, I better put on a mask. Oh, I better go be a good guinea pig for Big Pharma. I got told to do that. It's like some of us, we just won't be told. All right, second half's kicking off. Tennessee gets the ball first. By the way, I've also made another decision, you guys. I'm going to open up the time slot each week for just a new guest to promote new people. It's no dig against Rambo. You know, Rambo does great work, and I'd encourage everybody to subscribe to Rambo's channel. He can come back on this coming week on TFR, but from now on, I'm just going to open that up to a new guest each week, or it can be a recurring guest sometimes. But just to promote more people, get more people's voice out there, or even weeks where we don't have a guest, it's fine. It just gets more people on the call-in line. But, yeah, I'm going to let Rambo just do his own thing from now on, because he has been kind of moody. And while he does great work, I mean, he's always been a socially awkward guy. I mean, anytime I've tried to have a conversation with him, it always goes kind of weird on the radio. And, you know, I've always just ignored that because you just let him do his presentation. It's interesting. But at the same time, his presentations are really redundant. 80% of them come back to the same few topics. And, yeah, it's just, if he's just going to come on now twice in 1 month and come on all mopey and crying about something that really didn't even happen because he's listening to the trolls. And again, you look at his comment section, it's all the trolls cheering him on. Same thing that happens on Gematria. I mean, you start to look at most people's YouTube channels that do Gematria. They don't really have a following, but the people that are in their chat are the same people that troll my channel 24/7 and are just trying to get them to divide and, you know, start thinking things that aren't happening. It's all part of and I guarantee you it's just like the guy who called in who just tried to make his voice lower. All people from the tribe that don't like that people like me are putting out the knowledge about what their little secret Saturday clan is doing. And you know what I mean by Saturday clan, right? But yeah, anyway, it's just like, yeah, he's been on enough and he's been promoted enough, and now his own brand's gotten big enough where he can go on without the training wheels. So, and yeah, it's just like, I mean, if anything, if anyone should be complaining to anybody, I feel like it should be me complaining to him, because I just know it's like when I tell him things like about how Houston equals 31, he acts like he wishes I didn't say that. It's just like, okay, maybe he doesn't like that because it kind of pokes a hole in the point he's trying to make, like this was some big astrology ritual, when I'm not sure that was the case at all. Houston 31 all day, every day, during all zodiac signs. So, anyway, Tennessee striking it big, 33-24. We'll see. But King Henry down in gambling country. Vegas about to get rich if Tennessee hangs on and pulls this thing off, but there's a lot of game left. Oh, by the way, Princeton's big upset, you guys. Princeton's huge upset, the biggest game of their college basketball history. You'd never guess what win number it was on a neutral court. Old Magic 33. It was their 33rd win all-time on a neutral court. Uh-oh. Now Duke's number 3. He's hopping around like a kangaroo out here. Yeah, Tennessee is a higher seed, but they're again, the problem with them is their star players out. Their star players out for the tournament. So yeah, they're 1 seed higher than Duke, but without their star player, they're not really the better team. And that's why Duke is the favorite today on the betting line. Duke was a 2.5-point favorite. So yeah, you can throw out the seeding in this one. But I'll tell you what, if Tennessee does hang on and win, I'll be 2 for 2 in games I shouldn't have crossed out. The one game I crossed out and replaced in the first round went with my initial slot. I shouldn't have crossed it out. And again, I initially had Tennessee beating Duke in this one. I crossed it out and penciled in Duke, which looks like at this point looks like it might be a mistake. Should have gone with that initial thought. So. But like I always teach you, wise men hedge their bets, and we also got that going on over here. So anyhow, we'll be good to go either way. Duke seeding is 5th. Pope was elected on 3/13 5 days ago. Okay. Duke just got their 28th point at the stripe. 33-28 is the score. I'm sure this is a coincidence. I don't think this really means anything, but there is something interesting about the numbers 33 and 28. They're the only two numbers, 1 through 100, that if you spell out as words, like if you write out 33, THIR, you spell out 28, you spell them both out, they both have a gematria of 156, and 911 is the 156th prime number. And World Trade Center construction began 33 years before 2001 in 1968, and the World Trade Centers opened in 73, 28 years before they came down. That's an old lesson that I've been saying since whenever I first observed it. It was probably around 2014. But sometimes you'll see those numbers come together, 33 and 28, in ways that are more meaningful. I'm not sure in today's score it was that important. But just a little teaching moment there. All right. Duke's playing a little bit tougher right now. You can tell the defense is getting a lot more intense, blocking shots, not giving their guys an inch, making them take a tough shot right there, crashing the boards. Different intensity right now. Different intensity. Trying to cut it to a one-score game right here. Three's dancing all over. He's doing his best Allen Iverson impersonation. Don't forget, Allen Iverson at Georgetown changed the NBA. No longer a team game after Allen Iverson. Everybody wanted to be like Allen. Anyone growing up in basketball knows how it was, man. All of a sudden, it wasn't cool to pass the ball anymore. Just dribble around, dribble through your legs, try to shake a man out of his shoes, throw up the fadeaway. I wasn't fazed by it, though. I always played point guard. I was a true point guard. Break down the D, get my man wide open for the shot, the lay-in. If nobody's moving around in the shots there, I'm going to knock it down. Bam. Maybe that's what we got to do. We got to get the Truth Seeker Sports League together. The only non-rig league in all of the world of pro sports. Tennessee answers 35-31. I can't lie, though. I still have some Allen Iverson socks, man. High-quality socks. I got socks that I got a year ago that already have a hole in them. My Allen Iverson socks from back when I was in high school, they're still going. No holes in the bottom. I played so whoever made those Allen Iverson socks, that was a great product. I go to my sock drawer right now. They got the AI on them. They don't make things like they used to. Those things are from the 90s. I'm wearing my basketball shorts right now. Some silver Nike shorts, also from the 90s. Still, not that I really want to promote Nike, but they're still in great shape. Because some stuff, it's like shredded after it goes through the washer after a month. Top secrets like the Gematria Sports League. Yeah, right. The Matrix, man. He said we got to play the basketball tournament in New York. There just wasn't time, man. It was just there just wasn't enough time. But it would be funny to get us all out there on the court. See who tears their ACL first. We got the young True Seekers. Ooh, man. The one thing I need to do before I get on a basketball court is like do a week of some running. I know I'd be winded on the court after no time. Be running around holding my side with the side ache. It's the one thing for you guys who haven't played basketball. So just like pretty much all sports, you want to be in good athletic shape, man. Otherwise, you'll be getting winded quick. Is that Ed O'Bannon? Ed O'Bannon in his old man bodysuit. I'm not sure who that was actually. Oh, the starter jackets from the 90s? That's funny. Now you reminded me. I had one of those Orlando Magic '90s starter jackets. Even though I was a Blazers fan, it was the Penny Hardaway, Shaquille O'Neal. You had to be a part of it. So the only gear I had that was cheating on the Blazers was a Orlando Magic starter jacket. I'd forgotten about it until just now. I remember this kid. He was the first kid at our school to get his tongue pierced. He took a red Sharpie marker to my Orlando Magic starter jacket while it was hanging on the back of a chair. Come on, man. Ruined my jacket? That was the end of it, too. He did red marker all over it. Hold on. Let me go back. Somebody's got an observation. Duke lost in 84 on March 18th. And at the half, there were 48 points as well, huh? Just like today. Wow, history could repeat itself. Great research, Slick Nick. I always feel like when I miss something like that, I should have caught it. That's why we knew something was definitely up with the Fairleigh Dickinson Purdue. That's why we thought there was a chance for the upset there. The 34 play. And again, they're going Knights of Columbus because Fairleigh Dickinson's the Knights. They won in Columbus. Purdue's a train team, the big train derailment in Purdue, or excuse me, in Ohio, like where the game was. But again, just the Catholic tributes. Knights of Columbus are another Catholic order. The Knights of Columbus are headquartered in New Haven, Connecticut, where Yale is. But yeah, I mean, if anyone's seen the call that they keep showing over and over when Fairleigh Dickinson won over Purdue, the guy's screaming out, Knights of Columbus. Knights equals 34 like Indiana, where Purdue's from. Purdue gets the 34th tournament loss to the Knights in Columbus. And just things like that. That's where I said it's numbers and it's wordplay. You know, numbers and wordplay every year. Probably would have put more stock into that Fairleigh Dickinson upset had it dawned on me about the Knights of Columbus joke. Should have seen that because I'm always looking for the Catholic stuff. But yeah, just more obvious ritual of who does it. So Top Secrets is real good with the numbers, you guys. Top Secrets. He takes his name right from the number 23 movie, but like Top Secrets. But he writes, today makes exactly 324 weeks since Duke had a win streak of 10 end. 324 is the 18th square number, and today is the 18th. Yeah, good one. Good one. Points off turnovers. Duke 3, Tennessee 14. That guy, number 5, seems like he can get to the basket at will anytime he wants to. But yeah, Tennessee answering every time Duke puts something together. Classic trap game. We talked about this in a big way last night. This is how Vegas wins. Everyone's so frustrated right now. They're like, what is this, man? Tennessee looked like such crap last game. Duke looks so awesome. Like, what's going on here? Go back and watch the first half. Look at the lack of hustle, all half by Duke. I mean, it's just so annoying that people can't see how the games are rigged. What do you mean rigged? It's just so annoying. It's like, what don't you see? Have you ever played a sport in your life? Why are they not hustling? Why are they playing so lackadaisical? You know? When big comebacks happen sometimes and it's like a team has a huge lead and they're like rushing down the court and firing up shots, you're like, okay, do you want the other team to come back? Why aren't you milking the clock right now? What's the point of rushing down the court and firing up an off-balance shot for God knows what reason when you're already up 15 and there's 10 minutes left? Tennessee's big man is real long, though. His hair makes him look even longer. Uh-oh, those are daggers. Oh, that was a 3 to put him up with 41. Duke has that 41, Gematria. Duke has that 41. So, let's see. We got some kind of troll bot in here. All right. Got him. Trump announces he'll be arrested today. Really? Today's the 77th day of the year. You know, D.C., the city on the 77th meridian. United States and Gematria equals 77, like secret society. Run it the other way, secret society is 58, like how he won the 58th election after announcing from the 58-story Trump Tower. But yeah, if that happens, I'll have to look more into it. His birthday's June 14th. What is that? I always forget. June 14th, the flag's birthday. 37 days before my birthday. My birthday is the 202nd day of the year, so his birthday is the 165th day of the year. That's right. 165. So it leaves 200 days. So today is 277 days after Trump's birthday, which is the 59th prime number. We got Joe Biden in office, who won the 59th election, synced up with Pope Francis, whose name equals 59, where Benedict stepped down on the 59th day of the year for him. Hey, I just noticed that Geico's ad right now says 85 years of service. Again, basketball equals 85, like the first March Madness in 85. I don't think I've ever seen Geico put up the number of years in service before. I have never noticed that before. But right now, Geico, 85 years of service. Well, we'll see if that becomes a storyline today. Today does have the lesser date numerology of 44. Trump was number 45, like how his ex-wife. He got married to his ex-wife in 77. She died 45 years after their marriage in the big Jesuit ritual, which we covered back on July 14th. But somehow I lost my train of thought right there with his wife. And
SEC fans, be sure to stay informed about COVID-19 and the vaccine option at PfizerCovid19.com.
Anyway, my mind spaced out right there what I was saying about Trump. $277 days after his birthday. That's also, again, the 59th prime number. Freemasonry equals 58 forwards, 59 in reverse, going with that secret society thing. And again, the Jesuits created modern Freemasonry. Jesuits served the Catholic Church. Freemasons, traditionally builders. The best buildings in town are typically Catholic churches. 33-41. What a score. 74 points. We always talk about how 33 and 74 come together so often. And yeah, Tennessee, man, they're playing tough. Could be the ultimate trap game here. Big man got an easy look at the bucket. Let's see, 76 points. Next point of the game is the 77th point on the 77th day of the year. Could it be earned at the stripe? We'll see. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, we got somebody in the chat. Let's see. Somebody wants to have a conversation. Oh, it's N201 again. What's up, N201?
Yo, I just wanted to respond to the Trump point.
Okay.
That
hold on. That's what I forgot to say. Trump was the 45th president, but he was the 44th person to be president. Tennessee smashes down another 3 to put him up 9. All right, go ahead.
He says he's going to be arrested on Tuesday, and so Tuesday is going to be the 281st day of his age.
The 60th prime and the 60th election coming up, and his wife died 60 weeks into the Jesuit Ignatian year, and Donald Trump equals 60. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Just a 281 point I wanted to bring up. That's all.
So Tuesday, I'm just thinking right now. Okay, today's March 18th. So that's March 21st. March 21st, 80th day of the year. Date with 47 numerology. Trump 47, President 47. Okay.
And the date also has 29 numerology. And there's a 29 related to Trump, too. Isn't Trump 29?
Yeah, Trump equals 29.
That's right. Yeah, that date has 2947 date numerology. So, yeah, that's all I got, man, for now. Peace.
Yeah. Yeah, great research again. Appreciate it. Again, for people who missed the death of his wife died July 14th. And what's funny about that day is it can be written 14/7. There's 147 windows on the White House. If you write out U.S. President, it equals 147. If you write out President of the United States, it equals 147. If you write out Freemason, it's 147. Of course, D.C. is named after the Freemason, George Washington. The word conspiracy is 147. But the day that his wife died was the 60th week of the first ever Jesuit Ignatian year. And the reason it went longer than 52 weeks is because it went from the day in history that Ignatius Loyola was shot with a cannonball. That's the founder of the Jesuits, May 20th, 2021, to the day in history he died, July 31st, 2022. So exactly 60 weeks into the Jesuit Ignatian year. Go back and check all these headlines from July 14th. His wife dies. That was the third Trump headline that day. The first one was that he hinted he would run for the 60th election. Again, Donald Trump equals 60. The next presidential election is the 60th. And the headline that came out right before his wife died was that a conservative report against Trump that was 72 pages long. President Trump equals 72. So does President Biden. So does Jesuit order. But a 72-page long report that was based on 60 cases, it was put out that day. So you had all this 60 stuff going on. And now, like the caller just said, Tuesday will be 280 days after his birthday, or you could say it's his 281st day of his age, which is the 60th prime number. And the one calculation I can't do right now in my head is how many days, but it's a Tuesday, right? The election's going to be on a Tuesday. And well, if I really think about it, I could probably figure out how many weeks it is to the election. Again, the election's on a Tuesday, November 5th, 2024. That's the day leaving 56 days left in the year. So that means it leaves 8 weeks. So that's 44 weeks into 2024. March 21st is the 80th day of the year. So we're 11 weeks and 7 days into this year, meaning we still have 41 weeks and some days. It's about 85 weeks to the election. If somebody wants to check on that, what Tuesday is to the election, I think it's 85 weeks. And I think it's Donald John Trump. His full name, I think, is 85. Something like that. Isus Hominum Salvator, the Jesuit motto, is 85. So, yeah, and just him saying that today again, 18/3, order out of chaos, 183. Joseph Robinette Biden, or is that right? Is Joe Biden's full name 183? Maybe it's, I can't remember if it's him or Putin that has the 183 connection. Pearl Harbor's 183. Remember, those two met on Pearl Harbor Day to discuss Russia-Ukraine before it popped off. 201 days into the Jesuit Ignatian year. All right. Well, you'd think a stream with this awesome information would go viral. Again, we live in a day and age where a guy gets on and plays a clip of Owen Benjamin going, yeah, my dad once sucked a guy's cock. And then there's 10,000 people on the live stream and $5 million in super chats within 20 minutes. The guy running the show's like, I've already made over $1,000 and we're not even 10 minutes in. And it's just like, what is wrong with Americans, man? You'll give $1,000 for a clip of Owen Benjamin saying his dad sucked somebody's cock, but a live stream with like the dopest information there ever was, no views. That's why we are where we are, you guys. That's why we're ruled over by the cabal. They're not really that awesome. It's just that America is that inept. And again, that's why I rant the way I do when I do rant. I've seen it since I was young. I grew up poor, so I had to be in public school classrooms with kids I didn't belong in the classroom with. Not smart, not talented, not athletic. You want to be around people that make you better, not people that are just like, why am I around you? And then you grow up and you realize that almost the whole country's that way. Shout out to the people who aren't. All right, Duke coming with a big rally right now, 42-46. Again, this game's definitely got one of the tighter narratives and more interesting narratives of the day. I can't remember how much. Oh, yeah. Duke started out as a 3.5-point favorite, but then they made him a 2.5-point favorite. Uh-oh, Roach fouls out. That's going to hurt Duke. What a name, right? Roach. It's like you think somewhere along the way his family would have changed the surname. I don't know if we want to be the Roaches. Like, I guess the one place where it's okay to be a Roach is in the world of weed smoking. The old Roach clip. When I was a kid, I didn't know what my mom was talking about. My mom would say words when I was a kid that would get stuck in my head because I didn't know what they meant. But she'd always be yelling at my dad, "Why do you leave your Roach clips everywhere?" I was like, what's she talking about? Roach clips. My dad was really leaving them out in the shed. I didn't even know anything about it. But it's funny when you're a kid and you ask things and your parents won't tell you. You're like, wait a minute, is some kind of secret, a Roach clip? I didn't watch college basketball this year, but it's just like, man, this Tennessee team, I mean, you look at them, they're big, they're long. I mean, even without their star player, they don't look bad. Like, I look at this team and I'm like, how could a team like Purdue ever beat Tennessee? That Purdue team outside of their huge center is just so small. Like, nobody that really stood out. That Purdue, in all the years of college basketball I've ever seen, that Purdue team was easily the worst #1 seed I've ever seen. They didn't look like a 1 seed. They reminded me of St. Peter's Peacocks. Take away the center, just how small they were. Tennessee, man, they're in good shape. They got a lead. They got low fouls. Tennessee just stroking. Put them back up by 9 with 8 minutes left. Starting to look like I shouldn't have crossed them out. But I told my people, I mean, you still got to put one in for Tennessee. They got the value and they got numbers. And it's the ultimate trap game. This is the game where Vegas can make the most money on the day because the most public money. This is the most lopsided game. Almost all of the public's on Duke. And again, that's how easy it is to get everybody. Just make Tennessee play down in the first game. Make them look absolutely terrible. Make Duke look absolutely awesome. And then people are shell-shocked. We'll see here, though. Still plenty of time. 7.5 minutes. 7-point game. Tennessee just with the offensive foul charged. Knowledge for ignorance. The link should be pinned as the top comment. I know I pinned it in every single. I said I have this streaming on 3 channels: Gematria Effect Sports, Gematria Effect News 25, Gematria Effect News 23. And I made sure it should be there. It should be there. Dodge AMC says start using Action Network. Okay. Action Network. I got to remember that one. Charm One says it's at the top. Yeah, there should be a pinned comment at the top for the link to join. George Mirasan still doing commercials. I think he got to live to be younger than Andre the Giant. If they did it on 3/22, Amy, with Trump, that would be 281 days after his birthday. And they always have a big whopper on 3/22, don't they? 223, you could write that date 22/3 as well, like 223. That's the 48th prime number. And Donald Trump equals 48 forwards, 60 in reverse. And again, Cleveland equals 48. He had his convention in Cleveland in 2016, right before they won the finals on the real King James's birthday. Remember, the last game in that series in Cleveland was 216 points in the 216 area code. But yeah, if Biden does not finish his term, if it's the Gerald Ford prediction that an old man will die in office and we'll get our first female president, which lines. And remember, Gerald Ford said that in the Herbert Hoover Library, and Kamala was born on the same day Herbert Hoover was born. Or Kamala was born on the same day that Herbert Hoover died. If you guys don't know about Gerald Ford, if anyone's out there, if you don't know about Gerald Ford, he said, he answered a little girl's question, and he said, the way we'll get our first female president is she'll be a vice president to an old man who will die in office. And that's how we'll get the first. He was very specific. He said she won't be elected. It'll be because the old man dies. And again, he said it in the Herbert Hoover Library. Look it up. Herbert Hoover died on the exact same day Kamala Harris was born. But if that did happen, if Joe did not finish his term, Kamala would become number 47. In House of Cards, the first female president's number 47. In Veep, the first female president's number 47. And there's another show where a woman becomes president. She's also number 47. But if that did happen, and if Trump won the next election, that'd be the perfect Donald Trump ritual. Donald Trump equals 48 forward, 60 in reverse. He could become the 48th president in the 60th election. Cleveland equals 48. The only president who ever had a split term was Grover Cleveland. That means he was president, then there was another president, and then he became president again. That's only happened with Cleveland. Look up the articles written about Donald Trump and Grover Cleveland. They're compared for several different reasons: polarizing, overweight, mail order bride wives, so on and so forth. But that's a possibility. And again, if Trump does get arrested on March 22nd, that'll really rally his base. And I'm sure it'll be as real as his COVID diagnosis by the numbers, where he looked healthy the whole time. Got in there to promote the Regeneron, the old 56 product. But yeah, the only person I can really see beating Trump in the next election is Michelle Obama. She has a good narrative too. Old Michelle. All right, hold on. We got a couple more guests in the room. What's up, Knowledge for Ignorance?
Hey, Zach, what's going on?
Yeah, what's up?
Now, real quick on what you just said about the Michelle thing. Remember that show on, I think it was Amazon Prime from a couple years ago, that Upload show, when the guy had
right.
that 2024 poster on the wall?
Wasn't it Kamala and
it was
Oprah?
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, I was calling in to talk about the games being rigged. Yeah, it's definitely rigged. And man, I've been a diehard Duke fan since I was like 11, 12 years old. And of course, coming into this knowledge around 2018, I know what it is and apply it. So at this point, I kind of treat like the sports that I still watch, just like me liking movies and actors. I mean, I know it's scripted, so I still watch some of it. But with me being a diehard Duke fan since I was like 12, I literally only watched 2 games.
Oh, snap. He cut out. Come back, Knowledge for Ignorance. If you guys don't know Knowledge for Ignorance, he's a talented musician too.
Last year,
you cut out for a minute?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had got a call. I apologize about that.
Oh, okay.
Last year I only watched like 5 games, right?
Okay.
I mean, and it's due to me knowing this knowledge. Since I was 10 years old, I've been a diehard Broncos fan. Do you understand the knowledge I know now? That would have saved me a lot of heartache growing up. Listen,
exactly.
They started out 10-0, Zach. When the year Doug Williams won it, I mean, Elway was on fire. Then they ended up losing 42-10.
Right.
You know what I mean? So my second closest friend since I was a kid, he passed in 2016, and we used to battle with with our different teams. So what I'm telling you is, and pretty much saying to all the people who thinking that stuff isn't rigged, it's definitely rigged. So what I'm gonna say is when UNLV beat my Duke Blue Devils by 30 points and 92, right? You know,
Yeah,
Duke
all
came
right.
back and won the next year. It's no way that my Blue Devils made up 30 points when they came back with pretty much the same teams, right?
Right.
You can go back and pull up the highlights. Like I said, I never forget the year, the next year when they won it. Larry Johnson, he was at the 3-point line. He jab stepped. He could have drove all the way to the hole, or he could have kicked it to the wing. He just shot like a desperation shot, right? But like I said, knowing this knowledge that I know now, in hindsight, I know it was fixed. So you can go look this up too. If it wasn't the following week, it was 2 weeks later on the front of the Sports Illustrated. Larry Johnson and Stacey King was linked on the Mercedes Benz with big rings on and Rolex watches. So you know what I'm saying. So that's letting me know that they threw it. You know what I'm saying. And what I'm saying is, I wish my boy was still here so I can be like, bro, it was rigged way back then. And even over the years that they won it, so they got what, 5 rings, 6 rings. It's been at least 3 years where I know that they should have won it and they didn't. It was the one year when Kansas won it with Mario Chalmers, and it was the one year that Connecticut won it when they had Khalid Elamine and Rip Hamilton. And listen, I'm talking about, I was so distraught. My buddy came over the next day. This back during the VCR when you tape games. He come over like, dog, why are you watching that? They lost. They're not going to win today. So I'm just calling in to let people know, like you still can have favorite teams, but at this point, just treat that man like your favorite movie or favorite actor, because it's all scripted. So with me growing up playing ball and playing collegiate ball, and now me coaching and training, I still respect like the craft of their skill set. But I know it's fixed. You know what I mean?
Now,
I know
did
it
you watch
is.
today's Duke game?
I'm watching it right now.
Did you see the same thing I saw in the first half? Lack of hustle.
Yeah. I seen all that. Yeah.
I mean,
And
it's so obvious. That's why I
yeah,
just
and
get
another
go
thing
like,
that
how do you rig a game? Yeah, it's over. Tennessee's got
yeah.
it. I should not have crossed it out. And I told people, I said, I think I'm letting the media get in my mind talking about this star player being out. I mean, you just see it. Duke did not come here to win this game today. They did not play in the first half.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And then another comment with somebody else that called and talking about like the like maybe it being magnets in the rim or stuff like that. I don't know if you noticed, it was at least 3 games yesterday where the ball got stuck on the right side of the rim, right under the white square, you know, that's in the middle of the fiberglass. The ball got stuck on the same side of the rim on 3 different games. And
I
also,
saw one of the shots that you're talking about, and it was in the same game. I can't remember what game it was, but there was a game where it was just, there were so many threes that it was like everybody was hitting every 3 in the beginning, but every 3 was just making this huge, loud clank.
you was hearing that clank. Yeah.
Sometimes you can get a 3 that rattles in hard, but I mean, not that. It was like every 3 that was going in like that, and then there ended up being a weird shot that went right into like that corner, like stuck there for like a half second and fell down. I was like, that one might have been too far off for the machine to pull it in. So
Exactly. And then there was also another kid who shot a free throw where it just landed on the back of the back on the back of the rim. It just plopped right on the back. It just still. So I mean, if people don't really see that, but like I said, so many people invested with their teams, and then a lot of people forget that fan is, you know, a nickname for a fanatic. So if you're a fanatic, you're not logically thinking, but I'm sitting here telling you, I've been a diehard Duke fan, I've been a diehard Broncos fan, and like I said, I came across you about a year and a half after they beat Cam Newton. But look, even though I want them to win, I'm sitting there watching it. Cam Newton was a bully on the field. Like he run over anybody. I don't know if you remembered that fumble he had. You know, his initial reaction was to plop on it. Then you seen him like yank his hands back, like, oh, I forgot the script.
Exactly.
It was like he stuck his hand in some hot fucking grease. I'm like,
exactly.
You know, Peyton Manning throwing all these wobbly balls, but I'm gonna tell you, the year that they should have won it was the year when Ray Lewis was crying to the owner, I told you he was gonna come back and win. I quit posting stuff on Twitter, man, for like probably about a couple weeks, because like I said, I was so invested into my teams. They was up like 3 scores, right? So the third quarter, I'm all on Twitter like, Like big ups to Ray Lewis. He's probably the best linebacker of all time. But as the third quarter started dwindling down, they start making these big plays. And I just start having this gut, and I'm like, they about to lose this game. They start getting in prevent defense.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. I mean, everybody, and it's like, and be like, oh, I don't even know why they're going. They'll start putting up all these stats about how bad the prevent defense is. Like, well, how come coaches aren't aware of this then? Why they keep doing this? They're all doing the same stuff. By the way, somebody's in the chat right now saying things like, if a player was, in on a fix, they'd kick him off the team. Like, if you're in the chat right now and you're serious, this stream is for people like you to come on here and make your point, because again, that's just to me, it's just such like an absurd comment. Do you know how much money these schools make off the tournament and these rigged games?
Exactly.
That's the whole thing. That's why people watch. If everybody knew that it was so predictable, there'd be no point in watching. They watch for the narrative. They watch for the upsets. They watch for the shocks. I mean, people are shocked right now. 90% of the public money is on Duke. And it's like I told everybody, I said, this is the perfect trap game. I should have just stuck with my initial thought, because Tennessee is 106. Yeah. They're in the same bracket with Marquette. Golden Eagles is 106. It's their 106th season. When I first put my bracket together, I said it would make so much sense if Tennessee and Marquette met in this conference, and I should have just left it. See, even though I'm aware that the media is mind control,
we still can get bamboozled sometimes.
And anyway, here it is. They get right by without Ziegler just fine.
Yeah. It's ridiculous, and I just leave you with this one from your hometown. The reason I bring this up, because this podcast I listened to, they brought this up yesterday, and your Blazers that blew that lead against Kobe.
The Lakers, Game 7.
Yeah, so a year ago, I was watching this podcast that Bonzi Wells had at the time, and Rasheed was on there. Bonzi Wells and Rasheed said to this day, Damon Stoudemire hasn't even went back and rewatched that game. He just can't understand how they was in rhythm on fire, and they couldn't hit nothing to save their life the last quarter. So what that's telling you, that they turned that mechanism off so they can be missing a lot of shots. So the Lakers shouldn't even never started that three-peat. You go look at that roster. Go look at that roster.
The same thing happened for the Lakers versus Sacramento the next year.
Yeah. And look, Chris Webber and them said the same thing. I mean, he kind of know what's going on, so he's kind of being politically correct. But I mean, it's all rigged. So if you got a referee getting fan time coming out with a tell-all book, and y'all still not realizing like the stuff is set up and rigged. Like I don't know what else to tell people. Like I said, people forget that fan is a nickname for being a fanatic. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
Indeed.
So yeah. But yeah, that's the only reason why I jumped on. Like I said, in real time, because I'm a diehard Duke fan, and I'm here to let everybody know that it's all rigged.
You know where I was when Christian Laettner hit the game winner?
Where was you at?
I was outside shooting hoops. We were playing basketball outside, and my dad came right outside. He's like, "You should have just seen the end of the game." Back then, I was like, "I don't want to watch these guys play. I'm out here working on my own game." So.
And we know where I was at. I was at home. My mom was working second. I was at home on pins and needles, and I was hoarse for about 3 days. I was running around the house screaming like a little girl when he hit the shot. You see, yeah. I mean, like, so I've been fully invested in this stuff for years, man. But like I said, once I learned and you probably forgot this, but like I said, I started following you a couple months after Nipsey died, and I gravitated right away, right? But I ended up reaching out to you and buying your first book the day Kobe died, and the reason is because my good friend and my college teammate is Trae Young's godfather, and when that happened, and when you start breaking down, like, well, Trae Young equals 126, and then what was weird about it, Kobe did 2 interviews 2 weeks prior to him dying, and I was happy to see him get interviewed. I'm like, wow, that's good. You really don't see Kobe since he retired. But in hindsight, knowing what was going on, that's what I'm saying. I ended up calling my buddy, and I sent him 2 of your videos. I'm talking about the day when the news broke. Right. I called my buddy. I was like, listen, man, I'm finna send you some videos. I sent them 2 of your videos, and I sent them 2 of Art's videos, right? This dude called me back within 10 minutes. He didn't even get through your first video. So he gravitated to it, right? And I don't want to keep on talking, but it gave me goosebumps, right? So what happened, he called me the next morning. Kobe died on my best friend's birthday, January 26th, right? So my buddy called me the next morning. I got an iPhone. At the time, I didn't know you can leave voice texts, right? So he voice text. He was like, dog, when you get off work, call me. Listen what I'm saying. This was the next morning. He said, Rayford just called me. That's Trey Young's dad name, Rayford. He said, Rayford just called me and said that Vanessa gonna have their public memorial on 2/24. I'm like, bro, you already gravitated to the village. I was like, think of what you said. I was like, it hasn't even been 24 hours. I was like, now wrap your head around not only losing one loved one, you lose two, your daughter and your husband. But you in the right frame of mind to be publicly telling people you're going to have their public memorial on 2/24. Not only that, Trey played for the Atlanta Hawks. You see what I'm saying? Like, he don't even play for the Lakers, but I'm just trying to for people that can't grasp this, like the inner circles of these leagues and stuff, and the family and friends, how they talk behind the scenes, like make that make sense. How are you already in that type of frame of mind to be saying when you're going to have your daughter and husband's public memorial less than 24 hours after they allegedly got killed in the plane crash? But what I pointed out to him, I was like, you realize that's Gigi number and Kobe's current number. Well, the number that he was wearing when he retired. She wore 2 and he wore 24. And he was gone ever since then. You know what I mean? So it's so with me knowing it, like I've let him know, and he followed me on Instagram. He see everything I post, but I kind of like I'm kind of able to go like meet up with him and stuff. Like I could have went to when Trey got drafted. I could have went to the All-Star game last year because I live in Saginaw, Michigan. So the All-Star game was in Cleveland last year. So that's only 3.5 hours. You know what I mean? So, but my thing is, with me knowing the knowledge, I kind of don't want, like I'm gonna go visit my friend, but I kind of don't even want to go be around that atmosphere, knowing, you know what I'm saying, knowing what I know. You know what I mean? You know, it's just bad, man. But I'm gonna go on and get off because I don't want to keep on talking because I know you got some more people.
No, I don't mind. You can stay. If you got more to say, you're welcome to stay on. I mean, this is about having conversations and hearing other people's opinions. And
yeah. Well, like I said, I just don't. I'm in your live streams and stuff every day, or if I don't listen to it live, I wait to listen to it at work. So trust me, I'm locked in every day. I just don't be trying to call in all the time to seem like I'm being overbearing, but I'm locked in. It's just still frustrating that people in my personal life still kind of brush it off. You know what I'm saying? Like some people get it. So while you still give me the floor, this right here, I had to quit talking about it with my girl, right? So I broke down to her about how it works. You know, I done broke stuff down to her. She get it. So she kind of like, okay, I get it. But what happened, I'll say a year ago, I was bringing this knowledge to my mom. So my mom hit me with, okay, what does it do for you? So I'm kind of baffled, like, because you think like we think it should be the light bulb moment for everybody, right? So I'm sitting there, I'm like, Mom, what you mean? She's like, okay, you breaking it down, but I was like, it gives me a clear sense of mind, like where I don't be caught up in emotions when I see certain things, right? But what that did at that time, I was just taking the people, the different deaths and stuff. You know what I mean? But so what my mom helped me do, that helped me get deeper into it to start, you know, doing decodes on stuff that can be considered positive, but it's still scripted. You know what I mean? So that's the next step I took. But this is what I'm saying about my girl, to where since this Monday night game, I have not brought Gematria up to her. So I'm asleep. She nudges me. babe. I'm like, huh? She like, what happened to the football player? They saying he might have just died. And I'm kind of discombobulated. I'm like, ain't no football game. Like, Sunday was yesterday. She was like, well, this seemed current. So as I'm starting to wake up, you know, get my thoughts, I'm like, oh, yes, a Monday night game. Zach, in real time, now, she woke me up out my sleep to ask me what's going on. In real time, I wake up, I see, you know, the score, it's 3-7. I see the Marhammer, so in real time. So I'm thinking she's gonna be like, okay. I start punching in like you see this, like his name equals this, blah blah. She gets mad. That ain't what I asked you. I asked you, what are they? I'm like, but I'm showing you. She, once again, that's not what I'm not asking you about your gematria. I'm like, babe, I'm like, do you see how this is lining up? Like, you know what I'm saying? So I was like, okay, no, never mind. I went back to bed. I haven't brought it up back to her no more. So what I've learned to do, I still bring the knowledge up, but I pick and choose my battles because like with this gematria stuff, it's to the point where you break it down, people really realize, but it's almost like religion. Like when you break down to people about religion, and then they be so invested into where they, you know what I'm saying, they get clammed up to where they want to resent you. So I don't even bring it up to her no more. But that right there, I'm like, you just woke me up out my sleep. Like, you know what I mean? I mean, it's sickening, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy how that story hooked everyone and had them talking. And again, it's just like, you know what annoys me is there was 2,000 and some people in the live stream I was doing on that day, and I was talking about how this was foreshadowing for the market in March and the significance of 83 and claps. And now we have all these banks claps, and literally every single one collapses in an 83 ritual. And again, where's the people that watched the video back in January? It's like
Exactly. And you know what? And a lot of times when you do streams, I'll be watching real time. I'll be like, I know I need to at least video screenshot at least 30 seconds because I know this gonna come to light down the line. And then yesterday, when all this stuff started happening, I was like, I remember the day when he was saying that this the Mark Hamlin thing gonna have something to do with the collapsing in the banking system. And true to fashion, you know what I mean? It's just bad. Yeah, it's just bad.
Yeah, again, for people who weren't here for that, again, I pointed out that it was the first quarter of the game, like how there's financial quarters, and March is the last month of the first quarter. He wore the number 3, and March is the third month, and then his birthday is March 24th, the 83rd day of the year, and the word claps equals 83 like football. Then you have Silvergate Bank claps on 8/3. Then you have Silicon Valley Bank established in 83, claps on the Pope's 83rd day of his age. Then you have Signature Bank, which equals 83 claps. Then you have Credit Suisse, which they're saying could go all the way under this week. Credit Suisse equals 83, and that's in Switzerland where the bankers are from. And I've been saying by the time we get to March 24th, which is this coming Friday, it could get real ugly. If Credit Suisse goes under, they're saying that's going to cause huge problems throughout the whole world. And again, they're contriving all of this by the code, just like how they contrived that whole scene on the football field. And again, I keep explaining it. Sports news, it's all connected. 9/11 Patriot Act, and all of a sudden the Patriots are the greatest football team. It's just
right.
Fair. Hurricane Katrina, Saints could never win nothing. Their nickname was the Aints. Then boom, they're winning the Super Bowl the first season back in New Orleans.
Right.
Over Archie Manning's son, who's gifting interceptions into the secondary, throwing it to nowhere near a cultist to Saints players. I mean, come on.
Exactly. Exactly. So to the people that's in the chat listening, prior to 2 years ago, my team Duke just lost. I'd be mad for like 3 or 4 days. I'm just letting you know like how much this knowledge has freed me up. I'm telling you how diehard I was. Whenever they lost a regular season game, I'm pissed for 2 or 3 days. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just trying to help out the community for the people that's thinking that all this stuff is coincidental or just circumstance. Like, no, this stuff is scripted. And besides me doing the decodes, I do make music as a hobby in my all time. So the project I put out in October, 2 of the songs I spoke, I brought gematria up. You know what I mean? So, and I'm in the process of working on another project now that I'm gonna try to put out like the beginning of like June, something like that. But this last project, it's the EP, 5 songs, and 2 of the songs I talked about gematria. So I just give you a couple of the bars. I say, stay awake. They really got it out for us. Numbers ruled the world through a practice called gematria. It was said to be started in Kabbalah. I'm only giving you hints, so go and research the knowledge. A equals 1 and Z is 26. There's a number for every letter in the alphabet. And that's just one of the few ciphers. Fact check yourself so you can see if I'm a liar. So I'm putting it, besides doing decodes, I'm trying to get people like put in there so they can be like, what, what is gematria? You know what I mean? So I'm gonna continue to do decodes and some way implement it, in songs and stuff like that. So
I appreciate that, and I really think that's the only way the knowledge is going to get out, because people need the entertainment factor. The entertainment factor. That's why I like some of the best, most influential people in waking people up are comedians or
Right.
musicians. So
Right. Yeah. You're right about that. Yeah.
mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, thanks, man, for letting me get on and chat with you for a little while. I appreciate it.
All right. Well, thanks for coming on, man.
All right. Yeah, no doubt.
Okay. You have a good
peace.
day.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's Knowledge for Ignorance out in Michigan. Appreciate that he comes on. He's on topic. And yeah, just the people who passed by in the chat saying you can't rig sports. Come on and let's hear it. Let's hear if it sounds logical about how you can't rig sports. Let's see what it sounds like when it's coming out of your mouth. Then kick him off the team. It's like, dude, I mean, do you not understand that money runs the world? If sports weren't rigged, nobody would watch them. The whole reason people watch sports is because they're rigged. I mean, you have to realize that. If they weren't rigged, it'd be just like children's games. You already know who's going to win the game in a children's game. Like, if there's a group of kids, the dominant team doesn't lose to the loser team. That doesn't ever happen. They beat their ass every time. In pro sports, it's any given game. It's any given day. March Madness. A team of lottery picks can lose to a team of 6-foot scrubs. That's because it's rigged, not reality. Rigged. I'm annoyed with myself for crossing out. I mean, people in my community bet on Tennessee, but I just shouldn't have crossed out Tennessee on my bracket. They had the perfect ritual to face Marquette. We'll see if that happens. The reason I loved that initially out the gate, before I let the media mind control influence me, and it's just like, why? I know better. But again, Tennessee equals 106. Golden Eagles equals 106. That's Marquette's name. It's their 106th season. And it just all lined up so perfect if Marquette and Tennessee played each other. So still a couple games away for it to line up. But that was the first thing I saw when I was putting my bracket together. I've only crossed out 2 games and replaced it with my second thought. And in both games, I got it wrong. The first thought was right. The first thought was right. The crossed out new thought was wrong. And again, that's why, go with your first thought. You hear that advice a million times. Score was 52-65. Tennessee does have the gematria of 52 as well. I'm trying to think if 65 fits in with either team. It might, but off the top of my head, I can't place it. It's 117 points. There's one game where 117 could play today. It's Missouri's 117th season, and their coach's name equals 117, and the Princeton coach's next loss is 117. A lot of times there's a connection with the games. Just trying to think if there's anything else with 117 since you got 117 points. Both losing teams lost with 52 today. Both losing teams go down with 52. 52. I mean, just places like where 52 matters. Again, we know it's all synced up with the Catholic Church. Pope equals 52. That's why there's a 52-week calendar named after the Pope. Words like government, authority, president, White House. We got the big Trump news today. Kabbalah, gematria, tree of life. They're all 52. If you don't know, Kabbalah is where good gematria comes from. The tree of life is the physical model for Kabbalah. So, I mean, it's a significant number, 52, but I'm thinking about why both teams would lose with 52 points. The word devil is 52 as well. Blue Devils. Furman's the Paladins, which are like holy warriors. Something's going on with that 52. I don't think it's mocking you, but that's funny. Yeah, Arkansas does have the 84 connection indeed. They won their opening round game. That one was tricky.
Man, you talk about physically manhandling a team. And Rick Barr said it. We want to make them feel us. In one of the interviews.
Yeah, again, you guys, I mean, I talked about it a million times. It came out of my mouth a million times in all the streams we've done on Patreon about how Tennessee has a great narrative to win this game and how it's the same thing they did a few years ago with the star player being out. Again, it's just like the same old tricks, man. The same old tricks. Have Tennessee play down in game one so they look terrible, barely get by the low-end team. Have Duke look awesome, and then Duke just comes. I mean, you just see it. I mean, that's how easy it is to determine the winner. Just tell Duke to play down. They're probably getting their checks right now, deposited in their account. Go back and watch the game. Go back and watch Duke in the first half and tell me they were playing hard. They weren't. They weren't playing hard on any end of the court. They look lackadaisical. How do you rig a sports game? I saw yesterday Charles Barkley was showing how much better his bracket was than Kenny the Jet Smith. I can't lie, man. My favorite group of personalities on TV over the years has been the NBA, the former NBA player basketball crew. I mean, they have some real human chemistry, and just the way they joke with each other. I mean, they are pretty funny, those guys. I like the way they bicker and make fun of each other. It reminds me of just growing up. I mean, that's how life used to be. People had a sense of humor. They could make fun of each other. It's not like a bunch of sensitive, just like fruitcakes and pink shoes. It just reminds me of what it used to be like living on this earth. It's just like nobody's funny anymore. Everything is trash. No one has a sense of humor. Everyone's so sensitive. It's just like, God, happened to everybody. Everybody gets so weak. Thank you, Uncommon Truth Shaman. Always good to catch a Zach live stream. Awesome to hear knowledge for ignorance, share perspective as well. Indeed, that was nice. And we just got somebody else in the room. What's up, Dante? You're muted, I think. Can you unmute your mic?
How you been doing?
Doing all right. What's up?
Oh, not much. I mean, you've been spot on. I mean, that's the scary part.
Spot on. Like, in what regard are you saying I've been spot on?
I mean, basically about these games. I mean, last night I watched the Bulls. They went to double overtime. I know that's the NBA. Even though they won, there was like
7 losses in Chicago, 37 land, and double OT. That one was tricky though because Minnesota's 38, but staying on the number in the city can work. So
yeah, that does happen. And I'm gonna watch Northwestern and UCLA. I'm thinking UCLA, but I could be wrong.
You like UCLA for the tournament?
I like UCLA to either cover, but I think Northwestern could win, and I could be wrong, even though that probably isn't believable.
My mind is slipping right now. I'm trying to think who UCLA is playing today.
Northwestern.
Northwestern, that's right. Playing Northwestern, yeah. Okay.
And
again, the UCLA narrative to do it all is again, Billy Packer. He's clearly a part of this tournament, and the first ever championship he called, UCLA beat Kentucky in 75.
Yeah, I obviously I wasn't born at that time, but yeah, that's a scary thought. You got some games tonight that might fit into like a number. I'm thinking maybe UCLA wins by 5 points tonight or more, depending on, because this is like the best athletes UCLA would be a nerd school.
All it takes is a little payola to have them play down. Now that you remind me what that game is, the narrative for the upset, that game's also a little bit tight. The narrative for the upset is the Northwestern coach get his 157th win. That's the 37th prime number, and both UCLA and Los Angeles equal 37. And they're playing that game in Sacramento, which also equals 37. So that's the potential upset narrative. And UCLA is one of the bigger favorites of the day. I think they're either a 7.5 or 8.5 point favorite, if I remember right. So
yeah, and you got Purdy Dickerson, and that'll be Purdy Dickerson and the Owls before the Atlantic. I mean that doesn't make sense, but that'll be tomorrow if I remember correctly, and if I remember that correctly. Look at the East Regional. I mean, they're hosting that at the Garden, I think, this year. I think, if I remember that, in New York City. So that's pretty interesting.
Sure. That's a good observation.
So yeah, I mean, basically, I mean, even in the region like the Columbus, I watched that um the Boilermaker game last night. I mean that was kind of unbelievable because I thought Purdue was going to make some shots and win the game, but losing that in the Columbus to a team from New Jersey again, like St. Peter is still from New Jersey, so losing to FDU from New Jersey, that's kind of a weird and ironic stuff.
Like I say, in New Jersey, that's the state associated with the mob. Vegas, founded by the mob. All these Italian coaches. I mean, people should wonder why there's so many Italian college basketball coaches. Again, anybody who's played basketball knows there's not a lot of Italian basketball players, so what makes them great coaches? And literally, they slick their hair back like gangsters. I feel like it's all a tribute, and it's all mockery. And again, the Catholic Church, there's a fine line between the Jesuits and the mafia. So
Yeah, there is. I noticed that too. I mean, I noticed it by noticing that off the floor, off the just noticing that a little bit. But yeah, I mean, it tells me that I think you've been too. I mean, I think you've been too spot on. That's the amazing part because I mean, we're gonna see how everything plays out this weekend, but I think you're doing a great job, and I just want to tell you that. But you have a great day.
all right, man. Appreciate you coming on. Thanks for getting
You
your.
too.
All right, it's back to just yours truly. And is there anybody that wants to come on and hold it down for a minute? My tea has gone through me, and you know what rhymes with tea, so I need a little potty break to take it back to kindergarten. But I'll hang in here until we can get another guest to come hold down the floor. But tea makes you pee. So, all right, Arkansas, Kansas, another really interesting game. Like, to me, Kansas has a great narrative to be in the big game. Bill Self comes in on 131 losses. That's the championship number. There's 3 teams that got the 131 connection in this tournament. 2 of them are blue bloods, and one of them is normally the football dominant school. But I'll tell you, this game's real scary for Kansas right here. This is going to be the one in terms of the numbers that could haunt Kansas, and that's because Arkansas Razorbacks in Gematria equals 288. Today's the day leaving 288 days left in the year, and somebody can get to 28-8 in this game, and it could also mean it's where Arkansas's season ends. That's the one trick. So I know a lot of people in my community really want Kansas in this one, but this one's going to be interesting right here. So Kansas is the favorite. So we'll see here soon enough. It's the next game up. Can they let Kansas and Duke lose? Hey, Arkansas. The thing about Arkansas, so like say Arkansas beats Kansas. Remember what I was saying? The first time a black coach ever won was 84. John Thompson with Georgetown. And then John Thompson died by. So you guys, in Gematria, Jesuit equals 84 forwards, 78 in reverse. Kind of like how Marquette, the Jesuit school, has a black coach. They won with 78 points in their opening game. But John Thompson, remember how he died? The one day of the week that equals 84 forwards and 78 in reverse, just like Jesuit, is Sunday. And again, the Jesuit logo is the sun. The Catholic Church made everybody worship on Sunday instead of the Sabbath day. They used to kill people if they didn't comply. But it's amazing how people don't get it. The English language, sun in the sky, son of God. I mean, it's so obvious. People just cannot see the obvious. Serious mind control. But John Thompson died at age 78 unexpectedly on a 78-date numerology on a Sunday. So anyway, just the black coach thing. Could a black coach, because there's hardly been any black coaches who've won the tournament. One of them was the Arkansas coach. The year Arkansas won the championship, they had a black coach. I think that was the second black coach to ever win the championship, if I'm not mistaken. It was Georgetown, Arkansas, Connecticut, and Kentucky. Those are the schools that have all won black coaches. Georgetown, Arkansas, Yukon, Kentucky. You might want to double check that, but I think that's right. So, if Arkansas gets past Kansas, could be a nod. Remember, we just had a huge ritual with Black in Sports, just on Lincoln's birthday, the man who freed the slaves. You got the first Super Bowl with 2 blank QBs. All right, we got somebody in here. Is it Truth Does Not Exist?
Hey, Zach, what's up?
Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah, I'll hold down the fort for a minute while you use the bathroom. Sorry,
All right.
I'm just fixing my camera.
Okay. All right, I'm going to let you go. It's freestyle time. I'll be back.
Okay. What's up, everybody? Sorry, I just woke up. So I made a video last night if you guys want to check it out. The monthly disaster, I called it. But yeah, if you guys are subscribed, recheck your subscriptions. Frank the Truth Tank was one of the victims that got unsubscribed from my channel. If you're not subscribed, you can subscribe. I'm gonna do an April Fool's video that you're not gonna want to miss. And I have the new Zach Angry compilation also is on the way. I've been editing it, so that's coming out soon. I just got some more clips that I'm gonna put in. So if you guys want to join on that, I guess since he's gone, I'll look up on CNN, see what's going on there.
There's a reason why it's called a possession. But the opportunity. From Lexington to Nashville to Columbia, possession means this moment. As you all you have to do.
Looks like there's not too much going on CNN. See a trash artist, Taylor Swift.
All right, you holding it down?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll let you keep going.
I was just going on CNN, seeing what was on there. Not too much going on. Just like some crap about Taylor Swift.
Okay.
Putin, Trump, the usual suspects.
Well, what's Trump saying he's going to be arrested over? What's this hype about?
Let me see.
Ooh. Allergy time. What's the Trump story? He's saying he's going to be arrested.
It says, former President Donald Trump said Saturday he expects to be arrested in connection with the year-long investigation into a hush money scheme involving adult film actress Stormy Daniels and called on his supporters to protest any such move. And it's so I want to look up what Stormy Daniels is.
Yeah,
I'll
do a big decode. So it's we've already got a lot of it just over the air, but the Stormy Daniels will be the other piece. All right. Well, thanks for holding it down, buddy. You can hang on here. We got another man in the room. What's up, Tim?
What's up?
I can't tell with the sunglasses. Are you the same Tim I met in Portland?
Yeah, this is me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up, man?
I'm just taking a break from work. I saw the topic and I want to share a quick story if I could.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay. So back in 2001, right after the attacks, around the holidays, I was doing an in-between job, and I'm from Cleveland, and I went to this temp agency. They bussed us to Pittsburgh, and we worked at the Sony factory. Okay, it was like they made TVs and stuff. Anyways, the important part is I worked next to this guy named Rick Kuhn. I believe you spell it Cuhn.
Okay.
Okay, this guy's infamous. He's in the movie. All right, well, first of all, he used to play college basketball for Boston College. I worked right next to this guy every day, and he's infamous because he was doing point shaving. He actually served time. He went to prison. They were supposed to make a movie about it. Mark Wahlberg wanted to play him. And if you look him up, his name is Rick Kuhn. He played like amateur baseball, big athletic guy. And in the movie Goodfellas, they talk about their Pittsburgh connection. And if you listen closely, they do talk about point shaving, Boston College in that movie. But like I said, I work right next to this guy.
Sure. Yeah,
And
that's a good real life
you know,
example.
real life example back in the late 70s, it was a big deal. I mean, it's kind of before what I remember. I don't, 76 or 78, I'm not really sure. But he's an actual guy. And, like he told me he was the only one that took the fall for that point shaving. And he kind of like wink, like we were all in on it, but I was the one that took the fall for whatever reason. But they all got paid by the mob or by one family in New York. It's on Wikipedia. You can just look up Boston College point shaving, and his name will come up. And real life example of manipulation of college
And for the record,
basketball.
Boston College is a Jesuit school. Oh shit, I hit the wrong button. Boston College is a Jesuit school. So
yeah, so Rick James gave me these cards. They are nice. We're funneling people to you, Zach.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, awesome. All right, have a good stream. I'm going to go back to work.
Enjoy the rest of your day, man. Tell Rick congrats on the wins, and I appreciate you guys sharing the work like that. Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't hear that. Thank you.
I don't know why you can't hear me. Can anybody else hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll rewind.
Well, I was just saying thanks, Tim. Have a great day. I appreciate you. Okay. Yeah, some kind of glitch there. What's up, Itachi?
Not much, man. Just enjoying National Save a Florida Panther Day.
Yeah. How's that hockey team doing?
I don't know. They play today though, so they're
Okay.
minus 120.
Sounds like the best joke since Penguin Day. So
Yeah, that was crazy. Remember, they got their 1972nd win all time, and it was created
Penguin
in
Day,
1972.
72.
Yeah, yeah. And then there was also National Islander Day, where the
Here,
Islanders won.
again, for all the people out there who just again, you guys, it's sad how low the IQs are in America, but all you guys who come in and leave comments like there's no way they'd rig it, the teams wouldn't go for that. Again, you guys, they make so much money off the rigging. A lot of you guys need to do math. Here, what is your salary? The average American salary is below $50,000 a year. These coaches are getting paid millions of dollars to coach these teams. So there's an argument for that to be on. You don't know how much the players are getting under the table. But young people do a lot for money. But again, do the math. How many years do you have to make $50,000 to get just $1 million? These guys are on multi-million-dollar annual contracts. If you guys cannot do the math, you have to work 20 years making $50,000 to make $1 million. And actually, that's not even true because when they take taxes out, you probably only make about $600,000. You have to work about 40 years to make $1 million at $50,000 a year. 40 years. These guys are making what you make over a lifetime in less than a season. You don't think there's a motive to be in on the rigging? That's what these guys are paid to do.
And they gotta, have the consequences that come along with it. Hey, Sean Kemp, you retired 20 years ago, but we need you to be in this shooting ritual on, what was it, on 3-8, and Sean Kemp equals 38. It was like the 67th day of the year or something. Seattle 19. He played for Seattle. 67th, the 19th prime. He's born on the 331st day of the year. Yeah, just like that type of stuff. It's no coincidence they got guys like Russell Westbrook wearing a shirt.
If you worked for $50,000 a year, like some of these people get like multi-$100 million contracts just for $50 million. It would take you 1,000 years to make $50 million at a job where you get paid $50,000 a year.
And then the other question is, are these guys even really getting that much money? Because half of them are broke 5 years after out of their league, and they're like, are they really that dumb? Of course, they have all the lawyers and agents around them that are sucking it up, but
it's like when they said Tom.
So
but it's like, you can't keep a secret for $1 million or more,
Exactly.
A lot of people could keep a secret for a lot less than that,
How many people in the world are going out killing guys for $2,000? So
yeah.
Yeah, that's why I mean. Just it's like people don't have any common sense. Like there's no illogic there, or yeah, there's a lot of illogical thoughts,
Yeah.
but there's no logical thoughts in most Americans' heads. And again, why do I say that? From living in America and just talking to people for a decade, I can't find hardly anyone that has a logical, rational brain. All I find are program robots who repeat exactly what's said on TV day in and day out.
Yeah, a lot of the pushback I get with this stuff, the undeniable stuff, like the Islanders Day or today the same Florida Panther Day, it doesn't come out at a 100% rate, but they'll be like, I'm sure you could have found something for the other side, and the retards don't understand. Yeah, the games are double coded. They're not just going to make it a one-way street, but they think like.
Well, it's like there wasn't really anything really for Furman today, right? I mean, it's just like, and again, it's just another example of that's why these people are so annoying. Again, a logical brain to go, yeah, what are the odds of that? San Diego State equals 139. It's 139 days after the San Diego State coach's birthday. It's their 54th season, and the Furman coach falls to 139 and 54. I mean, like, and this stuff lines up like this day after day. That shows that it was scripted all the way up to that moment. And it's just like Duke. Duke goes out with 119 wins against the Volunteers. Volunteers won 19, and I made a good point about why Tennessee looked like where they were going to in their bracket, and I'm pretty sure that's exactly what's going to happen at this point. So,
yeah, the college games are the easiest to tell how scripted it is. I mean, Virginia, how they lost, throwing it to the middle of the court.
Exactly. I mean, come on. And then
you got to be a retard.
Like, oh, man, what heartbreak for that player to end his college career like that. Please. Let's go see how much money he got. Let's see what
they rewarded him, too. They had him win. I didn't know he was around when they won with UVA, but it's
exactly. And now here's how he's got to pay tribute this year. I mean, exactly. What basketball player would ever do that? Just fire the ball up for God knows what reason? I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, not even a bad high school team would do that. But you just have these, grown men with like you think they have some kind of logic, but they're just like, oh, come on, man, in that pressure.
Exactly. That was the pressure of the moment. It's like, dude, do you play sports? I mean, if you're good at your sport, I'm sorry, you don't just forget how to play. I don't care how much pressure there is. You wouldn't be the coach would know not to have you on the court if you're that kind of guy. You wouldn't be out there.
And you pull a Chris Webber calling a timeout you don't have before you just not even try. I mean, just thinking logically, it's like, okay, this is the best thing I can do. Just
hey, remind me, what school did you go to, Itachi?
I went to New York University for a while.
Very hard school to get into. So here's a guy with a brain for people who don't get it.
Yeah, appreciate that. Finished at Trinity, where they had went to school with Bill Belichick's son, actually in high school and college. Nice guy.
Must mean you're a definite shill.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Hey, Itachi, the trolls. The most interesting thing they have on you is like I don't follow anime, but they say like Itachi's like this piece of shit troll or anime character. What's your response to that?
Okay, I'll explain it. Yeah, so I made this YouTube when I was like 13 years old. So I used to watch this anime. That was the character I liked, and I'm like, I'm not just going to change my YouTube name. So, you blink and fucking.
Well, what's the character about? Is the character really a bad guy?
Oh, he kills like his own village for power and stuff. I mean, but he's like one of the strongest, coolest kind of characters. Yeah, but I mean, if you're applying morals to like an anime, it's like.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Well, but then in reality, you're not like that because like you could like. I mean,
I'll give you an example of
how kill their own village are the people who come in this community who I promoted for forever, and then they finally get a platform and they start talking all kinds of shit. So
I'll give you an example of how I'm the opposite of that. On Patreon, sometimes you can see the total. I had on the setting where you can see the total per month. So there was a guy, like this lawyer. He paid the total per month because he thought that's what the entry fee was. So it was like back when, it was like around 300. So he thought that's what he had to pay instead of that's what, the total amount was from all the patrons. And, a lot of people that have just sat back, said nothing, just take the money. I reach out to the guy. I'm like, listen, it's only, $5, $10. You don't need to pay me all that much each month for the stuff. But yeah, I wouldn't say, I'm one of these people because I do see people jump into this stuff just to make money, conspiracy, Joey, people like that. They just kind of find this
another
stuff.
Guy that just begged all every week, just begging to get on TFR.
Yep.
And then as soon as he got a little following, then he just leaves and then he starts talking shit. It's just like, what a human piece of shit that guy is.
And
he
he's
just
one
have
of the
comment that I'm poisoned. It's like, dude, fuck you, fat, bald loser. All
Yeah.
I did was promote your fat, sorry ass who makes, and again, another guy that makes things look dumb, just like
Part of the
everybody's
Saturday
in a
Club.
clone suit. Everybody's a shapeshifter. It's like, this guy's a wackadoodle.
Yeah, no, he's remember that well, I mean, just he was telling everyone to put their house and wife on the
I know.
Cavaliers.
Until they were to bet their house on like a 15-point favorite that lost, that looked like they were going to lose that day. It's like, what the hell? That was like
Yeah,
the
it's like
dollar
he's
parlay of the day.
It's like it's trying to make the work look bad, I swear. But yeah, it's I see why sometimes you would think like maybe you should have just kept this knowledge to yourself with
Exactly. Like, that guy's just a fucking loser, dude. It's like he's the last guy that deserves the knowledge.
And what that guy does, he'll go through like my Instagram, like stalking, going like back pictures 4 years ago, being like, "Oh, look, see Itachi's at a Lakers game," like before I knew the games were rigged and stuff.
Right. It's just another dumb argument. I
Like
mean, that's
dumb stuff to discredit you.
Yeah. The point is, he's saying he woke up now after Kobe's death, and now he's saying, I'm not going to do that anymore. I mean, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That guy's a moron.
And he used to say, decoding the sports, that's more satanic than going to the games and giving them money because you're giving them time and energy. And now he's doing it. I'm just like, wow, there's, got another Ashkenazi piece of shit.
Yeah. Speaking of Ashkenazis, did you see the woman that collapsed on the news this morning? It's not hard to see where she goes on Saturday.
No. That sounds like deja vu. It feels like they've done that before. An Ashkenazi woman collapsed.
Hold on. Take over the show, you guys. Somebody's at my door surprising me.
Well, it's funny. It's funny the two idiots, Conscious X and Call Me Kinfolk, the other idiots that are saying, "Oh, everybody's a clone." Like I see people inside the comments are like, "Oh, Zach should collaborate he should collaborate with them." It's like, why? It's like, I don't think that he should be associated with them at all.
The only thing I respect about that guy is he did mention the Jesuits and the Soluminati, kind of, big 145 ritual. But yeah, he made another guy who makes the work look bad, and his proof for the cloning is like a YouTube video, people talking about it. It's just bullshit.
I mean, like his decoding level is like Ali. It's like this guy sucks. He doesn't know how to decode.
Yeah, anyone who had Boston beating the Warriors, you got to kind of worry about that. But he does have a big following. I mean, being a former reaction video guy, and I don't know. It's just it's like, where do these people come from? Former military YouTube reaction video. Now they're like doing gematria, but throwing in stuff that just kind of makes it look bad.
Yeah, case in point, the two most popular gematria channels now that seem to not have the algorithm ever go against them. What do they do with gematria? They use like almost every.
That's what we were just talking about. Yeah.
Clone, and here's the gematria proof. It's like, oh my god, this is so bad.
That's what we were talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they're gonna try and attach it to. It's like, I remember when I shared this with my family for the first time. They're like, the next question they asked me if I think the Earth is flat. They just want to attach it to all this other.
That's what my whole channel comment was when the flat Earth thing came around, because that was 2015, and this work hadn't gotten popular. That didn't get popular until 2016, because we nailed all the sports and called Prince's death. But that was the year the work got popular. But up to that point, you just check my comments. It's always Bill. I bet this guy thinks the Earth is flat. It's just like,
when did you start having like these, like, just consistent trolls? Not just one-offs.
No, the consistent trolls have been here since 2014. 1 year into the work.
Wow. Yeah.
No, 2014 was a bad year for me. I had all kinds of weird stuff happen, personal life, just nonstop trolling. So yeah, I mean, we're getting close to a decade of trolling now.
And you notice, like, the other people don't get trolled. They'll have the wrong picks all the time.
Or how about, one of the channels I'm talking about, he seems all right, but he literally put out like the dumbest basketball decode in the history of basketball decodes and said why Boston was going to beat Warriors. And it's so easy to pick the Warriors last year. It was just so obvious. But he totally skipped the 22 thing and said Boston. It's like, how do you skip basketball in Boston in 22?
And he was mentioning that movie.
There was just like so bad. It was literally like the worst sports decode in the history of sports decode. But his channel grew by about 20,000 subs in the time of the NBA Finals. It's like, seriously, like a horrible decode and a wrong pick, and your channel goes up 20,000 subs.
How does the guy who sells the Chinese flashlights? God, I don't know why I can't think of his name, but why doesn't he have any trolls?
Brian.
Yeah, Brian. Why doesn't?
Nobody really has any trolls in the truth community.
Yeah.
Richie from Boston, like just a known scammer, liar, been wrong about everything.
Exactly. And what's amazing is people keep going back to those channels. It's like, how could Richie from Boston said we would literally all die about 50 times when 5G came out. And I was telling everybody, again, I mean, look at everything I've told people over the years has been right. Don't worry about the 5G thing. That's nonsense. Yeah, there probably is health consequence to all these frequencies in the air, but 5G is just a touch up from 4G, which we're already on.
Well, we already have 5G because Wi-Fi routers already broadcast.
Everyone's routers in their house were already 5G. So,
and that was like 15 years ago.
That's why it's just like, I mean, just the stuff that people just like get on and what becomes viral, flat earth, 5G is going to kill us. It's like, this is why mainstream people just automatically group us in, because they're just so sick of the conspiracy theory weirdos with all of their false predictions and doom and gloom. It's like, we're not doing that over here. We're showing you real knowledge to see what's really going on in the world.
Another real prediction just this month with the fall. I mean, all of last month you were talking about the economic collapse that was going to happen, and then what happened?
January 2nd with the whole Damar Hamlin thing. And
yeah,
that's annoying. I mean,
how many banks
there were
collapsed
2,500 people in that live stream who should have heard what I said. Where are they all now? I mean, like, none of them came back. Okay, now it's happening, and they're not paying attention. It's just like, all I really cared about, though, was why he was down on the field.
Yeah. See, those people, they think all the games are real. They think he actually fell. All they care about is, was he vaccinated or not? They're like stuck in that bullshit. You know, just
like, these people are being sacrificed. You know, they've been being sacrificed since before there was any,
Yeah, doing these rituals, and they don't want to hear about any of that. They think all the game's real. They think he actually got hit so hard that happened. His heart stopped, but. Yeah.
Like, all these people have been like dying in their sleep mysteriously all this time, And
there wasn't even anything special about that tackle. I mean, it's just like average NFL game probably has 10 tackles a game that are a lot harder than that. It's just
that's the counterpoint I brought up to my friend. But it's just what was kind of cool is how they were they had that talk show joking that the games are scripted and whatnot. And he said, you know what, I'm actually starting to think that they are, which is kind of sad. That you're actually like starting to think that they may be, but it's just like it's almost so obvious with how the games end, how they perfectly cover the spread, how a team like Charleston will be down 4 with 1 second left and foul, so they don't cover the spread.
Exactly. That's why if you're a sports gambler, you're paying attention to things like that, and then you're really saying, you're like, wait a minute, all these other games they didn't foul.
Yep.
But then this one they did. And it's so obvious.
Got to be brain dead not to see it. And
what's funny is
that's exactly why I have the same tired rants over and over, because I've been saying the same thing since I was 18 years old. This country's brain dead, man. These people are brain dead. I've been saying it since even before I was 18.
And what's funny is that people are so like, oh, they can't be rigged or whatever. But then like on the news, it's like, oh, well, should betting be allowed on rigged games? Like that was a news headline.
Hey, more mockery. People have been betting on rigged games the whole time.
Yeah. I don't know how.
I just always get tired too, the people that come through the chat, but then don't have the balls to come on and present their argument on the screen. It's just like, what's that about? That's the fair thing. It's all these people that have these big, hard opinions that deny everything. At the end of the day, they know that they're not riding on anything. They're just riding with the rest of the crowd. And that's why they don't have the confidence to come on and debate themselves. You'll never see anybody come on here and do a real debate.
It's the only guy who wants to debate you is the guy who keeps harassing, calling you.
And he doesn't want to debate. He's just harassing. Yeah, he's just a weirdo.
Threatening to get the Patreon removed. I mean, this guy's a psycho. He'll be in my chat 24/7. Have trolls in my chat mentioning him. It's like, where did these guys come from?
Well, Martin Luther warned about it 500 years ago. So.
It's true. And what the South Park is so funny. They kind of tell the truth about like that stuff. They have an episode with the biggest troll and who it is. And it's like Kyle's dad and, Kyle, the Jewish character. But it's just like, I don't know. Sometimes they just like tell you the truth. In the latest episode, they're talking about like Jews run the media and everything. And, he's like, oh, you're on thin ice here. And when Cartman says that, it's like, they're just telling you.
Yeah. Yeah. Indeed. Yes, in the huddle with Kansas, the coach obviously told him to chill out a little bit. We want to keep the game closer so people watch.
Wow.
They're just walking around, moving all slow, unchecked at the basket. I mean, it's just like,
yeah, you could easily tell in that Duke game. It's just like they were going at half speed.
yeah, exactly. They weren't even playing in the first half. It's just so obvious. I'm trying to remember the Kansas point guard the other year that just forgot how to do lay-ins and kept throwing the ball everywhere. Oh God, what year? It was like 4 years ago. I can't even think of the dude's name, but it was just like,
Is he in the NBA now?
he did go to the NBA. I can't even think of his name right now, but it's just like, I mean, you guys really think he's having this bad of a day? Just forgot how to make lay-ins.
I've seen that. The end of the Celtics Houston game where Jason Tatum gets all the way and then he just airballs the layup. It's like, yeah, he did have to stretch himself
You see
out.
the Xavier point guard yesterday? It's like, come on, man.
No,
I know you don't. God, he just the wide open lane just totally. I mean, didn't even put. It was just get it. And just before that, he's starting to fight with his own teammate. I'm just like, come on, man.
Yeah, they gotta have these kids acting. That's what their classes are. You know, you learn this script, you come off this way. That's what their classes are.
Yeah, I don't know what the new trend is with wearing O as your jersey number. I get why Damian does it from Oakland, but unless the guy for Xavier is also from Oakland.
Yeah, I know Gilbert Arenas did it. Kevin Love. Yeah,
Gilbert Arenas, his whole career ends on some weirdo gun thing. I'm sure that was part of all the script.
Yeah, his name probably equals like Revolver or something. It's always that type of bullshit.
That happened before I knew Gematria.
It would be cool to go back and look at all that. Like in 2011, I know the 65th season that was won by Dirk and White equals 65, and you just see in the finals it's like JJ Barea and Dirk outplaying LeBron. But yeah, it'd be cool to.
Sorry, there's one of those 50-foot 3-pointers just now.
They made it?
Yeah, finally one went in. He had to shoot it because that's the only time you should ever put up that shot if the shot clock's expiring. I get so tired of watching all these guys just hoist up these deep threes for no reason. It's just so annoying to watch. It's like, is there another arc back there that I don't know about? Is there bonus points for that shot?
It's funny. I like sometimes I'll see when you predict one in the games or before it's predicted that during the game, you know how they stage it. That's like, oh, this other team's gonna win, and then the team that you're talking about is gonna win. It ends up winning at the end. And while that's happening, everybody's like, "Oh, look, they're losing. Look, he's wrong." And then at the end, you don't hear anything from them once you're right.
That's why I wish my channel was never deleted. I'd always go back. I'd be referencing it all the time because there was literally like 10,000 hate comments in the comment section. That's not an exaggeration. That's about how many hate comments there were. Because I guaranteed that Brady was going to beat the Falcons, and it would be all about 25 before the game was played. And he did win on a 25-point comeback, but when he was down 25, you should have seen the way the comments were piling in.
So really not
Patria, yeah, fucking retard. I mean, like a million comments like that. And after the game, it was crickets in the comment section. So
yep,
not even one. I mean, that kind of just tells you what society's like.
HD's quality leaves the comment. If you can practice making a shot perfectly 1,000 times, you can practice missing 1,000 times. Yeah, and again, you don't need to practice to miss a shot. I mean, just if you're a shooter, I mean, just, don't do your follow through. Put a little extra touch on it that you don't need, or just leave it short. I mean, it's not hard to miss a shot and make it look like you tried to make it. I mean, that's easy. So there was only one person who could beat me in horse growing up, and the only reason he could beat me is because he'd mastered the half-court shot. It was cheap. It's like, oh, my God, he was the best at shooting half-court shots. So anyway. Atachi, you a basketball player?
Yeah. Not too good. Could have went like D3. Like some schools in Rhode Island or St. Lawrence had some offers, but I'm just like, I'm not gonna, work. I didn't love the game enough to where I'm gonna go to college and treat it like a job, but not get compensated for it. But yeah, I started playing when I was like probably in fourth grade. I started with soccer first, but yeah, I'm like almost 6'4". So
you never played sports until fourth grade?
Basketball, I didn't start playing until fourth grade. I used to play soccer growing up. Parents from Jamaica, so we cared more about soccer. But yeah, I wish I played when I was like 4. But yeah, played Catholic school, and then my high school was pretty good. they would get like postgraduates, meaning someone did their high school, but they would come as like a fifth year. And, I had some guys go to Columbia and some other D1 schools, but one guy playing in Europe. I actually played with this guy who plays with the Dolphins now. He got offered by like Houston, which is funny. Christian Wilkins, he was like the 13th pick. But yeah, he just freak athlete. His uncle's or his cousin's father is Dominique Wilkins. So that just lets you know how athletic the guy is.
Sure. Dominique jumping out of the gym.
Yeah, he won a championship at Clemson, but yeah, no, not good enough to be D1, but really just basketball. I've never swung a baseball. That's why I love betting on the baseball. It's like I can't relate to any of this stuff, but when you're able to call a baseball, I think that proves it almost more than anything. You got baseball players asking you who you think is going to win the baseball game.
Sure. Yeah. Baseball, that was my best sport growing up. But
were you a pitcher?
Shortstop and pitcher.
Yeah. Jeez.
Yeah.
They say that's the hardest sport. The hardest thing to do is like hit a baseball.
Not if you practice every day. My dad, man, he worked me to the bone. My dad didn't talk to me for 6 months when I quit playing baseball. See, I wish I could go back and be a teenager over again because I quit playing all my sports. And, I didn't really, I still played, but I quit playing like competitively and everything because my mom just telling me I need to start working jobs and saving money and get ready for college. And she's like, you're not going to be tall enough. You're too short.
Yeah, I had those talks about the NBA when I was like in 5th grade. And looking back, I'm like, yeah, thank God. There are some people who just their whole life, they just try to make it to these leagues. And like the ceiling is like you could be a coach, at some high school or something, or maybe some low college or, some trainer. But yeah, so too many people's lives, I think, just devoted to, just kind of a game. And I think that's how they can get away with a lot of the, the bullshit that they do with the sports as distractions. People are like, okay, so what if this whole pandemic is bullshit? We got the sports games back. So
Indeed, it's just it's the thing that keeps the average American male going, man. They don't like life that much, but they got their sports games, and it keeps them going. My dad's one of a million examples. My dad's a funny guy because now that even though he sees the games are rigged now, he still gets disappointed when his teams lose. He just like the 49ers broke his heart in the NFC Championship. So
it's weird. Some people just can't fully, get out of it. It's just, instinct to get their happiness from the rigged sports team.
Sure. In the case of my dad, he's almost 70 years old, and sports have been his whole life since he was, probably 5 years old. So,
yeah.
My dad, though, man, he every day when he would get home, every day he wanted me to be a pro baseball player. We had this little tiny wiffle balls, very small wiffle balls, and he had it on this shooter machine. And the thing about wiffle ball is it moves all over the place, but he'd be like 20 feet away, so there's not a lot of reaction time. It was on a hard spring. It would shoot these tiny little hard wiffle balls, and it was good training, though, man, because I was a real good hitter. It was hard a strikeout for me was super rare. I was on base most of the time, but that it was that little wiffle ball training. Yeah, my dad put a lot of time in. That's why he didn't talk to me for 6 months when I quit baseball. And that was like my parents not getting along. My mom's telling me every day I need to quit and move on and start working and get more paper routes and find some more odd jobs. And that's what I did. I worked my ass off, but I look back at that. I'm like, that was not right that my mom did that to get me to quit all my sports to start working like a slave as a teenager.
Yeah, you can do that your whole life. Can't take the childhood away from a kid, but
I don't, I also, in the way, I don't want to complain about it. Everything worked out. I still played a lot of sports. Well, I did play it at nighttime. We'd all go, like I said, we got that hoop membership. So the basketball team would be there. And again, like sometimes it's supposed to be like, Zach, you didn't play on your high school basketball team, did you? Because they're the fed thing, all the information. But the thing is, yeah, I could have played on the high school basketball team. Go back and talk to the high school basketball team. I would have been the third best player on that team, and that's saying something because Derek Ravio was on that team, who was a star at Gonzaga, and so was Michael Roos, who was the left tackle of the Titans for a decade. But no, I could ball out, and
we got a league
it's
going.
just like I was working instead of playing for the high school team at that point. That's all. I do regret that looking back.
It could have been part of the script.
Well, I wouldn't have made it any. I could have played at a smaller school. I'll tell you what. So here, another good player was a guy a year above me. He was the shooting guard for the team, a year older than me. He went down. He was my friend. He went down to Arizona with me, and he played for not Arizona State, but he was trying to get into Arizona State. He was a shooter, but I can't remember what Arizona school he was playing at. The smaller school down there, and he was living in the apartments that had nice basketball courts. And there was one day where his team was out there with him, and him and I started talking shit because he was saying he was better than me. I said, okay, let's play one-on-one. He's like, I'm only playing one-on-one if we got $100 on it. I said, okay, let's do it, $100. And keep in mind, this guy's about 4 inches taller than me. He's 6'2", I'm 5'10". But anyway, he got humiliated. So again, I was just whenever the trolls come and try to talk shit, it's like I wish we'd go back and trust me.
Yeah, well, I hate when these retards.
Don't have any reason to be talking shit. The reason I come across with so much confidence is because my whole life I've been backing up my points. So it doesn't matter if it's in the classroom, sports field, debate, doesn't matter. I've been backing it up.
When these retards are like, "Oh, have you ever played a sport?" It's like they should.
Yeah, that's why I can see through the bullshit ass sports.
Exactly. It's just so ironic.
Yeah, it's like the fact that you're even arguing tells me that either you haven't played them or you're a moron. So
it's crazy. Yeah, we got to get one of these guys besides Larry Johnson to kind of come on and talk about it. I'm sure there's I know they watch your stuff for sure, but it's like they don't even want to. Oh, no one wants to openly acknowledge it.
Yeah, it is very annoying, man. And again, just the thing that's so frustrating for me is it's 2023 now, and I get 1/50th of the views I got 6 years ago, which just it's not encouraging as a content creator. But at the same time, it's like, well, this is what it is. If you want to get the word out, you got to keep persevering anyway.
True, and it's like you'll build up people, and like people will go over there, and then those people, once they get built up, that's when they'll start all this like conflict and drama and. Just some people are like, I don't want to deal with the drama, and they'll just go away. But yeah, it just doesn't help.
It doesn't.
Or the snakes.
Yeah. Yeah. And again, I mean, it's also just a lot of people just fall for the trolling. And it's just like, like, for example, Rambo, I go look at his comment section, who's all in there praising him and trying to instigate things.
I was
just
just
people
going to
that
say
troll
that.
my channel. And Rambo's probably just not paying attention enough to realize those are the trolls. But yeah, that's the game that these people have been playing with a lot of people's channel. That's the same thing that happened to Derek years ago. And again, I mean, people just fall for it. So
it happens to me. I see all these trolls try and like come in my comment section and say, "Oh, you think this guy's so great? Oh, he's a fraud, and oh, look at he's such a liar. He's racist," and like just like they just throw everything that they have at you.
Yeah. There was a guy.
Yeah, said they're racist. It's like we bring out like the most diverse community of people there ever was everywhere we go. It's because we're so racist. So
there was this guy spamming at 3 a.m. like about your stuff in my comments. I'm just like, is it
exactly? The trolls don't sleep, man. They post 24/7, 365.
Oh yeah, I've gotten troll comments like as soon as I turn on a live stream at like 5 in the morning or like 2 or like my upload schedule is crazy. I upload stuff whenever, and there's a troll like first comment's a troll in like 10 seconds of me uploading a live stream.
Yeah. No, I've gotten back from like London at 2 a.m. on a Friday, and they're there, and I'm like, really? Just 2 a.m. on a Friday. This is what you guys are doing, and they're like, well, it's 11 in Las Vegas. I'm like,
a part of it, even like people, or it's like some kind of AI bot that's always there.
Well, this one, it was Bozo Jackson and Mr. Anderson. They like teamed up, and I don't know. They started talking shit after kind of last March Madness, and just started kind of.
Yeah, Mr. Anderson was always kind of a dickhead. I mean, he thinks all there is to decoding is looking at
the referees. Yeah,
like,
yeah, it's almost like making the stuff real. I don't know, but yeah.
I mean, there is something to rotation numbers, but that's not all of it. So.
Oh yeah, that's funny, but yeah, just the trolls are there 24/7. They you'll see people. Like they'll go on to like a Math 2Con video, not even talking about his stuff, and just trying to stir up the pot. It's like,
I see it all the time. Like I'll just drop by a Gematria Decoder's live stream, and then all the live stream chat is about me. It's like I'm not even in here. They're not even talking about me. So,
and that Kathy bitch. I mean,
she's such a weirdo. I saw somewhere somebody's like, does anybody know like even what comment Rambo's talking about, and somebody left the actual quote, and then I was like, see, read the quote. Like I said, it wasn't about Rambo. It was about how dumb his thing is about purple lights and his claim about being in the Illuminati, essentially. And then Kathy's right under it. She's like, go to this video at this exact timestamp. And it's just like, okay, just the fact that you even know that just shows what you're about. See, people don't understand that lady's a fucking weirdo. And she kept begging to help me out with delivering the books. And I kept telling her, no, I didn't need help. And then literally I gave her 300 books to fill out addresses for. And she literally filled out 100 of the 300 addresses wrong, which cost me a whole ton of money, extra shipping, extra books to ship. And I just knew in hindsight it was intentional. It's like, that's why she wanted to help out, just to create a fucking headache. So
yeah, just I remember it's like a New Year's Eve stream I was doing, and you know my stream's just like on the wall. It's like, you know, nothing big platform presentation, but it's like just in there spamming like my place of work, like just next level.
She's like another kind of Fed, and she's also one of the main moderators for No Impact Flicks.
Yeah, it's an obvious network. They, you know, don't troll people actually making the work look bad, putting out wrong pics, who have ties to the government, who have worked for the government. They have nothing for those people, but, you know, they'll sit here and harass us 24/7.
People that like to plug each other in the ass.
Yeah, there are a lot of people that hang around this community just to try and cause problems, because there's people in the world that do not like what we're exposing. Again, you know, go rewind to before 2013. This information wasn't out there. There was nobody in the world talking about what's actually going on, the way this code used to rig pretty much everything that everyone's paying attention to. News, sports, media, elections. I mean, again, crypto, the market. And just starting to pay attention to the market more. It's the same thing. The top performing stocks every day have the same gematria as the date numerology. It's like the sports game.
I saw something funny with the market. You saw how gold went way up on St. Patrick's Day?
Sure. Yeah.
Pot of gold. Yeah.
Yeah. Leprechauns.
Yeah.
And it's funny, the what like some of the stuff that the trolls say, like they're like, oh, he used to be good in like 2020, but now all his videos suck. And then like I went back to 2020, and then there's troll comments there from 2 years ago, and then they're like, oh, he sucks now. He was so much better in 2019. You know, like they just say the same stupid thing to like try and get people to believe like, oh, has he gotten worse? It's like, no, he's been making the same videos for like 10 years. You know.
But the reality is the work's gotten better over the 10 years. I mean, we know way now than we used to.
We have way more numbers, you know. We have the whole 201 thing that was, I think, since around 2020 we've been talking about. You know, it's like 56, 36 is the new one. IHS is 36. You know, it's like we have more predictions than ever.
The base 8, I like that. You know how 201 is 311 in base 8, or maybe the other way around. But it shows.
Oh, that's right. 201 is 311 in base 8, and again, event 201, the pandemic on 311, and 129 is 201 in base 8, and Georgetown's 129, and the Jesuit order is 201, and Anthony Fauci 10 days before Trump's in office is at Georgetown talking about how there's going to be a pandemic in the time of Trump. It's just.
Yeah, I mean, the work's never been better, and I feel like, you know, they're aware of that, so they got to make distractions. And every time they have these little, you know, Rambo call in and do that type of stuff, it detracts from the work.
I always see people.
Rambo's not some kind of agent. He's just getting played by the trolls. I mean, that's all that's going on there with that.
Yeah, I see. Like I've seen him mentioned by the trolls all the time. They're like, oh, I hope that he sees what Zach really is, and like I see them talking like in the comment section. They're like, oh, he's such a terrible person. You shouldn't be associated with him, and like all this stuff. They say it to everybody to try and get them to leave. They try to say that to me, I think a couple of times. They're like, oh, you don't need Zach, and like stuff like they just say anything. Like I've seen like every argument. They'll try and they'll say anything.
Sure. And again, I mean, the reason they stay on me is because, again, I'm the source of the work, and no one's putting out more content. I mean, if I'm not putting out content, like Itachi's doing work every day on sports, but I mean,
yeah, I'm not doing the news. I'm not showing the picture.
There's nobody else covering the news and everything every single day. I'm covering everything every single day. So.
But yeah, I mean, they'll be around for years. It's crazy. It's like I can't imagine how sad of a person you got to be. Like as soon as a big game is over, the first thing you want to do is just hop on and troll. It's like that's what these people live for. That's why they wake up.
Yeah, that seems to be their job. It's just like the Lispy guy who accidentally put his face out there and who looked part Italian. No surprise. You know, he's like, I'm self-employed. I was like, what's your job?
Self-employed to do what?
It's like, how can you be self-employed if all you do every day is just sit around and screen record all of my videos and troll all day long?
I asked him, I was like, how do you have access to a computer 24/7? He's like, what kind of stupid question is that? It's like, yeah, do you bring your desktop to the store with you? It's like, hello.
Well, I mean, he could be working from home and have some online job, but the reality is if you're working and self-employed, you wouldn't have time to screen record every single video I do.
No,
You'd
of
be
course
more
not.
busy than a 9 to 5 person if you're self-employed.
Yeah, it's obvious that your job has been since 2015 to harass me. So, and then, like I said, the whole time I said, I guarantee you this guy is, you know, I guarantee he's the kind of guy that hangs out in like, you know, the Castro in San Francisco or Capitol Hill in Seattle, because no man outside of the butt plug club would ever do that. And that's also why they want a society that's emasculated and gayer by the day, because that's what I mean, with no like testosterone in society, it just starts looking like this. And I mean, I don't want to diss Rambo, but Rambo, the 2 times he's called in, is sounded like a woman. And then you look in the comments, who's going with what Rambo's saying? I'm reading my comment section. It's women that are liking Rambo's call in. I'm like, yeah, it's like women drama stuff. I mean, this isn't how men handled their business. And not to mention, I didn't even say anything anyway. Stop being a little bitch. So,
yeah, no, facts. But yeah, the more you kind of push back on Rambo, the more it's like these people you've never seen them before just come out of nowhere.
Exactly. It's like, who are these people anyway? You never even left a fucking comment. Get the fuck out of here, trolls.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I noticed
I mean, yeah, go look at TFR. Like, people will leave the most awesome comments and research. It might get like 3 likes. All these just like whiny bitch ass comments, like Rambo's so right to call out Zach. There's like 50 likes on the comments. It's
I've
like,
seen that. Yeah, I saw the same thing. It's like, oh my god.
I'm just leaving it up there in case Rambo does call in to make the point. I'm like, Rambo, don't you see this isn't the way it works, buddy?
Yeah, it's not.
But again, you guys, in a way, I'm almost. It's funny because a lot of, like, I'm not trying to dog on Rambo, but if you guys haven't noticed, every week when Rambo gets off, more views go up. I know there are people that just tune in for Rambo, but the views always go up when Rambo gets off, because I get the same complaints every week. You can't please everyone, but every week I'm hearing people, Rambo's really boring. He's really redundant. It sounds like he's reading a script. He keeps talking about the same things over and over. I mean, it is true, but he has brought a lot of good stuff to the community, and that's why I've always let him come on. And historically, he appreciated coming on, but again, I think the troll's got in his head, and he does seem like sour grapes. And anyway, I'm going to open that time slot back up just to more callers and bring on other people each week. And his platform's big enough, and he has enough of a following now where, you know, people who want his work, they can go to his channel. So I think it's fine. And I think a lot of people will be glad that, you know, Rambo's not taking up 30, 45 minutes of show each week now anymore. I mean, there'll probably be more people in that camp than otherwise. So
his stuff is like very good seasonally, like when he was talking about Morocco and all that. And, you know, every week it can get kind of redundant. And like, sometimes I'm just like, what did I just, you know, spend all this time listening to? That's my one kind of gripe with TFR. It's like, you know, I'll spend 3 hours. It's like, what can I kind of take away? I love, you know, DK Stonewood's calls, but yeah, it's just like, sometimes I just hear a lot of kind of just talking and connecting, but I'm like, okay, how can this apply? And,
sure.
Yeah.
There's occasionally a good call, but yeah, there's always a lot of calls that are like, okay, I'm not sure we had to call in about this today.
I like I like learning some stuff about the astrology. He does say some interesting stuff about that.
Sure. But again, it's like, you know, astrology is a part of it, but it's just like the example I was making where
Houston
equaled 31, which to me was mind blowing. It's like, how do you have Houston 31 when you're talking about something that happened with Houston? And so it's like that ritual wasn't really about astrology in Houston. It's just that everything is 31 in Houston. I mean,
that's the Derek special, right? Overlooking the surface level and like connecting it to.
But yeah, again, if you go back to that stream, you could tell that when you could just hear in his tone of voice, he didn't really like that I even added in the Houston 31 thing and made the point, because in his and again, I was kind of making the point, like, you know, Houston and 31 happens all the time. This isn't something that's specific to astrology. So, and that's just a fact.
Yeah, I don't know. Some people gravitate to when it's all kind of, you know, reaching and, well, not reaching, but, you know, more just speculation and kind of just deeper. I don't know the good word for it, but, you know, these kind of just crazy decodes that are like mind blowing instead of, you know, it shouldn't, they're not even.
Hey, this stuff's not, it doesn't need to be mind blowing. It's just really surface level and simple. And again, it's just like, that's the other thing that you could tell, like when Rambo's like really trying to find numbers to put in, because like he'll be decoding the number, he'll be writing out the number and saying, oh, through writing out the number, then I can find the number to connect to this. And then a lot of times he'll connect it to something that's like I don't feel like anybody who was like new to this would watch this and find this to be worth anything.
It almost
again, it's not a slight on Rambo. It's just like sometimes I can tell when he's really trying to manufacture the post, and he looked a lot to find numbers to try and put it together. Again, that's why I show how it is each day. Again, it's not like you're not having to look hard. It's just like it's there. It's the date numerology. It's the keyword. I always get annoyed with the morons who are like when I did the bank thing with 39, showed all those 39. Someone's like, this 39 thing's kind of interesting, but it seems like you're also looking for just like random phrases to put together. It's like, random phrases? Bank claps 39, and that's the headline. A bank claps on 3.9 when the stock price is stopped at $39. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know what's random about that.
Those people make it tough. They're like, okay, so why would you? It's like you can't even really begin anywhere with them, because, you know, you're talking about George Washington and something that happened 88 days after his birthday. They're like, why'd you write out George Washington? You know, they just can't even get the first bearing of it.
Right. Yeah, but I just get annoyed how many people leave comments like, you're just connecting random things. It's like, literally show me where anything is random in my video. My videos are never random. They're very specific.
The best is when you do like a live decode. I remember you doing one on that. Some former Lakers player who got sick, number 23 on the Lakers. And it was something we were talking about the number, and then it just popped up. They're like, he averaged this many points or this many rebounds. You know, just like a arbitrary thing that they threw in the article, and it's like, I don't know how anyone could just dismiss that as coincidence or think you're looking for it. No.
Well, I do live decodes almost all the time. Anytime I do a live stream, we look at the news and just break it down in 5 seconds live. So,
yeah,
it's the same thing day in and day out.
It would just be good to see like a kind of live these people. Like, it just seems like they're disingenuously rejecting it. They can't actually think it's.
Yeah, it's just like when 9/11 happened, man. It's just like it defied physics. It was physically impossible, and again, every physics professor in the nation should have been fired if they couldn't speak out and tell their students that it was a fraud, and we need to wake up to what a fraud our nation is. Why didn't every physics professor do that? Because they all want their paycheck. It's just like everything comes back to money in this society, and all the dummies can't see through it. Well, then how come nobody says anything? They don't want to give up their livelihood. How many pharmacists do you think they knew it was wrong to be giving out jabs that just had a blank pamphlet in it for the first time in the history of the medical world? Just a white pamphlet in there with no information. Why do you think they didn't say anything about it? Oh, because they don't want to lose their job.
And weren't you saying there was something messed up with the kids' jabs, like at your sweet ladies?
And everybody did not just no. Every pharmacist knows they all had new expiration dates. They'd all expired months before they were even approved.
Yeah,
they all came from a military base in Michigan. They had all expired about 3 months earlier, and per the CDC FDA approval, they were all instructed to write a new expiration date. No, that happened everywhere in the nation. That wasn't just for pharmacy, and every pharmacist knows that's true.
Jeez, I mean, the definition is satanic, but yeah, money rules the world. People afraid of losing their job, and that's how evil can keep going.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, people are still going out and getting their boosters after they're like, well, I guess they did a white piece of paper because they had to rush it out and didn't have time to print anything.
Yeah, it's crazy. That's when they'll make excuses and try and use their mind. You know, I mean, just think of the mockery they've done this year with a Chinese spy balloon right in the open air. I mean, how's anyone even believing that? They're going to put it.
And like we said, it was clearly connected to the Super Bowl, pointing to Kansas City.
Yeah.
It goes from Montana to Kansas City. No coverage of any place in between. It's not like Montana and Kansas City are next to each other. No coverage between Montana and Kansas City. Where's the connection with Montana and Kansas City? How about Joe Montana? How about in the Gematria, how spy balloon equals 41? Montana's the 41st state, Super Bowl 41. I mean, again, these people just get away with murder every day.
Yep. But yeah, I think I'm gonna hop off the stream. Nice talking with you guys today. Are you doing a NCAA stream tonight, Zach?
Yeah, I'll be doing one every night. So
Every night.
Every night at games, I'll be doing an NCAA recap stream.
All right. Yeah, it looks like they got the magnets working for Princeton right now. Just these weird shots, just going around the rim, and they shoot the shot with such high arc, but it comes down the rim so hard. It's like, well, yeah, we'll see.
The Princeton game started?
Yep. It's 10-7 Princeton. So
What channel on?
This is on TNT. I'm just watching on my computer. They have it all for free on the computer. It's pretty sweet.
Okay.
But yeah. All right, man. See you guys later.
All right, later, Itachi.
In the Arkansas game, there was 1 minute and 3 seconds left in the first half, and number 13 goes to the line for 2 shots. He misses the first one, and then he makes the second one to give Arkansas 27 points with 1:03 left, and 1:03 is the 27th prime. And it was number 13, like 1:03 is like 1:3. So it's just, and that happens all the time. Right now, the clock stopped at 10:01 or 10.1, and Jayhawks equals 26, and 101's the 26th prime, and the game started 2-6.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
so to a T, they have it script.
That was like Izzo set the record for 25 tournaments. Trojans 25 who he plays, and that game started 2-5 in his favor. So
it's just amazing how they have the time. Like when LeBron James broke the scoring record, he did so with 10.9 seconds left in the third quarter, and Los Angeles is 109. That's out of everything that happens. The thing that I find most fascinating is how they have the clock perfect. Like the clock stops at the perfect time.
Yeah, they do it a lot. They do it a lot.
Yeah, a lot's an understatement. I mean,
look, someone in the comments. Net Void exposes Zach Greenberg. Freemasonry founded in 717. Zach born 17,017 days after Pope.
Amazing. Yeah, and again, I mean, also in the Saturday Club, and again, being really nice to her the whole time, promoting her. And then recently she comes out with this weirdo thing that her and I are meant to be together, and I need to leave Sweet Lady. And I said, well, I'll take that as a compliment, but that's not going to happen. And I said, plus I'm 10 years older than you. And the next thing you know, on a total troll campaign. So that's definitely some women shit.
I don't know how her cuck boyfriend would stay with her after her saying that to some other guy,
Yeah, I think she just got some guy to come online, and I mean, he didn't put his face. It didn't make any sense. It's just like who'd be with this girl with this going on? So, or little, I guess the cuck thing didn't exist when I was growing up, but I guess that's the new thing. I don't even know what's going on with that. I guess those are gay men that are pretending to, I don't even know I don't understand the whole cuck thing, but it is weird.
Cuck means that you're
no,
a
I know
guy
what it means, but
that
it's just like this is not something of the past. It's like a new thing. Guys wanted to see their women be with other guys and stuff. That's just I don't know. I don't know when these trends started. I guess it's part of the porn culture or something. So. Anything else, N201?
No, not really. I've been listening to the stream, a lot of good stuff. The guy that came on with the rhymes, he had a real good rhyme at the end. And the idea. Oh, I found it interesting that you went to high school with Derek Ravio. I had to look him up. That's pretty cool. And Michael Roos. That's cool. As far as basketball, like a Gematria basketball tournament or something, that's cool.
Yeah, we
I
might have
hope.
to do that. Yeah, right. The Matrix wanted to do that. Seems like he's got a nice driveway with a pretty big basketball court. So that's that. That one's out in Rochester. He's still out there. He keeps saying he's going to Mexico, but hasn't gone yet. So, yeah, something for the future.
Yeah. Are you definitely doing New York this year?
Yeah, I plan to go back to New York this year. Plan to go down to LA here pretty soon. So
In spring, like April or May.
yeah, once it's warm enough to ensure that there's not going to be a whole bunch of snow in Grants Pass, I don't want to have to get stuck in there. I don't have the car to go through Grants Pass with a bunch of snow. So that's the border of Oregon and California.
Yeah, I was thinking about doing the Gematria documentary since nobody else has done it. Since Netvoy's obviously not going to do it. I need some interview questions, though, if people want to send me questions they think I should ask, stuff like that. Do like a professional style documentary. Right, because I have a nice camera and stuff, and I know how to edit and stuff, so I could make like a nice video, like an hour-long video or something like that.
Well, I'm sure you'll figure out how to do it when the time is right. But yeah, the guy who came out last year to Oklahoma City, it's almost a year later. He told me he's going to have the film done in a month, and now it's like I don't know what happened with that. I'm not real happy about that. And he's given me about 8 different days since then that he's going to have it done. And the last time he's going to have it done right before our 9/11 thing is. Anyway, I don't.
The only thing we got from that is the clip of you talking to the GM of the Thunder.
Yeah, I kind of gave up on him after 8 times he told me he was going to be done, and I don't know what happened. So hard to find reliable people. I'll just say that much.
It's amazing that that's almost been a year ago now. OKC. Time flies.
Yeah.
Yeah, that place is a ghost town, though. So, I mean, so I might do LA April 19th instead. Actually, being a city where people are, be more effective to talk about Oklahoma City and LA than it is in actually Oklahoma City because nobody's there. So,
yeah.
But yeah, I do plan on going to New York this year. Another part of me is real annoyed though because all that going out last year did was somehow drove like way more division in the community and made the trolls work way harder. And again, support's way down. I have way less financial support this year than I did last year.
I think that maybe the reason for that's probably because Patreon was probably unsubscribing people, because I think that there's probably a lot of people on Patreon that just they don't look at the sports or anything. They just support just to support. And Patreon probably removed those people, and they just, since they never checked, they didn't see that they got removed.
Yeah, that's possible. It is possible. All right. Let's see what's going on here. Is Princeton going to be the St. Peter's of next year or last year? New Jersey again. Funny, when I went to New York, my hotel was well, it wasn't a real. Oh my God, what a disaster! But where I stayed was right because St. Peter's is right across the river from New York, and it's the ghetto, so it's cheap to stay there. So where I was staying was right next to St. Peter's. I didn't realize that until I got there. But what was annoying is I didn't get into New York until like 5 a.m. Again, we were up in Buffalo until about 10 p.m., and then we drove down from there to New York. It's a long drive from Buffalo to New York City. But then when I got to the address that I was given for I thought it was a hotel room that I got. But then when I got there, the address didn't exist. And I was just like driving all around in circles in the middle of the night. I was like, this address does not exist. It goes from this number to this number. So I start calling the phone number and nobody's picking up. And then finally, like literally on the 15th phone call, somebody picks up and I said, hey, I'm here for the room. I know I'm getting in late. Well, in a way I was getting in early because it was 5 a.m, but I was supposed to be there the day before. But I said, the address doesn't exist. He goes, oh yeah, we do that to make sure like, weird people don't come here. And I was like, what? You put out a false address for where? So then he's like, here, I'll text you the real address. So then he texts me the address and then it's like some house that's been made into 4 different apartments. So I get in there and like, it's like 4 cramped rooms sharing a bathroom in this dirty old place. And it had like a sink and it was all full of dirty dishes, but the bathroom was like a swamp. There was just water all over the floor. The toilet was all gross. I was like, what the hell kind of place is this? I was looking for the discount room and I found it, but God, I was just like, and then I hardly even stayed there. I was like awake the whole time I was in New York City. I should have just stayed awake the whole time and just stayed out on the streets of New York. But
How much was it?
a night? I
Yeah.
forget. Like cheap compared to everything else. I would say it was like $80 a night or something. Everything else was
Wow.
like $400 or more a night. So
I've been looking into Airbnbs for California, and some of them are like $30 a night.
that's the thing. It was like an Airbnb, but it was on a website that I thought only did hotel rooms. I didn't realize I was getting some kind of Airbnb thing. So that's not how it was advertised. I remember every door had a lock, but what I did make me laugh though is the entry for my lock was 369. I was like, oh, the magical numbers 369 to get in this room. So
I don't know if you noticed that. Well, Tennessee equals 34 like Orlando.
Yeah,
That's where Tennessee won today.
yeah, that was another reason I was looking at why Tennessee. I should have just left it alone. I think what my initial thing that I wrote down for Tennessee facing Marquette, I think it's going to happen. We'll see soon enough.
Marquette is where Dwayne Wade went to school, so
Yeah, of course.
he could be synced up with it. I'm sure he is.
Yeah, that was another reason I like Marquette. Dwayne Wade, Father of the Year with little Zaya by the numbers.
I wonder how many days after Dwayne Wade's birthday the championship is.
Yeah. Is that it? Princeton got an Asian kid on their squad? He looks like he's 18 years old. Slam real quick. You don't see a lot of Asian basketball players. Kid look Asian. That would make sense, though, at the Ivy League school. So. Okay. Yeah. Again, anybody else want to get on the conversation? March Madness thoughts. I haven't had anybody come in and debate. We've had some people pass through the comment section, but nobody wants to come in and debate. Makes me sad.
Debate? Yeah, nobody's gonna do that. They want to get smoked.
Well, they want to make their comments in the chat. Come in and say it. I'll let you talk. Come on. If somebody wants to come and debate, I promise I won't cut you off. You can talk. I'll give you 5 minutes to make your point about how the tournament's not rigged, and then I'll have my rebuttal.
The championship is 77 days, or the 77th day of Dwayne Wade.
Zach, I think you're doing it all wrong. I think that if you want to get Travis on here, you should just promise to send him a naked pic, and then he'll probably get on here like as soon as he hears about it.
He's probably got naked pics. He's probably like, who knows?
Did you hear that,
Zach?
Zach?
In the bedroom. Who knows?
Houston equals 77, and the championship is the 77th day of Dwayne Wade's age.
Yeah, that's a possibility. It's a possibility. Big carry, no call on the carry. They don't call carry in basketball anymore, man. It annoys me. Iverson helped erase the carry. Well, again, just the same comments that Tim says in the chat. What's the debate? The people come through and leave the comments. Dude, if they were shaving points, they'd kick them off the team. Come through and say it out loud, and we'll talk about how dumb it sounds. We'll start looking at how much the schools make off the games that nobody would watch if they weren't exciting. Again, you got to keep the any given Sunday effect. Otherwise, it's not fun, you know. Princeton could never beat an Arizona, ever, under any circumstances if everybody's sober on the court. It would never happen. Princeton could never be held or hold Arizona scoreless for 5 minutes. So.
You could also say that the championship is 2 months, 17 days after Wade's birthday, and national championship is 2/17.
Okay.
So yeah, the market, that's definitely looking nice.
Imagine if your troll account was named after the fact Zach. So
it doesn't even matter. It's just
I know. I mean, these guys are just low life losers. It's like, yeah, after the fact, Zach has more correct predictions about the world than anybody you've ever seen in your life. So, and again, come on, after the fact, Zach, come on and tell me who you've ever seen nail more predictions, from sports to the market to news stories to elections. Come on. Whoever broke the code for how the game's rigged, come on and tell us about it. We know he's not, because we know he's a little circumcised Saturday club, small pecker loser who's never had a girl. I can guarantee that already about the guy with that account. Can guarantee he can't come on and answer the question because it's impossible to answer, because my point stands. And we can also guarantee that he knows damn well which team I actually like the most to win it. And I even said I was a fool for writing that in the championship bracket. But yeah, my thoughts about that team were not bad. I mean, the riddle was sound. And it's just like I said, sometimes when a team has a really awesome riddle, they end up falling on their number instead. If only I'd known about the neutral court stats. But that's the thing, too. As we go on, we learn more. I did not know about the neutral court stats until just this year. And again, Princeton equals 114 points in that game, and Arizona State on 114 neutral court wins. And then to top it off, they got their 55th neutral court loss, losing with 55 points. And staying on 55 for the final 5 minutes of the game. So, hey, Little Pecker in the chat. Zach, and then they write, see, that's, I hate how everybody writes the word narcissist. So after the fact, Zach, narcissists don't care about people. So for the fact that I helped change people's lives and taught this knowledge every day for 5 years while making a lot of sacrifices in my own life, not to mention I've helped out a ton of people. And since narcissists don't care about other people, like where in the true definition of a narcissist could I ever be described as a narcissist?
Yeah, narcissists
like
don't buy shirts.
Me calling a fucking loser piece of shit like you a fucking loser piece of shit, that's not a narcissistic comment. That's calling a spade a spade. You know, saying a guy like you needs a bullet in the head, that's talking the way humans used to talk before they were so scared to speak because of all this attack on the First Amendment and people having an actual real opinion. Again, this country, when it had balls, was the kind of country where people went out and settled things with their fists or pulled out their revolvers and had a shootout. And I guarantee in either one, you would lose. You'd be in the ground, on your back, either case. Because that's what happens to fucking low-life losers. So come on here, buddy. Come on here, you fucking low-life loser, and prove me wrong. I guarantee we'll hear another lispy-ass fucking faggot. And the reason I speak like that is to remind you that I come from the 90s, and that's who this sorry-ass motherfucker is. Come on here and prove me wrong. Let's hear the lisp.
It's funny, they say the narcissist, oh, he's a narcissist. It's like, well, if narcissists don't buy clothes, it's like the $5 bin at Kroger, you know? It's like narcissists like get all pretty on the stream, and like they're like they act all like perfect, and like they like can do no wrong, and they're like, you know, like pretty much nothing I've ever seen you do on camera, you know?
Yeah. And again, if I didn't care about people, I wouldn't come on here and teach them life-changing knowledge. So come on
pay
here,
for people's
Junior
hotels.
Pecker, because we all know that's true too. Put your face on the screen so we can see the big old hook nose. Guaranteed that's going to be on there. And again, let's watch me land another prediction in real time. Come on, buddy. You just got out of synagogue. Come on. Come on, buddy. The links to enter.
Pinned comment. Maybe he's a little slow. He doesn't know how to click links.
Yeah, he shut the fuck up because he knows it's all true. I'm looking to see if anybody joins the chat. Nope. Nobody's coming on. It is impressive, though, how much of a hater club I have. I mean, if you make a Zach hate video, you get pretty good views now. So
Look at Truth 343, the other lispy faggot.
exactly. Sounds like a total beta male. Shout out to Yeah Right in the Matrix. Shout out to Yeah Right the Matrix. I did hear him say there's no such thing as a beta male, but there is. Take a look at all of my trolls. Beta males are actually, not masculine. They're
Zachary K. Hubbard equals MGM Grand Casino.
Zachary K. Hubbard equals Lockheed Martin. Yeah.
I remember
The other guy who says that I'm a shill because Sweet Lady equals 33, but then starts all of his streams with he's doing the video for Jesus Christ who lived a perfect 33 years. It's like, okay, like this is where the word goyim comes from. God.
Yeah, he had the video up, and like on the thumbnail, it's like a Master Mason, and then Barack Obama, and then Donald Trump, all with, and then your name on there, and then they all have the same number. It's like, how do any of those things connect? You know, Master Mason's only 3rd degree. That's nothing. You know.
Yeah. I guarantee the Lispy guy right now is in his video editing software taking that clip. Zach is a bigoted, derogatory hate speaker. Stop supporting him. No, I'm from the generation where people like you, they ended up like Matthew Shepard, and we were better off. So,
He's
again, you guys might all think that's wrong, all you from this soft, emasculated generation, but trust me, you guys are wrong. They want a bunch of effeminate men for the same reason they want a bunch of single mother households. They don't want any masculinity in society because it's that much easier to hold society down. Keep them on their knees.
And I mean, why does
suckers?
And like it shows, like, why does YouTube let Sports Gematria keep his channel? He's breaking the guidelines. You can't just have an entire channel dedicated to somebody like that. That violates the guidelines, and they allow his channel. You know.
Indeed, yeah. It's just like when I called out what's his face Montegraph for threatening me. I got a strike and got suspended for 2 weeks. It's like, oh wow, for pointing out them getting threatened. I did it after the car crash to the house. I showed how he threatened me for Christmas Eve, and I ended up getting a 2-week suspension. I was like, wow.
Your video got removed when you talked about Professor Dave.
Exactly. What's up, Coney?
Not too bad. Just enjoying my day off, just relaxing. I seen that you guys are on, so thought I'd hop on. The upper echelon Gematria Don himself. So
yeah. Again, you got an interesting story from the real world. You know, athlete who sadly departed early.
Yep.
Connected to another athlete who's on the big stage.
Mm-hmm. And you know what's funny, Zach? I actually found a couple more things that were interesting. So that school, before it was changed to Abbey Senior Secondary School, it was called Abbey Collegiate. And Abbey Collegiate in full reduction is 56 in the most pure. And of course, Society of Jesus, 56. All of the 56 connection. He wore 35 and 21 in high school, etc.
Interesting. What do you know?
Mm-hmm.
What do you know?
And on top of that, one more thing. So there are a bunch of connections to four that you already pointed out. And my friend's birthday was on December 30th. However, Chase posted he posted a photo paying homage to my friend on December 27th. Which was interesting, and he wrote happy early birthday, but it didn't make any sense because my friend's actual birthday was December 30th. So it was just that didn't make sense, but in the sense of numerology, from December 27th to January 1st is a span of 4 days, death connecting the 4, etc.
Right.
And I showed this to Mr. Futures, and he was blown away, but if you look this up and you write Chase Claypool Steelers or Abbey Senior, there's actually a picture of him wearing the number 21, and then a kid next to him wearing the number 4, and he has the devil horns out like this, and he was a kid. And I was like, when I seen that, I was like, This is crazy.
Yeah, it is, man.
Wow.
Same symbols, same numbers, same types of repetitive rituals. And again, it's just like right now. I mean, it's just like I hate how they treat humanity like it's so dumb. The actor who's in John Wick 4 is dead right as the movie's coming out. It's just
Wow.
and they say he just found dead in his home from natural causes. It's just and if I'm not mistaken, doesn't natural causes equal 38? It's just
Let's
I
see.
think so. Let me see.
I think it's 38 in the most pure cipher, if I remember right.
Let me try it on the new calculator I made.
But yeah, Zach, I know at times you do regret bringing the work
Yep.
to the forefront, but I'm super gracious and thankful that you did expose the work because, for instance, say you haven't, I wouldn't have never known that that's actually what happened to my friend.
Sure, and just for the record, I don't really mean that. I mean, I'm glad I brought it up.
Okay.
I get frustrated that it hasn't gone a lot further, and I understand it's
Yeah.
and algorithms and
Mhm.
a lot of morons, but it is frustrating because really we should have changed the world by now. We literally should have changed the world in a big way by now, and it seems to just be getting worse. And the cabal seems to be getting away with the same shit, and it does. It makes me
Yep.
sick. Hey, by the way, the new troll who switched accounts, who's the same person, no doubt about it, Darren Williams. Why don't you come in the chat and explain, why you're a troll? Like, what are you about? Are you glad that Hollywood just got away with another ritual murder? What is it? Like, what is it that makes you so annoyed that you have to come here and say that I'm CIA? Because as we all know, CIA accounts get deleted 20 sometimes and shadow banned. It all makes sense. So come in and explain it. I know Synagogue just got out, but you guys can come in and explain yourselves. So that's the other thing that's so weak about this society too. I mean, we've all been programmed from day one to just worship the synagogue cult.
Yep.
Every Christmas, got to have a new movie about the synagogue club. They're the only genocide that ever mattered. Again, you guys, there is a group of people who did create the word goyim, and it does mean that you're lesser than them. And again, they don't want you to talk about those things. So
The bagel people.
Yep.
technically, truth does not exist, and myself are probably truth does not exist. Definitely knows he's related to the bagel people, but there's a good chance I am too. Again, my dad doesn't know who his dad is, but
Hey, maybe that's why we're so much smarter than everybody else.
well, they do brag about their IQs. I mean, it's possible. So.
And I forget which stream it was, but you were spitting facts. Like society, like their agenda to demasculate men is like ridiculous. To try to feminize men,
They're doing it. They're not trying. They are doing it.
Oh yeah,
they're doing it.
like when I
My
go to the
apologies.
store, I see like all these other guys my age, and it's like, God, like they look so gay, like the clothes, like they have like earrings and like they just like they look so
Painting their
effeminate,
nails black, like it's crazy.
I forget what the rule is with the earring. If it's in one ear, it's a sign that you're in the club. That's the old communication.
Yeah, I think if it's on the right ear, you're gay or something.
Is that what it is? Okay.
I think so.
Probably right.
I remember hearing that too.
For all you trolls who come in, I mean, you guys just all show that you have no balls and are total losers by being unwilling to come on and explain yourself.
They'll come up with some dumb excuse. Well, I don't have time to go on there. I don't have time to waste time on there. Have you seen that one? It's like, well, you seem to have a lot of time to waste time leaving all these comments all the time.
Yeah, I don't know how they have the time to do that every day.
Good job, man.
'Cause they're paid.
365 for all these years. There's nobody sticking around like that unless they're getting paid, or like I said, I mean, unless they are, part
They're
of
in
the
love.
club, but they're like the dumber one, and the parent doesn't know what to do with them. They're kind of an embarrassment, so they just have them all go home and do their duties, like troll somebody who's exposing them. But again, I mean, I can't go away from it. That's why it made so much sense to me when I found Gematria. I was like, oh, it's a Jewish practice, and we all know who runs the thing that's mind controlling everybody, the media in Hollywood. Sadly, you can't say these things. They'll take your video down for hate speech. All it is fact speech. Facts or hate. That's just what's annoying about society, just how they built it. I mean, they got everybody believing this stuff. Facts are now hate. Again, it's not good to be a man and want to be pummeled in the ass by other guys. That's not a good thing. I mean, you can do that in the privacy of your home, but that's not something to go get naked in the street and brag about. Hey, I get fucked in the ass. Pride Day. Like, where was pride ever a good thing? It is crazy. It's just everywhere now. Like, don't get caught up in the whole conservative liberal thing. But I'm living in a pretty conservative part of Washington State. Man, you wouldn't have known it this last Pride Day. It was unbelievable. I mean, they with rainbows and the block was shut down, and I was just like, dude. I mean, humanity's gone. Like this is what's going on. This is why we're getting bent over like no other right now, because it seems like the average man. I'm wondering what the ratio is. It's probably getting close to 50-50. So.
Every month it's like trying to celebrate something. It's like.
Yeah.
Missouri's game here against the Princeton Scrub Squad is just step back 3-pointers. Hey, don't attack the small team at the basket. Just keep selling for the set. I feel like it's instant replay every time I look down the court. Fade away 3-pointers. Like, come on, man. Like, where's the coach at? Call the timeout and remind how to play basketball. Attack the back. Oh God! In U.S., I don't watch these games. This is the first time I've watched college basketball all year. But when I saw USC's point guard yesterday, I was just like, I mean, just the guy couldn't even dribble the ball. I mean, how can you be a point guard at a Division I school in Los Angeles where there's probably a million guys who can dribble the ball real nice?
Yeah,
point guard for the team.
Yeah, I could dribble the ball.
Yeah, I mean, he could only have one hand and just an ugly dribble. He was a tall guy. I mean, but. Again, if you're going to be tall, you got to have smoother handles. So,
yeah.
Okay, well, those poor trolls, I think I hurt their feelings because they went away. Either that or they got their audio clip they were looking for their next compilation video. And again, it's only going to offend people who are exactly what I'm talking about. So, I think I'm going to go back to worrying less about offending people.
Well, I don't have any complaints about that.
It's factual, so as long as it's factual, that's all that matters.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes to break through to people, you got to at least get them mad at first. When they settle down, they might actually think about where I'm coming from.
It's nice to go on this channel. It's like anywhere else on YouTube, people are like so like careful about what they say, and like everybody's like so fake. It's like it's nice to come on here and then like have somebody that's like actually just speaking their mind.
Exactly.
Saying the truth. It's like a refreshing,
Super. Especially that emasculating video. That had me dead. I was dying.
Well, again, just to go back to something I learned, it was what was the year? It was probably like 2008, and a guy I knew his job was to work in the lab at University of Washington, and his job had one specific purpose: just tracking all the water. Samples of the water, and it was to document the rising estrogen levels all throughout all the different water wells of the region. And again, the reason estrogen is rising in the water is because there's more and more birth control on the water. So
that's interesting.
Yeah, well, I'm surprised you haven't heard me say that before. I haven't brought it up for a while, but I brought it up a bunch of times in the past. But that's also, I think, part of the reason that everyone's becoming more effeminate and emotional.
And I don't drink tap water also, so
yeah.
Well, it's funny, I heard that
water, I filter it, but I don't know. That's the one thing I've always thought, like, well, it's not having the impact on me, at least I don't think so. Maybe it is.
There's this water filter called Zero Water. It uses a deionizing gel. It's on Amazon for like $30 or something, but it takes out all the chemicals inside the water. That's the one I would use if I had tap water, but I have a reverse osmosis water.
Okay.
That's what we have right now.
Oh, nice.
Reverse osmosis water. So, yeah.
What's funny, modern clothing, I don't remember what what's in it, but one of the fibers that they use, one of the plastic fibers, is actually like made out of estrogen. Also receipts are made out of estrogen too.
Here, by the way, I need to correct something I just said. When I'm saying all the different wells and water, just all the different water sources in the Seattle area, there's a few different places it comes from. I shouldn't have said wells because, like wells are usually independent, and those would be the ones that have less estrogen in it. But then in wells, you got to check to see if you got chemical runoff from pesticides or whatever's in your community. But yeah, well water is probably going to have less estrogen because it's not hooked up to the city. So.
Oh, someone's talking about soy. Yeah, exactly. Soy is like in everything now. That like they put soy protein in everything. That stuff's everywhere. All kinds of processed food has that.
Yeah, Topsy, I just read your comment. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you got to put it in a nasty way to even break through people's barrier. That's what I'm saying. So. Yeah, but then I guess over time, some people, they get worn out. They just don't want to hear the negativity because it's not really aimed at them, but then it starts taking a toll on them. So again, it's that thing, you can't please everyone. And that's the problem now too. It's just like the work's not reaching many new people. When I look at the analytics, like 85% of every video is returning viewers, according to the YouTube stats. So the average video reaches 15% new people. It used to be a lot better than that. It used to be a big high percentage, and that's why the channel used to grow and used to get more views. But it's hard to reach new people. So. And again, that's the part of the motivation of pushing each day. It's like, well, if I'm reaching 15% new people in the video, I guess slowly but surely we're getting more people. So
that's not too bad.
It's not great though.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. What did you get before? Like 50% new people?
It'd be a percentage like that, way bigger percentage.
Wow.
Yeah, and then when you'd have the successful videos that reach a ton of people, I mean, it would be like, because your video's reaching way more than just your subscriber base, you'd have like 90-some% new reach in the video. That never happens anymore. I mean, look, like when was the last? I know the last time a video hit 100,000 views, it was deleted. It was the one of the accurate prediction for what would happen on January 6th. And now I get in hindsight why they deleted that for medical misinformation. Again, it's because I was dead on about that, and they made that the biggest psyop ever. It's still going strong over 2 years later, but that was the last time I got 100,000 views, and that used to be a pretty attainable number that I hit a lot in 2016.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And now it's like, I feel like it's a good video if it hits 10,000 views, which is nothing. I mean, every video got 10,000 views back when the channel was big. So
I don't even know how that was called an insurrection. I mean, that's just a joke.
Bill Maher had to make a big point about how serious it was. Again, Bill Maher's been saying how that's the 93 World Trade Center bombing, and it's a sign of how in the next election we might have 9/11 with another insurrection. If they got, they are trying to rile people up, and they could be a lot bigger in the next election. So we'll see. Good call, Rob. Rob's got a new water filter. He's out in Ohio.
Oh yeah, that place.
Shout out to Frank the Truth Tank.
Okay.
Yeah, again, I keep making the effort to get people on here to have a debate, a conversation, but somehow, some way, it just continues to fail. So
it's scary. They don't want the smoke, Zach. They do not want the smoke.
But there have been a few times in the past where like a decent like skeptics come on, and it's been a decent conversation. I mean, it doesn't happen that often, but it's been a minute. So those are the kind of conversations people are going to have to get out of the, oh, he's going behind the back with it. But yeah, again, just this kind of game right here. For all the people going, how are the game rigged? I mean, are you watching Missouri just hoist up 3-pointers? I mean, no. It's just like, I guess that is the new basketball thing. Just hoist up 3-pointers post Steph Curry age. But prior to Steph Curry, that's not how basketball was played.
Nope.
Oh, finally, Missouri hoisted up a 3, but hit one. All right. Hey, I'm going to keep this going for a little bit longer. but I got to take a lunch break. I might come back on later. Today's what I'm calling my day off. I got mental fatigue from all the March Madness decoding and staying up late, but today I just had to mostly chill out. And I was hoping in this more relaxed pace we could get somebody to come on and have a good conversation, but it hasn't been so. So the clock's winding down for anybody who wants to come on and make their case about how March Madness is not rigged. Come on and tell me all about it. How is March Madness not rigged?
Or any of the other trolls. But funny, someone in the chat said that maybe the reason why people aren't calling in is because they're too busy playing with themselves, the trolls.
Yeah, I think that's what they do when they're not harassing me. Hey, Luxy. Luxy's also been accused of being a racist by the trolls, despite his first girlfriend being black. Hey, Luxy, if you want to come on and tell the story about how you got into the work or share what you're doing, man, come on for a minute. I see Luxy's in the chat. Luxy's the top-notch hockey decoder. Volley go backwards is the top-notch golf decoder. By the way, Bali, if you're out there, you end up watching this later. I saw Bali put up a video asking me to kick Itachi out of the Gematria decoding community. I understand why people would not be happy with Itachi. Like, even I get annoyed sometimes with Itachi. But, again, I know the guy means well, and he's doing the work. And, again, I mean, it's just like, if you don't like the way he does it, then just don't watch him. I mean, that's all. I understand there was some – well, he thought Itachi copied his picks, but – again, I mean, it's going to happen. I don't know that Itachi really copied the picks or not. It's possible. But Itachi shares his work with other people. He puts out work for free every day. And, again, I mean, a million people have copied my picks, and I've never said anything about it unless they started talking shit online about me. And it's like, well, wait a minute. Your only claim to fame is copying my pick and getting it right. I'm going to correct that. Like I say, if you get copied, imitation is the highest form of flattery. So... King Richard TV does great work too. If you guys aren't following him, hey, King Richard TV, have you seen any? He would know. He's always on top of it. Has there been any weird deaths so far today on the kill day? You know it's going to happen before long. Could be another day where they announce it after the fact. But Princeton. Okay, so something interesting that I pointed out. I was talking to Kayla this morning because she was asking me about the women's tournament. So notice Princeton won in the men's and women's. And remember, Princeton just won with 59 points, right? Princeton beat Arizona 59-55. So now, today at halftime, there's 33-26, right? That's the score, 59 points. And that women's team, they could be a bit of a Cinderella story. If the women's team wins 2 more games, they're going to be 5-9 in the tournament all time. Double check that because it might be 1 more game if they didn't update the stats when I looked at it because they'd already won 1. I wasn't sure if they quite updated that because I didn't look before the tournament. But if Princeton right now, the last time I checked, it showed that Princeton's women's team is 3-9 in the tournament. So if they win 5-9, if they win 2, I mean, kind of like 59. There's something going on with 59 in that number. Why did they win with 59? And now why is there 59 points at the half?
I still remember last year's Cinderella story with Peacock. That was
the best. last win on Peacock Day.
Yeah.
Starts on St. Patrick's, ends on Peacock Day. So.
Yeah, that one was too obvious to put it into simplicity.
Yeah.
Supposedly, Putin's they set out an arrest warrant for Putin for war crimes.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, somebody put out a thing to arrest Bush for war crimes. Those don't mean anything. So, just another headline. I'm still waiting to see any proof that there's a war going on.
Did you see the tweet that I sent you? Did it show up in your feed? The fake. Well, did you see it? You probably didn't.
Did I see what was it about?
I sent a short video. It was a 1 minute. It was so Ukraine's making fake battlefields with fake gunfire and like fake everything, but making it look real
Sure,
for
it's like,
training, supposedly.
well, it's like CNN at the beginning when the CNN guy clearly went out on a stage scene with a clear plastic dummy and said, "Oh my God, that's a dead body over there." It's like, wow, they are really treating us like we are dumb.
I gotta see that one. I gotta see that. I haven't seen that. I saw the one where that you talked about that the
On
guy
the,
was like, "Oh, 420."
that's the other best clip from Ukraine.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
like didn't care.
these people are just horrified, except for this guy who just wants to know if you also smoke weed. 33-26. Princeton's on 33 neutral court wins all time, up 33-26 at the half. Have to look more carefully at Princeton to see if there's a greater 59 thing going on there. It's their 123rd season. Missouri equals 123. Playing Missouri in their 123rd season after getting past Arizona.
Oh, Zach, you want to hear something funny? So I believe Drake, he comes out here, because I live near, like an hour away from Vancouver, and tickets are upwards from anywhere from like $600 to like $900 just to see him.
Go figure. Yeah. People love to spend the big money for the entertainment.
Yeah, and little do they know what he's doing behind the scenes.
Indeed, yeah.
It's crazy.
Frank,
Probably doing
that Creighton, Paul Silas, Steven Silas ritual, definitely in the cards. 23, Blue Jays 23.
like, I don't know, like, how many people do you think he potentially sacrificed to get to where he is right now?
Who knows?
A lot.
Yeah, I know, man. It's sad. For 10 years, showing the same patterns, the same rituals, and people still think it's all just a coincidence. This would be the biggest mathematical improbability in the history of improbabilities.
Most people can't do math.
They can't. They can't. So, if they could, they'd stop buying potato chips. I can't. I'm amazed at how Americans are still filling up the cart with potato chips as much as I thought the country might finally lose some weight because how expensive that stuff is now. But man, I'm just like, I see these families in the store and I can tell that they're not wealthy people, but it's like, God, you got like $40 in potato chips in your car. I mean, I'm sure that $40 could go towards something better.
Have you seen how many people shop at the gas station that are poor? Like everything's like 5 times the price there as it is in the store. It's like
that's why exactly. That's why. And you know, speaking of gas stations, I mean, they're mostly run by immigrants. And again, there's a stat about how so many so many independent businesses in the country, they're not created by Americans. It just shows that they make us real dumb in this country.
Foreigners.
it's true.
Definitely.
Yeah, but it's true. My dad made his own business. He's not from here. He's from Cuba, so
the majority of independent businesses are not Americans. So, and now all the top jobs in the country, they're also not occupied by Americans. They're occupied by Indians and Asians and Russians, and technically Russia's Asian, but yeah, they really did. It's funny. It's funny because when I was growing up, our teachers, part of our curriculum, it seemed like they always had to make the point about how lucky we were that we weren't Chinese because we'd be spending way more time in the classroom. And it's like, well, in hindsight, it's like, well, shit, look, they got all the best jobs now, dominating the world. So hard work pays off.
And their work ethic is second to none.
Archangel Music. I don't know if it's a real comment or a sarcastic comment, but they say anyone who saw FDU beat Purdue yesterday knows it isn't rigged. As they scream out Knights of Columbus in Columbus, Ohio, when we're saying every year it's all Catholic rigged rituals. Knights 34, Purdue with the 34th tournament loss. If you're serious, Archangel Music, hop on the stream and tell us how that was proof that it wasn't rigged. How about just the fact that it was the second time those schools ever played each other in history, and the last time they played was also March 17th. That was a sign to me that there was a chance of the upset. So
Yeah, what are the odds of that? Same exact day? Come on now.
Well, and then the other coincidence today, somebody caught it in the chat at halftime. There were 48 points at halftime in the Duke game, and Duke lost on this day in history in a game that had 48 points at halftime.
Wow.
Yeah, yes, it does, King Richard TV. And it also equals don't they both equal 71 like March Madness? So like Catholic.
Significantly in the second half defensively for Arkansas. Not more communication, deflections, not a lot of driving opportunities for
Even
Well,
though
Playboy X, your comment. So Playboy X is another one of these people that hangs around, and one day he seems all right, and then the next day he's trolling. But the reason the Nordic countries have the highest quality of living, I mean, is also just because of the beneficiating of the system that's in place in Europe's domination of a lot of poorer countries that weren't as militarized or technologically evolved. So I mean, they're living on the legacy of destroying other societies, but yeah, it's not like a testament to the fact that it's a different criteria. So if you're trying to make the point that they don't go to school that much, but they have the highest quality of life, again, it's there's another part of that equation that you have to look at.
Mm-hmm.
Kansas and Arkansas is getting into a battle here. See what Kansas does. Are they going back to hoist up 3-point mode? Oh, here, let's hoist up a 3 with a contested air ball. Yeah, looks like it. That's the best way to get in the game, to start hoisting up 3s contested. Oh, no. Oh, let them get to the rack easy, but okay, they beat him up. All right. Again, I get tired of watching this stuff and people be like, how can you rig it?
How can you not?
And the amount of magnets, like, it is crazy. Like, if you actually like pay attention, it is so obvious that they're using magnets. So
They're using
obvious.
some technology, yeah. Again, I should have been paying more. I should have wrote it down in a journal so I didn't forget. But there was some game yesterday where everybody's 3 was going in on both sides, and they were just clanking in so hard. And I was like, okay, sometimes a 3 will go in like that, but every ball to be a clanker just going through the rim. I mean,
Yeah.
I like, yeah. So, oh, you guys are ahead. There must be a 3-pointer coming up here. So Kansas just missed the free throw on my screen. Arkansas is coming down the court. Somebody says Arkansas is up by 1, so I'm expecting a 3 ball in here. There's going to be 13 to splash it down. Whack. 52-51. Yeah, there it is. It's bothering me who that guy looks like. I cannot figure out who it is that he looks like, the player in Arkansas. Does he have a dad that was in the league? He looks just like somebody from in my past, in my mind, but I cannot figure out who it is. 52 for 13 for Arkansas who just hit that ball. Who does he look like? Somebody in the chat must know. If Kansas loses again, it's that 28-8 thing. 288 days left in the year. 28-8. Arkansas Razorbacks 288.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. Charlie Villanueva, exactly. That's who it is. He looks exactly like he's related to Charlie Villanueva. Thank you. That person was thinking the same thing I was. I could not remember the name, but he literally looks exactly like him. And not many people in the world look like that. He got to be related to Charlie Villanueva. I like the form, though. You know what? I had a dig on the women yesterday. I said I can't watch women's basketball. You know what? Women are getting a lot better at basketball.
Mm-hmm.
But back in the day, like 20 years ago, all of them like were too weak to shoot the 3 ball, so they had like hoisted up like a little kid. But women are starting to have nice form. And then I'm starting to wonder, it's like, are they actually women? But yeah, no, women are starting to play a lot more like the so. Women basketball is coming up.
I remember my grandmother used to play women's basketball back in, I don't know, back in like the 70s or something. And she would get like it was vicious. They would get like scratched and like stuff like that. Like they were vicious when they played.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that are vicious and will let their nails get long and scratch the hell out of you on a basketball cart. So I remember those days, clawed up forearms from playing basketball.
Oh, and you know what's crazy? Sorry to cut you off, Zach, but I believe I was casually watching a DeJounte Murray interview, and he accidentally said that they were going through a script for the All-Star game. He accidentally said it in an interview, and I caught it.
You saying that reminds me. Do you remember how after Kobe died in the big 157 ritual, the All-Star game was in tribute to him, and it was the first
Yeah.
team to score 157 points?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. Like just those things. I like every you know what annoys me though is like I have a buddy. I finally just talked to him for the first time in forever recently, and things are cool. And I was like, hey, by the way, have you looked into any of my work? He's like, no, not really. I was like, you should go back and look at my work in Kobe's death because he's a huge Kobe fan.
Yeah.
I could just tell he started to get all weirded out, and then I haven't heard from him since. So it's just like, what's wrong, man? Same thing.
It's funny how people get like so upset if you like talk about their sports or their news, you know, like they're like just willing to ditch you. It's like
it's
like
crazy.
you
The
know, real
amount of
people shouldn't care about that kind of stuff, even if you disagree, you know.
yeah, it's crazy the amount of loyalty we have to certain individual celebrities, and they clearly like with what they're doing, they don't give a fuck about us with how they're just sacrificing people, brainwashing the masses, etc.
It's like, what has the news ever done for you, you know?
Well, it's given them a lot of fear and paranoia, and sold them a lot of pharmaceuticals, and
Told them not to do stuff that they should do, like intermittent fasting, stuff like that.
told them to go put a mask on and get
You
jacked.
shouldn't grow chickens. It's dangerous. They're gonna all have salmonella.
Yeah. So anyway, what are you gonna do?
And I was actually, before I even found your work, Zach, I was the biggest LeBron fan. Huge LeBron fan. Like it was crazy. Back when he played for Miami Heat and everything, and he was winning championships left and right.
I was in college when he was in high school, and it was, well, actually just before LeBron came up, the first time they ever had like a TV show dedicated to high school players, it was on Fox Sports, and it was about the two big men from Chicago, Eddie Curry and Tyson Chandler. Like a weekly show that did an update on their life as these future, you know, basketball star big men in Chicago. And then it was like after that, LeBron became like the first high school player where they were like on ESPN televising his high school games. That was a new thing. I'd never seen that before with any. I mean, they do the McDonald's All-American game each year, but that was it for high school.
Yeah.
But then they were showing LeBron's games. And then the one thing I was saying about LeBron, I was saying, yeah, he's obviously super athletic, but he has no shot at all. And then all of a sudden, first year in the league, it's like training everything. It's like, and then it was shortly after that, it was the David Blaine campaign that it's magnets. It's like, it's starting to make more sense. No wonder that got so good so fast. So next thing, Steph Curry, born in the same hospital as LeBron. What are the odds of that? Again, Stephen means crown. He's King James. But all of a sudden, he looks like a literal video game. So he's just draining everything. Porn star JR remembers the days of LeBron on ESPN as a high schooler. Yeah, playing for the Catholic school.
How do you feel? Do you think Bronny is in that top 10 discussion for the draft?
Top 10 for what?
Apparently, they've been hyping LeBron's son, Bronny, and they're saying he's going to go top 10 in the NBA draft come next year, I believe.
Well, remember, LeBron said the only thing left to do is play with his son. And I think part of the ritual of having LeBron pass Kareem with the Thunder is because the Thunder started out in Seattle, and the last father-son tandem in sports was the Griffeys. Ken Griffey. So I don't think it's out of the question. LeBron and his son. All right, on the commercial break, 7 minutes, 35 seconds left to go. Arkansas trying to tie it up at the stripe. 1-1. He's got his first free throw. One more, and it'll be tied at 54 apiece. Man, it's like when you look in the mirrors, you get older. You realize you're getting older, but you don't realize how much older you are until you see younger people. One of the kids sitting on that bench looked like he was a little baby. It's like, is he even old enough to be in college? So, anyway. Right.
Oh,
Still,
that was weird.
nobody, I'm just trying. I'm hoping at least one person can come on here and try to bring the debate. But
Yeah,
like we're getting less likely because the viewers are winding down. We'll finish the Arkansas-Kansas game. And then I'll eat something. I'll take a break after Arkansas-Kansas. Is there anybody that wants to debate in the comment section? Somebody make a good argument for how the tournament's not rigged. What haven't we seen today? We've seen by the numbers. We've seen Duke coming out and just acting like they wanted to go home, not hustling, not doing anything. We saw Kansas just go to that familiar deep 3-point, let the other team come back to make it exciting mode happen. It's the battle right now, 55 all.
The 10th, I believe, 55 is the 10th Fibonacci, and the 10th, forgot the other half of it.
55 is the 10th Fibonacci and the 10th triangular number.
Triangular, yeah, there it is.
And in Gematria, both numerology and Fibonacci equal 55.
Wow. Like, say 10.
Satan and God both equal 5, and they both equal 10.
Yeah.
And man says the song, when you say God, I say 10, but he spells it instead of the extra way. So that's clearly a nod to Gematria.
Yep.
Yeah, that easily could have been called a travel. They're saying that the defender caused it. So got to have the right angle to be sure about it. Eric, you're right. Double bonus. You're right. It could be a lot of shots at the stripe here. It could be a slow crawl.
Hey, Zach, do you think all of the celebs are aware of Gematria? I know Drake is for sure.
I doubt all of them are, but yeah, thanks to people like Marilyn Manson, we know some of them are.
Mm-hmm.
If you guys remember, the video that I did with Zach a while back, the stream that we both did, I showed a video of the two TikTok girls, the D'Amelio girls, and they had all these binders. They had like 20 binders for like all their posts for the next year and like all their collaborations and like all that stuff. It's like they don't have, and it's all made by the agents. It's like they don't have to know. They just do whatever the agents tell them to do, and then that's it. They probably don't even know what's going on.
You were the second person who'd show something like that. Yeah, how these guys' lives are literally scripted out and planned, like for the whole calendar year. You're going to be doing this.
Wow.
Yeah.
I know it was like thick binders like this, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It was like Facebook posts, TikTok, like everything.
Yeah, it's like when you sign on the line to become that celebrity, have all that money and fame. Now you're also a puppet on strings. You're going to be doing exactly what they told you to do.
That's a horrible life to live.
For anybody that doesn't know how they do it, that's how they do it.
I bet you there was all kinds of them that were like, today you're going to be in this place with the Louis face muzzle on.
Mm-hmm.
Today's the day you're going to get jabbed. So
I know Drake for sure is aware of it because he had this song called Sacrifices, and then one of his verses was, I wrote this shit January 21, 121. So I was like, oh, okay, yeah, he's aware of
That's
Gematria.
121. Yeah, Nas has
Yeah.
that song with Damian Marley, and he says, what's he say? He says, who made up words, who made up numbers, and what kind of spell is mankind under?
Hey, you know
Mm.
what? The GPT-4 just released, which is like the new AI model, language model. It's like the biggest language model right now. OpenAI, the company that did it, is 33,102.
Wow.
I think it's interesting the numbers they have. Put GPT.
All right, here, I'm going to play
GPT's
devil's advocate.
38.
Something somebody said in the chat. I haven't shared this story with you guys. Well, I sort of shared it, but I'm wondering, like, I don't even know what to say, even though it's my own body. But I told you I had this weird thing happen with my toes this winter, and we couldn't figure out what it was. And I said when I was looking up online the symptoms, the only thing that was coming up on Google was, or even any search engine, was COVID toes. I used all the search engines to see if it was just Google telling me it was COVID toes. I was like, what the hell, COVID toes? And so anyway, sweet lady is May, and since she works in a medical clinic, she took a bunch of pictures of my feet, and she took them to the doctor there, and the doctor looked at it and she said, you know what's weird? We've had a lot of people coming in with this exact thing, and the doctor said she'd never seen this until the last 6 months. And again, I did get real sick at the beginning of the pandemic, and it probably was whatever the strain was or whatever they're calling COVID. Again, I'm up here in Washington State where it supposedly started, and everybody got real sick out. I shouldn't say everybody, but a ton of people got really sick out here. May and I were the sickest we'd ever been in our lives before it even was on TV, before they were even talking about the pandemic. But yeah, they're saying that COVID has a side effect now that causes this little thing in your feet that's susceptible to cold temperatures, and it makes your feet itchy and causes like color discoloration in your toes. So my 3 toes and my middle right foot, the colors are all off on them. It doesn't itch anymore, but I've never had anything like this in my life. So I'm like, well, maybe that whatever they did put out there in the strain, maybe that is real, because I got something going on with my foot. So, and I never had that before. And it sounded stupid when I first looked at it. I was like, are you kidding me? COVID toes? But yeah, there's no treatment for it. It's not bacterial. It's just, it's like a weird temperature sensitive thing. So
That's weird.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
really
so for the
weird.
person in the chat saying that there never was any such thing as COVID, I'm not sure that that's true. Again, I told you guys I did get really sick at the beginning. I also told you guys not to participate in any of the pharmaceutical crap or live in fear and just take care of yourself. But yeah, it makes me think that maybe COVID toes are a real thing, because I don't know how else to explain what happened to my foot. So
Did you like go in snow or something with like sneakers or something like that? And it like got real cold?
I was in sneakers shoveling outside for a couple hours, and it was like in the temperature was like 12 degrees outside. So it did happen after being subjected to cold temperature. So
That
like,
might have been what it was.
yeah, but
I've never heard
my
of
toes
anything like that
my
here
toes
in
are still
Florida.
off. My toes are still a funny color. They haven't itched at all, but they're still, the color's wrong. So
Yeah, I haven't heard of anything like that here.
yeah, you're in a warmer place. So
Yeah,
makes
exactly.
sense.
It almost snowed here. There was ice all over the ground. I think this like last year, 2022. There was the whole backyard was like full of ice. All the grass and stuff had ice on it.
Yeah, you Georgia, you guys haven't been having some colder weather for sure lately.
Yeah, what the weather. And it's funny that they're saying like, oh, global warming and stuff. But what's funny is I watched this video from the 50s on my city, Port St. Lucie, and it actually used to be hotter here than it is now. It's actually like the winters are more severe. They're a lot colder here than they used to be back in the 50s and 60s. So I don't know what's happening with that global warming, but yeah, apparently it's cooler here than it used to be.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's a
Yeah,
lot
they're
of
doing something.
what could be happening. Somebody said, do I drink Monster? I do not drink energy drinks
Gross,
at
no.
all.
Nah.
Yeah, they're just all sugar. They're not good for you.
Well,
I drink
also
tea.
caffeine. Actually, I don't know if I said it yesterday, if I got to. But the drink that they have everybody on, caffeine, whether they have coffee or energy drinks, all that stuff. Caffeine is actually mutates your genetics. It's like you can just look it up. I thought that was kind of interesting, and I did actually use it to kill the roach infestation that I had at one point. I put peanut butter with caffeine in it, and then the offspring that they had were deformed.
Yeah. Someone in the chat said it's stage 1 gout. No, it's not the same as gout. I mean, gout's got different symptoms. So
I think gout's really painful. Also,
yeah, it's not gout. Gout's a totally different thing. That's something that people do a lot. They just like blurt out things, or especially online, just write out things that like they haven't researched. It's like,
yeah, I
don't
think
put out
gout, like your foot swells.
part of the stupidity and noise of idiots. You become part of the circus show. So let's see. We got somebody that joined the room. Oh, it's Luxy. What's up, Luxy?
What's up, Zach?
Hey, man. I don't know when you got in here. I just noticed that we finally had a red dot down there. What's up?
No, not much. I just got here. I just got home. So what's going on? What's this stream about?
Well, I was just talking about rig sports, and
yeah,
I was hoping people would come on and debate, because I get all these people in the comments always, but nobody will come on and debate. It's just like, why does nobody ever come on and try and make their case?
Well, they don't got a case. You know that. There's nothing that they can do. And I'll tell you what. You want to hear my origin story about this work? You mentioned that earlier, right? Well, I found it was probably around. I want to say it was around Halloween of 2015. I was on YouTube, and I came across a couple of videos, but they were definitely more conspiracy slanted. And back before the censorship hit, you'd get the related videos, and I saw this Zachary K. Hubbard channel. So I went on there, and I clicked on it. And the first video you were covering one of the shootings. I believe it was a school shooting that happened around that time. And I saw right away, I had more questions than answers. I didn't think Gematria was stupid. I didn't think it was coincidental. But I was like, okay, so there's this ancient practice that codes letters into numbers. And you were talking about, I think it was a 38-date numerology, and it was like 44 days from the victim's birthday or something. And I was like, okay, these are patterns we're talking about even to this day. And so I started to look more and more into it, and I realized, wow, to make a long story short, I found out that it was relevant. And I remember toward the end of the video, you were talking about how everybody needed to be, there were so many morons in society that needed to be decomposing in a cemetery and turned into fertilizer. And I was like, oh, now see, this guy is making some sense. So from there, I started to follow your Super Bowl, what was it, Super Bowl 50, when you started talking about Panthers and Broncos, and you were connecting it to O.J. Simpson and the white Bronco and
Cam Newton and Huey P. Newton. That was the biggest part.
Huey P. Newton, and that was, and then when it all happened, then I was like, okay, this is no doubt what they're doing. Now, when I first commented, I didn't have the Luxy 91 account. I went under my other account, the Shane Lux account with the PA Football News logo for the website I write for. That was my original. That's the one I still use for the football reporting I do. But that was what I originally used to comment on. And then my biggest regret was not getting on YouTube sooner, not putting the information out sooner, because when the pandemic hit, that was when it really hit home. Because I used to work at UPS north of Pittsburgh in a suburb called Zillionople, and I was a package handler there for 5.5 years, or for 4.5 years, almost 5 years. And when the pandemic hit, I still remember, because we had to have our little meeting in the morning where everybody would, kind of get, we called it a PCM. They'd say, okay, we got to stretch, and we're going to learn about the day, the flow, and all that kind of stuff. And the very next, or my last day there, I still remember it. Our manager gets up in front of everybody, and she goes, tomorrow, masks are required. It is not optional. That was her exact words. And I just knew. I just kind of mumbled under my breath. I said, this is going to be my last day here. I said, and I kept getting yelled at the very next day. I kept getting yelled at to put a mask on, put a face diaper on, which is idiotic, because I'm by myself in a 53-foot tractor trailer. The mask is only supposed to be worn within 6 feet. I'm by myself in a 53-foot trailer. You bring the extendo back, and I'm thinking, well, why do I keep getting told to put a mask on the entire time? So at the end of the day, I ended up mouthing off the management. They didn't say anything to me at that time. They waited until I came in the next day and basically told me, you can't say that. And I probably would have executed my end game better if I had it to do over again. I probably wouldn't have said that, but I'm not going to repeat what I said because I don't want to get the stream taken down. But the point is, when I got fired from UPS, which was a complete reset of my entire career, that was
if you
when.
want to say, you probably can, because it's probably not going to be worth things I've already said on this stream. So,
well, I'll just leave that between me and the managers. But I'll tell you what. When that happened, I went up to our high school right up the street, and that was when I uploaded my very first video ever.
Hold on. I not to interrupt your story, but I'm just wondering if Kansas, he's going to shoot the second free throw, but I was just wondering when he went to the stripe if he might split so he ends up on 65 points. Because, again, Kansas equals 65. He just did it. Again, you guys, Kansas equals 65. Last year when they won the championship, it was 65 days after the state's birthday. So, again, I just look at things like that, like that technology can make sure that outcome is ensured. Anyway, go ahead, Lexi. Back to the story.
Okay, and where was I? Where did I leave off at? I'm trying to remember.
You were saying that you made your first video by your high school.
Oh, yeah. I made the first video about my high school and talked about just, some of the things we knew at that time about Event 201 and the things that were going on there. And that video got deleted for hate speech. And then back when I could be on Twitter, when I had the Luxy91 Twitter, now I can't even do it. Apparently, if you say the word FAG on Twitter, they ban your account. So I go on.
I said it. I don't know about that because I said it
on this stream.
My account's still there.
Okay, but I went on and called somebody that my account got banned, and now
Isn't it annoying? It's so annoying. Like in the 90s, you'd probably get way more views.
Oh, absolutely. And the thing was, now if I create an account, I can go on my desktop here and I can create a Luxy91 Twitter. The only issue with that is if I log into it on my phone, it immediately suspends it and says your account is suspended because you are not allowed to bully and harass others. So I could probably do it, but it would have to be strictly on desktop and not on my phone. But anyway, when I used my other account, which is the ad is at PFN_Luxy, that's the one I used for the high school reporting I do. I got into it with a couple of people back in, I want to say March or April of 2021. And one guy, you talk about a butt pirate. Well, anyway, this guy goes on, this guy sends a message back to me. And I said something about like how something along the lines of, the mask mandates and the thing, how this is nonsense. And he comes back to me and he quotes the tweet. You know how you can quote tweets on Twitter? He comes back and goes, what was his exact word? Oh, he says, narrow-minded views like this are the reason why so many people are dying of COVID-19. And I just responded to him and I said, why don't we have a real debate here in a real conversation? Why don't you give me your phone number and let's have a real conversation and let's debate about this? And then he just comes back and he goes, no, in all capital letters through the DM. And he says, what did he say? He says, as a journalist, which I don't like being called because we know how fraudulent they are. But he says, as a journalist, it's your job to report the facts in all capital letters with like 3 exclamation points. I'm like, is this guy serious? He sounds like a 13-year-old girl, beginning your sentences with LOL, typing in all capital letters with like exclamation. I'm like, what, you got the clown emoji on there too? So anyway, this guy worked for a newspaper about 50 minutes north of me. So I went on there and I decided, you know what? I'm going to call this smug little asshole and I'm going to give him a piece of my mind. So I called them the first time. I got a woman, a secretary, and she hung up on me the first time. Go figure. The fastest I've ever been hung up was when I called Hockey Canada because of their bullshit scandal by the numbers. That was within probably 45 seconds. But this woman hangs up on me. And then I call back and I go, yeah, so-and-so there. And then she goes, and it must have been another woman because she put me through. And then he came on the phone. And you guys will remember this. For longtime viewers of my channel, you might remember this because I titled the video Gematria for Dummies and was literally back when my channel had like 7 subscribers. Hardly anybody knew who I was. And it got like 700 views within like the first 30 minutes. And then it got deleted for hate speech, which the things I said afterwards, I can't really blame them. That might have been the one time YouTube was actually right. And I didn't even bother to appeal that because the appeal process.
It's never right. I mean, it should just stand up. If you don't want to watch the video, turn the fucking video off.
Right. That's a whole nother problem. But I'm sitting there. And so I call this guy and he goes on, and again, for the people, if you ever know what, college educated white liberals, you know exactly what I'm talking about. I see your videos with the Seattle crowd, and I'm like, that's exactly what this guy is. So I'm sitting there, and he picks up the phone, and he goes, I was like, yeah, is this so-and-so? And he's like, yeah. And I could just tell him, like, oh, with that kind of a smug little response, I know I got the right person. So I just went on there, and I started talking to him. I said, what do you think? I started talking to him about Event 201 and, the Corona meaning crown in Seattle, the first case in Seattle next to the world's largest needle, and all these things. Started telling him some elementary things. He kept cutting me off like every 45 seconds, like a smug little asshole. And he's sitting there like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Then I let him talk for like the final 15 seconds. This went on for maybe 4 or 5 minutes. And he goes, I've gone to games you go to and you don't even talk, probably because everything that comes out of your mouth is bullshit like this. And then he hung up the phone on me like a little faggot. And I'm like,
exactly.
I'm like that. I'm like, boy, does that not? And then he goes on Twitter. This was before I blocked his ass. I'm like, I don't even want to deal with you. I never block people unless they're, somebody like that. So he goes on there afterwards. I even said before I ended the stream on YouTube, you guys might remember this. Before I ended the stream, I said, watch, this little dick faggot is going to go on and he's going to send a tweet about me the second that he gets home from work. And sure enough, about 4:30, 5 o'clock, his exact tweet, I still remember it. He goes, imagine calling someone's place of employment to try to convince them the virus is a conspiracy theory. And he used the emoji of a clown. And I'm like, you don't even have the balls to tag me in it. Talk about a typical butt.
Society they created, just a bunch of dumb idiots that can't see through the obvious lie. It's just like, it's the most obvious load of shit. And that's what I mean with making an emasculated society of pussies. Since when are we scared of germs? Like, at no point was I ever scared of the germs.
Yeah. I was like, if we truly lived in a free world, I would drive my ass up to your place, drag your ass out of the chair, and make you a permanent part of the pavement. Right. Unfortunately, we don't live in that kind of society. But that was the big. That's what really. Go ahead.
They took away the right for people to solve their own problems. It's like families can't solve their own problems. You have CPS at your house. Mm-hmm. A little, like you just said, a little cocksucker man who needs his ass whooped. You can't do anything to him.
Oh, believe me, I saw this guy's profile picture. He epitomized everything that we knew growing up in like you say, you're born in what, 83, so you're 8 years older than me. But either way, we kind of come from the same era where it's, early 90s, early to mid 2000s. It was kind of the same thing. That fruity shit started when I was in high school. That's kind of when it started. And then it really took off around 2013, 14 or so.
My broadcast is behind. They just went to timeout, 16.1 seconds. Kansas down 3 against Arkansas. This is why I told my whole community 2 nights ago that this game was huge trouble for Kansas. If they lose, they're 28-8. On the day leaving 288 days left in the year, when Arkansas Razorbacks equals 288. And then the other thing is Bill Self's on 131 losses. If he loses, he'll get his 132nd loss in Arkansas. Arkansas equals 84 forwards, like it's the 84th tournament. If you run it in reverse, Arkansas is 132. And again, I mean, just, these alignments day after day. It's not a perfect thing because that's why you never bet the house, but there's always good.
You got to treat it like an investment. I don't know why people don't do that when they gamble. I try to tell people, just treat it like an investment. Long-term, focus on trying to make hundreds of dollars.
Win the majority of your bets, and games like this are big value. And they're showing the Christian Leitner year with Grant
Zachary
Hill.
K. Scam Artist in the chat. Come on the stream. Come on.
Yeah, where's the scam artist? Yeah, where's the scam artist? I mean, I made sure my whole community, because a lot of people in my community are on Kansas. I told them all, you got to hedge this game if you're on Kansas, because this is big trouble. It's not over yet. I mean, they can tie it up right here at the 3, go to overtime, but this is exactly why this was a must-hedge game if you were big on Kansas. And you can't spell Arkansas without Kansas. So I love how they tied it up at 65, all the big Kansas number as well. This guy got to be related to Charlie Villanueva. So, again, I think other people's broadcast is ahead of mine, but they're about to inbound on my screen.
Yeah, and to add to that, Kansas won the championship 131.
Yeah, that would be the narrative for him to stay on it and get past. Let's see, moment of truth. 12, 10. What's he going to do? Gets to the hoop. Uh-oh, he's only going to get 2 shots. I guess they're going to hopefully hit the free throws, foul quick, and then try to use the remaining seconds to come down and get a shot. I don't think they got any timeouts, Kansas, so they're going to have to hurry down the court. I don't know about this strategy. That might actually have been where you wanted to take a three-pointer. I don't know. Interesting strategy. Unless he thought he was going to get the and one. Yeah, they don't have any timeouts. Charlie Villanueva's clone just found out of the game. Eric Musselman. What a name. Well, again, man, that Arkansas riddle, if they hang on and win, that's one of those dynamite riddles. You got it in the overall record on the right day of the year, in the coaches' stats. So, Kansas back-to-back narrative will be shot. 2-point game. One more free throw. They're gonna need an offensive rebound here on the glass if he misses. Arkansas will take a timeout. 1-point game. Arkansas ball. Oh, quick foul. 7.1. March Madness. Gonna have to get crazy. You remember the other year when it was 2016, the year that Villanova beat North Carolina? That was the year that I realized in Jewish gematria, magnets equaled 474 because what did they do? They tied it up 74-74 with 4.7 seconds left. You guys remember that year? Villanova, North Carolina, the guy went way down the court and shot that crazy three-pointer out of the corner to tie it 74-74, and the clock stopped on 4.7. And then they had the inbound to the Villanova player on the long court pass, and he hit the three to nail it. I was like, that's interesting. In Jewish gematria, magnets is 474, and you had the 74-74 with 4.7 left. That's 2016. Hey, Luxy, did you see earlier this year when the Penguins got their 1972nd franchise win on Penguin Day, which was created in 1972?
Yeah, I saw Tachi was in my chat talking about that. Yeah, I didn't see it till afterwards, but that's how they do it. That's how they do it. That's why when I found your work, the only sports I really knew about were the NFL and the NHL, and you were already doing plenty of work with the NFL. So I was like, oh, well, I guess that leaves the NHL up to me. So I did what you always say, apply the knowledge yourself, learn it yourself. And I said, well, this got to be rigged the same way. And boy, did we find that out.
Game with LA getting their 39th win over New York. Nice payout. The other day, there was a great upset with 38 in Colorado. It's just like, we got to know the sports, just know the numbers.
Speaking of not knowing the sports, I haven't looked into college basketball at all, but I wanted to tell you, have you, just as a future's thought, I actually haven't even watched your live stream yet on Patreon. I'm going to have to go back and watch it. I see all the trolls are talking about how you had Arizona to win, and they're all making fun of you because they went down, but
everybody knows in my community that I liked Marquette even more than Arizona. And
you just said
Arizona because it was my first stop, but Marquette really checks all the boxes. So.
Oh, did you think Marquette? That's literally what I was about to say. I was just thinking that because we know it's a Jesuit school and Jesuits 84, and I was just thinking they won with 84 points.
No, that's why the trolls are idiots, and everybody in my community knows that I like Marquette even more than Arizona. I said I just penciled in Arizona because it was my first thought, and you should always go with your first thought. But Marquette's the team that I thought has the best riddle to win it because Marquette University's 93. It's the 93rd day of the year. Jesuits born in 84 with a black coach. Shaka Smart's born on 8/4. It's the they're the Golden Eagles. Golden Eagles 106. It's their 106th season, and Arkansas knocks off Kansas. Another right call. Yeah, the thing I'm mad at myself for is I had Marquette and Tennessee playing each other because Tennessee's the 106 state, and I let the media psych me out because they've just been saying how the Tennessee team can't get it done without their star player now that he's out. And I was telling my community, though, I was like, I'm probably dumb for taking this off because we've seen this before. The star player comes out and the team does just fine. But, yeah, there's Arkansas in the 288 special. And, again, the trolls can write all home about it. But the reality is, another nice upset nailed. So
Okay, well, just to add to that, did you know about Marquette that they won with 84 points 131 days before the national title as well? With this being the 84th tournament and them being a Jesuit school? Because they beat
That's
Georgia.
the whole thing. Yeah, all the
They beat
Jesuit
Georgia
schools-
Tech on November 23rd. I was just thinking about that, and then when you just said Marquette, I was like, oh, okay, maybe it is Marquette. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, Marquette's got an awesome riddle, man, because they got the right color coach. Again, that's always a big story in college basketball is how hardly any black coaches have won. And again, the first ever was John Thompson with Jesuit Georgetown in '84. But yeah, Marquette, and the thing is, the Final Four is on the Pope's 106th day of his age, and again, it's their 106th season. And then you could also say the championship would be on the Pope's 108th day of his age, or 107 days after his birthday. And Marquette Golden Eagles is 107. So
Okay, yeah, so they definitely got an alignment.
Yeah, the Marquette alignment is really interesting. That it's one of my favorite narratives. So it was like I told you, it was the only narrative that in my mind checked all the boxes because I think the black coach thing's important. The next most realistic black coach narrative is Houston. If Houston did it in their own city, because Houston, Texas is 181, Kelvin Sampson's 181, Black History's 181. The championship's on his 181st day of his age, which, as we know, is the 42nd prime, the number all over Black History. Cougars equals 42, and if they won the championship, they'd have 42 tournament wins, so they could do a huge 42 thing if Houston did it. And Cougars does equal 84. Cougars are who lost in 84 to Georgetown, and then this year they host it. All the Jesuit schools got interesting narratives. Xavier won the 84th NIT last year. And Creighton, Paul Silas died this year, 112 days before the Final Four, where Houston's 112. And then his son coaches the NBA team in Houston, Steven Silas. They had a nice big upset for us last night. But
Okay.
Yeah, so the Jesuit, and then the only other Jesuit school is the one that flew under the radar this year, Gonzaga. They're in their 72nd season, which, as we know, is a big Jesuit number. Both Jesuit schools won yesterday with 72 points. But yeah, out of the Jesuit schools, to me, if it is going to be one of the Jesuit schools, I favor Marquette the most. I'd say maybe the one that actually seems the least interesting this year is Gonzaga. But Creighton through Silas, Xavier through the 84th NIT. So.
Okay.
Oh, and then one other thing is just for people who got here late. If you go look at the most common score so far in this tournament, 1 million teams have scored 63 points in this tournament. In 63, Loyola of Chicago won, and they beat Cincinnati, and Cincinnati's where Xavier is. And, of course, Loyola is a Jesuit school, and John Carroll equals 63, who founded Georgetown. So,
yeah, speaking of Xavier, everybody's on the hype machine here because those Pitt Panthers are in the second round now. So's Penn State. So around here, it's like everybody's losing their minds over it. But
yeah. Again, you guys, Gematria, the undeniable knowledge, could have saved you a lot of money on Kansas today. Arkansas Razorbacks 288, dropped Kansas to 28-8 on the day, leaving 288 days left in the year. I mean,
yeah, those riddles there. When you see something like that, that's coming through probably at least 8 or 9 out of 10 times. So
yeah, and it's funny. I knew 65 would be a big number. They tie it up at 65 at the end, and then, and also just Kansas. I mean, people are going to look at Kansas' final possession and go, "What was that? They didn't even put a shot up. Put up a shot."
That can't be as bad as Jalen Hurts in the Super Bowl, though.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Like, I'm just thinking, like, what was so bad about Jalen Hurts in the Super Bowl compared to what goes on any other given NFL Sunday? Remind me.
No, I just meant the Hail Mary at the end of the game.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, that Hail Mary was literally the worst Hail Mary in the history.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. I'm like, how's this guy even in the NFL? Oh my
Actually,
God.
that's a great point. What he did at the end of the game ensured that there was no way any play could be made on the ball, no penalty could be called, and just like how Kansas didn't even put up a shot. Like, I don't know if I've ever seen that before. Not even a shot, not even an eve. So, again, everyone's going, how could the games be rigged? Well, now we just had no shot at the basket. Duke came out and just jogged around the court the whole first half. And how did Kansas give up their big lead? I mean, they went into just heaving up three-pointer mode. Reminded me of the Blazers when they gave up Game 7 to the Lakers. Up 20 points going in the fourth quarter. They didn't play any defense. They didn't rebound. They didn't use the shot clock. I mean, you got a 20-point lead, milk the clock. Play smart, draw fouls, get to the hoop. Blazers just came down, hoisted up shots, let Lakers go on fast breaks. Like, okay, this doesn't. I mean, there's no way the Blazers are trying to play for the finals in this game.
Oh, Zach, I want to tell you real quick while I'm thinking of it. Do you remember that one post? It was on your old blog, and I know you said that's going down in flames. But do you remember that one post that you titled, and oh my God, I can't find it on the internet anywhere. It's of that ridiculous hockey goal that was in like the AHL where the puck went slowly down the ice toward the face-off dot, and it literally got magnetically sucked like 10 mile an hour.
Oh my God, yeah.
Do you know where
that's all over?
Do you know where that post is anywhere? Like, do you have that?
They might have deleted it. They've been deleting posts off my site left and right.
Because I know what video what you're talking about, and I'm like, I try to remember that if that's anywhere out there that we could find that.
Yeah, it was literally a hockey puck that like came off the backboard, right? Bounced out forwards and then bounced forward into the net, right?
It did something crazy. It was something like either that or somebody cleared it on an empty net, and it just was like slowing way down and had no chance of going in, and it was like going 1 mile an hour, and then it got sucked up like 10 mile an hour and went in. That's what I thought, but I was like, I don't.
There's actually a few weird hockey shots I've documented over the year, but there is one that I'm talking about where it like came off the back, smacked out in front of the net, and then somehow the physics changed it and it flew back towards the net. It's like that doesn't happen on a hockey rink, not with the ice and.
Yeah, okay, that must have been the one I was thinking of because I was trying to think on your old blog the other day. I'm like, man, I wonder if that's out there somewhere. If we could like just take a screenshot of it, or I mean, like just record it, like screen record it or something. Because I was like, man, that we got to have that out there somewhere.
Yeah, it's funny. It's in hockey because the pucks are black, and there's this material called YBCO. It's a superconductor. When you dip it in liquid nitrogen and you put it near a magnet, it levitates. So you can control.
Yeah, dude, go back and watch on YouTube. Go back on YouTube and type
it's on an ice rink.
Exactly along the lines of what you're talking about. Go on YouTube. It's from the NHL's official account. Type out Jonathan Quick Magic Puck and go watch that video. Play it in super slow mode. You know, you'll see it. You'll see the puck clearly beats him. It's clearly going in the net. And watch it right as it gets to the goal line. Boom, stops, and then comes back out the other side. Clearly.
Jonathan Quick.
Yeah, type out Jonathan Quick Magic Puck.
I'm gonna look this up right now too. Was it against the Calgary Flames?
I believe Calgary was the team. Yeah, if you type it in, you'll see it on there.
Okay, looks like I found it.
The Duke team the other year also had one of the weirdest balls. The way it came off the rim, it was like, that did not look right at all. That did not look like something that happens on a typical basketball hoop. So that was one of the weirdest shots I've seen in years.
Whoa!
Watching. Did you see it?
What?
Yeah.
You saw that on there?
Nah, that's
impossible.
Yep. I told you they got. However they're doing it, there's magnets somehow. They're getting it done.
Oh, yeah,
no
that's
way!
magnet for
It was
sure.
going in. That puck was going in.
That's the kind of thing too. Like for the people out there who say, "How do we try to wake up friends and family?" You got to talk about that.
It literally looks like it hit a wall.
That's the kind of stuff you got to show them to begin with. And then, like, I'm in Pittsburgh, right? So around here, nobody cares about the Pirates. It's the Penguins and the Steelers everybody talks about all the time. So I always bring up the point when I'm talking to Penguin fans. I always talk about the Pittsburgh Penguins and 92. And I talk about the 2018 playoffs. If you watch my channel, you've seen me talk about this a million times. I say I always start with people when they talk about losing to the Washington Capitals in 2018 because nobody thought that would happen, right? The Penguins were 9-1 in 10 prior playoff series against the Capitals. And this is why I hate that Zach's channels have been decoded because there was a small group of us who used to decode hockey when Zach would make his post about like Stanley Cup playoffs 2018 or whatever. A couple of us would comment on it. And I remember telling people, I said, watch, the Penguins will absolutely lose. They'll fall to 9-2 against the Capitals all time in the playoffs, like how they won the Cup in 92. They won the Cup again in the 92nd season of the NHL. I said, and watch, they'll lose in Game 6 because it'll end 92 days before Sidney Crosby's upcoming birthday. And Game 6 went to overtime. And who scored the winning goal for Washington? Number 92, Evgeny Kuznetsov. And that's the other one, too. That was the Vegas year when I again, from my old Shane Lux account, not the Luxy91, but from the old account when his channels got deleted on the Vegas shooting. And I remember telling people back then, I said, watch, the Vegas shooting, you're going to see Vegas in the Stanley Cup Finals as an expansion team with like 150-1 odds or whatever they were paying that year, because the Vegas shooting happened on 10/1 right before the start of the 101st season of the NHL. They said the perpetrator was Stephen Paddock, who was 64 years old, like how Golden Knights is 64. They remember the shooting happened during a Jason Aldean concert, the country singer who has the February 28th birthday, 2/28, like how Vegas gave up 228 goals during the regular season. I said, watch, they'll be the first expansion team in 51 years to reach a Stanley Cup final. They won exactly 51 games during the regular season. And there's a lot more to that, though. And you know what's funny, too? If you go on the Washington Capitals, because they were comparing it to the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., and that was when I said, watch, that'll be your Stanley Cup, Washington over Vegas, because that year the Capitals were in their 44th season. But if you go on Wikipedia and you type out the 2017-2018 Washington Capitals, you'll see it's their 43rd season. And then if you go back to the 2016-2017 Washington Capitals, it'll also say it's their 43rd season. They just skipped the 44th season. I guess they don't want that there because that's incriminating.
It's
so
funny.
those were the first couple ones when it really went off. Because the first one when I looked at it was 2017 with Arnold Palmer. You remember the death of Arnold Palmer? How that was synced up with the Penguins winning back-to-back cups, and they were comparing, Crosby to Lemieux and talking about how he wants to win back-to-back, and that ended up being synced up with that. But the best one was 2018, and when that happened, that's when I was like, okay, I see it. The only year I had a complete swing and miss on the Stanley Cup was 2021. that was the only year. But
Sure.
Even that year when the finals were set,
you have haters. I'll just always bring that up. And it's like, these people are such fucking losers. Do you know how good it is to hit futures? I mean, you only got to hit them so often to stay ahead. It's just that's why the people who try to make fun of us are just like literally the dumbest, most worthless fucking people there ever were. By the way, this Ivy League team from New Jersey, where the mob's from,
but they're human beings, Zach. They're human beings.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, what's going on there? I thought Allie was like, I don't get that. I thought she was like a good member of the community in that. I didn't know. I was totally shocked by what happened there.
I don't know if girls got to her too, or there was something weird going on there.
Well, she was hiding all the troll comments in like December and like doing all that suspicious stuff. So,
yeah, that was a shocker to me.
Well, again, I mean, she just offline. She told me recently, before this whole fallout thing with her happened, that I need to leave Sweet Lady. She said, Sweet Lady's Yoko Ono, who's going to take me down like John Lennon, and her and I need to be together. And I laughed. I said, well, I'll take that as a compliment. But I said, Sweet Lady's not Yoko Ono. And I said, plus I'm 10 years older than you. I said, you'll find the right person. But then ever since then, she just went full board against me.
Wow.
So anyway.
Okay, fair enough.
There's idiots in the comments of the video that are like, oh well, the puck hit the ice and then it was just saved
reading the
because he touched
comments?
it.
These
Like,
are the same people that still think 9/11. So.
Yeah, it's stupid. It's like if it hit ice, then it would flip over. It wouldn't just go like it literally hits. It looks like it hits a wall, a magnetic field. It hits a magnetic field, stops it from going in that direction, and just goes like that.
That's what I say. If anybody wants to say that, the NHL's rigged, just show them that. That's all you got to do. And it's the same thing. And if they don't believe it, then they're not an intelligent person, period. They don't know anything about physics. They don't know anything about anything. You know how it goes down. But
it hits that, and then it keeps its speed going. It goes like this.
That is. Mm-hmm.
It just like it
Unnatural
just completely changes direction. Can't do that.
Those Princeton Ivy Leaguers, they should start teaching gematria there.
I'm sure they'd be good at it.
Yeah. This is the year of upsets, that's for sure. 84 making it interesting. Somebody said, what's Auburn's narrative to upset Houston? Auburn's 23 in the most pure. They'd have to win 2 more games to get to 23, and it's interesting that they're a 9 seed. 23 is the 9th prime. If Auburn, that game is in Alabama between Houston and Auburn. If you don't know Auburn's Alabama school. That's their narrative to upset. Houston's narrative to win to get their 33rd win. Tigers 33.
Did anybody have thoughts on this Penn State-Texas game coming up? I'm just curious. I didn't look into that.
Yeah, I'm annoyed with myself because I had Penn State to win, and then I crossed it out and put in Texas A&M. The two games that I crossed out, I got them both wrong, and I'm annoyed with myself. But the reason I put in Texas A&M is because had Texas played Texas A&M, they could have got their 84th win against them all time, and I thought, oh, that makes a lot of sense in the 84th tournament. But Penn State had the numbers to win that first game in the immediate matchup. I remember looking at that game and being conflicted. So.
Okay, I'm just so with Penn State, Texas. Do you think there's anything there? I'm just looking at the records real quick. I don't see nothing jumps out.
I can't.
Penn State could have got that 15th loss. We know that's a big Texas number, but they're on 13 losses.
No, that's the one thing that could go in Penn State's favor. Somewhere there's a 30 for them. I don't know if they're like on 30 tournament losses or something like that, but Texas is 30 the other way. I do remember there's 130 that could go in Penn State's favor. But I think there was something on the Texas side, too. I remember being pretty conflicted about that game. So.
Okay.
But, yeah, it's just like if you just, like, take the game of the day, always looking for value. I mean, probably the best game today with the value was Arkansas upsetting Kansas.
Definitely.
You had Gematria, you had the date. And, again, and the Tennessee had the numbers, too, because Tennessee kept Duke on 119 tournament wins and Volunteers is 119. So. That one wasn't too bad, but the Arkansas narrative was definitely stronger. Princeton, though, just smashed Missouri. Princeton, I think, is picking up their 23rd win in this game in 2023. And, again, they're doing what the other New Jersey team did last year, Peacocks.
Hey, did you see Trump's his profile picture on Twitter? It looks a lot like I can't put my finger on where it looks. It looks very dystopian. I think it was in one of the Illuminati card game.
Like he's yelling, like his mouth's open.
Yeah, it's weird. I can't. I see it.
I just gotta laugh. I go to the Houston game and coming back from the commercial break. How many points is Houston on? 31.
31.
Yeah. Cameras all zoomed in on Calvin Sampson.
James Harden being traded at the age of 31 from Houston.
Yeah. Yeah. All three Houston athletes got traded from Houston at age 31. J.J. Watt,
That's
James
crazy.
Harden, and George Springer. They all got traded months apart at age 31 from Houston. That's why I was so blown away when Rambo did that post on numerology and Houston with 31 and didn't have that Houston equals 31. I was like, wait a minute. How can we not know that Houston equals 31? So, anyway. Yeah, if Auburn gets past Houston, I would fully expect them to pick up that 23rd win in the next game, whoever they play. Ivy League school, though, man. Ivy League school beating these big Division I schools is just only in rigged basketball land. So.
Lexi, what would you say are certain things you look out for when decoding hockey? Because I do decode hockey as well every now and then.
You talking about futures or individual games?
Just individual games.
Well, the individual games can be dangerous because you still got to know the narrative of what they're connected to. I know one game I got wrong looked pretty good a couple months ago. It was when they were having a Black History Night, but it was it was connected to the founder of Black History Month. What's his name? Carter G. Woodson. It was 49 days. What was it? It was 49 days to something. Either his birthday, it might have been his birthday, and that team got their 49. I remember they got their 49th win all time over the other team, and I was like, you always hate when you get a game wrong because you know exactly what it was. When you go back and look a little harder. But as for the futures, I know usually they sync it up. They either in most cases, it's synced up with the World Series and Major League Baseball, which is I'm pretty sure what they're doing this year. Again, if you're on my Patreon, we talked all about it. We're going to do our live stream on April 15th, one day after the season, to go over everything we already talked about. But here's a good example. For those of you that watch my channel, it's going to be redundant. But Zach, you remember what was it, the 114th World Series, right?
Dude, oh my God. Oh my God. You guys, don't tell me how rigged these fucking games are when I'm talking about Houston 31 all morning. Did anyone just watch that possession? What did we dial up in the huddle there? Hey, just dribble the whole fucking shot clock out at half court so we go into the half with 31 points. Oh my God. Oh my God. How do they rig the fucking games? How much did you just get paid to dribble the fucking time? Did anyone just watch that? That was literally the worst possession in the history of college basketball. They just dribbled the whole. When they dribble out 30 seconds at half court? Oh my God. Oh my God, man. It's just, I'm so annoyed that the whole fucking world doesn't know that Houston scores 31 in Gematria and they still think the games aren't fucking rigged. Jesus. Here, I'm going to let you guys are having a nice conversation. I'm going to let you guys have a conversation and I'm going to go make myself a lunch and then I'll come back. But I'm enjoying the stream right now and it's good to have Luxie on here. I also have to plug this damn thing in real quick. Here, you guys can have a tour of the house behind me while I go find the charger.
Nice crib you have.
Oh my God. I'm going to be saying, oh my God, as I make my lunch 31 times.
Yeah, let's see the 1,700 square foot mansion.
Oh, yeah. You guys can see my gym shorts from 1995. Still wearing them.
I got my gym shorts from 1985. These. Because you can kind of see the California.
Let me see. Well, shit, that's not a good view. I don't know what to do about the view. I guess I can bring it to the kitchen while I make lunch. Well, just ignore me. You guys go on about it while I figure out where to charge the phone at while I make lunch.
Yes, sir. Have a good lunch, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Like leftovers.
Well, anyway, man, like I was saying, when you look at the futures for hockey, a lot of times pay attention to what happens in the World Series and then the Super Bowl, right? Like 2018, 2019. Think about the 114th World Series, right? It was Boston over LA 4-1. And the 114th World Series ended 9 days before Super Bowl 53 that concluded the 99th season of the NFL, which was also
I just got to
Boston.
interrupt talking about that one. Let's not forget that we called all that shit in July before the World Series or Super Bowl. And how I'll be synced up with number 41 Chris Sale and 41-year-old Tom Brady.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm out of here. I'm back to making lunch.
Okay, well, I was looking at that season after Super Bowl 53, from that date to the start of the Stanley Cup. I remember it was Memorial Day that year in 2019. It was 114 days later. And I said, look at that. So the Super Bowl or World Series had Boston in it. The Super Bowl had Boston in it. I said, okay, so it looks like we can pencil Boston into the Stanley Cup final, which they were. And remember, before the series, I remember, again, I was telling people on Zach's old blog, I said, watch, Boston will sweep Carolina in the Eastern Conference final because they'll advance on the 136th day of the year, which they did. But because Stanley Cup's 136 in the most pure cipher, or the most simple cipher, that's why we had the Stanley Cup before the playoffs ended 2 years ago for last year. But anyway, that season, I said, okay, who makes sense to be the opponent for the Bruins in the finals? And I saw that they were 8-0 against the St. Louis Blues all time. And I was like, so if the Blues make the Stanley Cup and beat the Bruins in the finals, that'll drop Boston to 11-4 all time against St. Louis in the playoffs, synced up with the 114th World Series and Super Bowl 53. And I said, watch, if the Blues win the Cup and they win it in Game 7, they'll win 4-1 because the 114th World Series ended 4-1, and that's exactly what happened. So oftentimes, if you pay attention to the World Series and the Super Bowl, you'll see it. Now, 2020, right after I had that conversation with that smug little asshole I was talking about earlier, that was when I went out there and I said, you know what? Because this guy, I knew he was a hockey fan too. He liked hockey and all that. He's a big Penguin fan. And I was like, okay, I'm going to go out and I'm just going to put out. I'm going to put out for free this year's Stanley Cup pick. Everybody can go back. It's like the first, it literally, if you go on my profile, it's one of the, well, I don't know if you can sort it by date, but if you go back and look at the first videos, you'll see it was when I was talking about why Tampa Bay would beat Dallas. Because if you remember that year, the Lightning had 73 playoff wins all time. And they did that play-in round where you had to play 3 games. They took the top 4 teams and they all played against each other in the play-in round. And they said those games are going to count toward the team's all-time playoff history. And I'm pretty sure Tampa beat Boston and they beat, oh God, who was the other one? They beat Boston and somebody else, and then I think they lost to Philadelphia. And I saw that Tampa had 75 all-time playoff wins, and I said, watch, they're absolutely winning the Cup. They're going to get 16, and they'll get their 91st all-time playoff win, like how 91's the 13th triangular number, and Dallas is 13. Yeah. They won the Stanley Cup over the Dallas Stars, which sums to 27 in the most pure cipher, like how it was their 27th season since relocating from Minnesota. The Stars and Lightning had last played on the 27th day of the year. And again,
number as well.
The killing of George Floyd. We talked about Sean King and Black Lives Matter. I forget the exact ritual, but he was involved in that somehow. And we said, look, the Dallas Stars are originally from Minnesota, where George Floyd was killed. And I didn't even realize at the time, but if you write out Stanley Cup champions, it's also 91, like Stanley Cup finals, like Tampa Bay Lightning. So I was like, that was another one where, again, if you just pay attention, you got to figure out the right narrative, right? You have to figure out what that narrative is. Usually it's connected to either the World Series or the Super Bowl. And again, it doesn't necessarily have to be connected to ancient history because they always pay tribute to history.
Yep. Authentic Korean kimchi.
Kimchi. It smells like shit, but it's really good for you.
But anyway, man, that's how I like to do it. So
okay.
When I fucked up in 2021, I got too thought up. I got too connected to that friggin' the Islanders in 39. I thought the Islanders were getting their 39th all-time playoff series win for winning their first cup in 39 years when everything New York's 39.
Isn't it Islanders 38 though?
It is. It is. But
I remember that's the funny thing about that team because they had the 39 and 38 connection. That's got me with that team before.
Yeah, and the thing about that was I thought that made a lot of sense. But you know what? I'm kicking myself for the 2020 finals too, because when the last time the Stanley Cup was not played because of a pandemic was back in 1919 because of the Spanish flu epidemic. And that was the Seattle Metropolitans, who were a team at the time, and the Montreal Canadiens. And I'm kicking myself for not having Montreal in the finals that year. And I know, Zach, you were talking about that too. I had mentioned that. I'm like, well, Canadians, they do have the 56, and it is a 56-game season, but I got too attached to that other narrative. And I guess they, like I said in the video I uploaded about it, they were using Tampa as the COVID team. But
that's okay. That makes sense. They work with hockey, so
Islanders last year. I never had the Islanders last year.
You can't get them all.
I had the Islanders back in 2021, 2022. We had the Avalanche in the Stanley Cup last year when they got eliminated in the second round by the Vegas Golden Knights in 2021. I said because they had 124 all-time playoff wins. I said they'll absolutely be there in 2022. I was torn whether or not they were going to win it. I was torn on whether or not they were going to be the winner because my initial thought in the Eastern Conference last year was Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh ended up not coming through, but we definitely saw the narrative for the Avalanche to win it last year, no doubt.
Guess what happened today on the kill date? Miami Beach just had a shooting, and Miami Beach is 64. Today's date numerology 64.
And 44, like shootings 44, Miami Beach 64.
Yep.
Like a coincidence.
Wow.
And it said that last year they last time that there's a shooting there last year on spring break they
people died?
One died, one injured.
And it's Saturday too, right? Saturday equals shooting.
Yeah, and oh yeah, it's true. Saturday. It said that last year they ran a curfew from 12:01 a.m. to 6 a.m. So that 2:01.
You know why we get taken down for saying like FAG? It's because there's a bunch of trolls that flag our videos. They don't do that to other channels. Like that guy Jim Bob, he says FAG all the time. He says it like 500 times a stream. His channel's monetized, never loses a video. It's because he's had
Yeah.
a pack of trolls taking down his video because he's not any threat to anything. It's just like whenever the trolls leave a comment, there's 50 likes on it. It's those same 50 trolls that like the bullshit comment that flagged the video 50 times. So.
And it's like those comments get like the most engagement and stuff, all the troll comments. It's like, why do the trolls watch the video, you know?
Well, the thing is, my channel can't even get more than a couple hundred views now. Back when I had literally 7 subscribers, I could get over 1,000 views on a video. It's like, man, boy, you're talk about being shadow banned and censored. It's like, holy smokes. How does that one make any sense?
Yeah, why is the whole Gematria community shadow banned, except for the 2 guys that don't engage with anybody who use Gematria to prove that somebody's a clone? Those are the only 2 Gematria channels getting any views now, the ones that make it look the absolute dumbest.
Hey, Zach, is it possible if you could allow me to join back? It looks like my iPad's about to die.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome.
I'm charging up the phone. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, you know what? I have my screen shared. If you want to share my screen, Zach, I can show you guys the new calculator that I've been working on.
What'd you say?
That if you want to share the screen, Zach, I have the new calculator up that I've been working on. You want to put that up on the screen?
I don't know if I know how to do it on the cell phone. I know how to do it on a computer. Let me see. More. Yeah, I'm not sure how to do it on the cell phone.
Okay.
Oh, I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that story. You remember you were talking about people saying, "Oh, I'm a racist and whatnot." I'll tell you the story. When I was that story, that the girl that I hooked up with, that was, you went to Arizona State, Zach. You know how it is. So I used to work at McDonald's when I was in high school, like a lot of people working fast food, just starting out. And so it was in Slippery Rock, where Slippery Rock University is. So I would say it was a friends with benefits kind of situation. But
okay.
You know what? Maybe it was, we hooking up with her, really pretty girl. And I'll tell you this, maybe it was racist, because when we did have sex, I was in the missionary position. So maybe that was me appropriating my white privilege on top of her. I don't know. Maybe it was. So,
yeah, maybe it was.
of course, back then that was like what, 2010, 11 or whatever. So we didn't have the nation of softies yet. No, we were getting there.
Yeah, we were on our way, but it wasn't as bad as it is now.
I always say, I don't know if anybody else would agree with this, but 2006, in my opinion, was the year that killed music. I thought music was solid until 2006. That was my freshman year of high school, and then music gets worse and worse every year. That was my
the year of the voice modulator. What do they call that thing? The voice modulator thing.
Oh yeah,
auto-tune.
Yeah, that started to happen. I thought that was going to be a short-term trend, but God, it's still here. I thought it was before even 2006. I thought most of the music in the 2000s has just sucked. But
oh yeah, it was terrible. I don't listen to any 2000s music. I don't really.
Neither do I. I like the stuff from the 90s and the 80s, but to me it got really bad in 06. You could still find some decent stuff in the early 2000s. Now you can't find hardly anything. So that's what I base it off of.
Yeah. I hear it. How old are you, Luxie?
Me, I'll be 32 this July. When's your birthday? The 31st?
21st.
Oh, the 21st? Oh, so you're only 4. Your birthday. Oh, my birthday's 4 days after yours. I got the same birthday as Walter Payton.
Nice. Yeah, I turned 40 this year. You're still a young guy.
Oh.
Woo, 40.
Do you ever go back and watch your old videos? I went back and watched your old one. I think that was the first time you ever mentioned me in a video. It was back in it was the one when you were talking about Tom Brady in Minneapolis in 62 and all, or 52 or 62 or whatever. No, it was 62, I think. Because you were talking about that with the University of Michigan, the Celtics. And then I made a comment about the Bruins being on 62. And I remember you made that video and you're like, because what somebody caught was that in the NHL, which is also part of the script, They're on the Boston Bruins are on 62 career points, or 62 points for the season. I went back and watched some of those. I'm like, man, those archives back when we could get views. It was like back then you thought you were being shadow banned if you got 13 or 14,000 views. It's like, my goodness, look at the way it is today.
Indeed. I know it's a joke, man. It's a joke. And people are in chat, Zach, CIA. It's like, CIA? Like, what CIA? Like, seriously, what CIA agent would have their channel deleted and destroyed 20-some times?
Oh, it's funny. That's funny that you say that. That when your videos, I remember your old channels, you used to use the Zachary K. Hubbard account. That was one of the first things I did when I started exploring Gematria, because we were talking about how Jewish Gematria is the most important cipher outside of the base ciphers. Well, my middle name's Bruce. So if you type out my name and you write Shane B. Lux in Jewish Gematria, it sums to 666. And I always remember, I was like, that's kind of funny. That was one of the first things I discovered. I'm like, I guess that means I'm a Fed too. I don't know.
Get ready for the troll video. That's what they like literally use the information you put out about yourself. They're like, oh, here's the clip. So, yeah, I know, man. Can't fix stupid.
You can with a bullet.
Yeah, truly. Well, again, I've been harping on about Houston in 31, so I really love the way they finished the half by just running out the 30 seconds of the clock to make sure they stayed on 31 points.
Oh, I like the sound of my voice too much, guys. I'm sorry.
What, did one of the trolls say that?
I'm acting like a punk.
Did a troll say that?
I don't know who this Joseph Johnston. I don't know who he is.
I don't know who this Todd McCatter is in the chat. He's, how have you not been banned for life? Why 25 new chances?
Well, it's called creating a new email account and getting a phone number and starting a channel.
You can get past the algorithm. It's possible.
Yeah. All right. Well, I feel like I did my work for today because I told everybody a million times, don't get beat on that Arkansas game. Arkansas has an awesome riddle to win. So.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway. Princeton Tigers. I guess the singular Tiger has that Gematria 59 because they're doing something 59 with that team. Normally, I don't look at the singular, the team names, but I guess technically that's what they are. They're a Tiger. To watch and see if the ladies team gets to 5-9 in the tournament. The green teams all did really well yesterday on St. Patrick's Day.
Oh, yeah.
Celtics in the NBA. The only green team that lost yesterday was Vermont, but the odds of them beating Marquette were really low.
Mm. And I had a feeling the Celtics would cover the spread. It was too obvious.
Yeah, just playing good on St. Patrick's Day.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm class 2. I'm class 2010 and 201. Yep, 2010.
Hey, I'm class of 2001. You're 9 years behind me. You start kindergarten when you were 5 years old?
I don't really remember. I know my parents started me a year late. I think some people when they graduated, because you were what, probably were you 17?
1988 kindergarten.
I mean, were you were you 17 when you graduated?
Yeah, I was 17.
Okay, because I was 18, so I was a year behind. July's that funny month, July and August. It depends on when your parents start you.
Yeah, so you were older in your grade. I was always younger.
Oh yeah, I was 18 my entire senior year. I remember when I was 17, that was when Obama first got elected president. I was like, man, you guys can't see what a joke this is. The first black president, number 44, gets elected 44 years after the Civil Rights Act. We still had it. We weren't old enough to vote, but they made us follow the election in high school. I was like, oh my God.
That's when I realized how dumb everyone was in Seattle. Everyone got so triggered when I would point out everything that was wrong with Obama. It's like, man, these people here suck.
I was class of 2017.
2017, man.
Yeah.
I can't even comprehend that. Woo. Yeah, it's funny, man. You guys should enjoy being young because it just flies by.
Yep.
Yeah. I can literally say I spent my whole 30s doing gematria. In a way, it's kind of sad. It's like, man, if I never taught gematria, I bet my weed business would be a fucking empire right now. It's over.
Hey, I'll always be gracious. Without your work, I would have continued to be deceived by the news, media, sports. Would have never found out about my friend being sacrificed. None of that. So I'm
Yeah, no, I mean,
thankful.
the work had to be put out there. I mean, that's been my real motivation since I was 18 to get people to wake up to what a bullshit ass world we live in. So, and in that way, just dedicating all the time to studying, I've learned way more than I thought I would ever know about just how corrupt and rigged it is. But yeah, again, it just seems like most people they don't care, they don't want to know, they're too close-minded, and it's just. And it's like if you're watching this stream and watching what I'm saying about Houston in 31, here we are 3-4 hours into it, having a conniption on screen because it's the ultimate 31 Houston ritual out of all the ones I've ever seen.
Yep.
So, if anybody did not see the way that half ended, you got to go back and watch the highlight. Go back and watch the game rewind and watch what Houston did at the end of the half to stay on 31 points. Literally just dribbled the ball at half court for 30 seconds to make sure there was no time, and then they didn't even get up a real shot. Almost as bad as how Kansas didn't even put up a shot at the end of the game. If you guys didn't see the Kansas game, the player threw the ball into the court instead of putting it up in the air at the basket. I mean, like, in what world does that happen? But yeah, I was wondering about Auburn because Tiger teams are doing well. Tigers has that Gematria 84, Auburn Tigers, Princeton Tigers. Missouri Tigers went down to the Princeton Tigers today in the Battle of the Tigers. But yeah, Auburn's one of the few teams in college that equals 23 in the most peer, and they need 2 wins to get to 23. We'll see. We'll see if they can hang on. We got a whole second half here. Houston. Had Houston scored and got their 33rd points, I would think they were coming back for sure to get their 33rd win of the season over the Tigers. Tigers also equals 33, but I don't know. Dribbling it out, staying on 31, I'm not sure about that one. Itachi pointed it out, but did you know today that it's like Save a Panther Day in Florida, Luxie?
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
I know the Panthers are playing the Devils tonight.
Yeah, so it's like, what kind of
Save a Panther? We don't have any Panthers here.
Well, you know what's interesting about that? I see Florida's winning late in the game. Is that a sign that Florida's going to sneak into the playoffs? If they do, they might have a real shot at upsetting the Bruins in the first round. We'll see.
Okay, yeah, it's almost playoff time in hockey. That's true.
Yeah, hockey's a little bit ahead of the NBA.
And those games have gotten more and more dumb as well. You see what they're doing in hockey now, how they're pulling the goalie down by 4 goals with like 5 minutes to go in the game.
Everything's so dumb,
teams
dude.
keep
All
losing.
sports are so dumb. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I looked at a hockey game and it's like 4-1 with half the third left, and then the other team came back and won. I'm like,
it's all the time,
ridiculous.
yeah.
Never happened back in the day. It's just like baseball. Nobody has a closer anymore. It could be up 7 runs in the 9th inning and lose. It's like a flip of a coin chance. It's going to happen now. It's just like, this is so dumb.
Yeah, like basketball's the same way as well. It's like you have like a 15-point lead. You look back 2 minutes later and they're already losing. It's like, what is going on here? Hockey team has a 3-goal lead. They blow it. Oh, that's for the people into live betting. Anytime you see a hockey team in the NHL with a 3-0 lead, just bet the other team to at least cover the spread. They'll do it damn near every time. Every now and then you'll get a 6 or 7-0 game, but for the most part, if you see a team up 3-0, that other team's going to come back and probably at least tie it. Probably 75% of the time.
Oh yeah, and it's all because of the gambling. They just made the sport so stupid. But
it's the live betting. Yeah, they like to fuck with the live gamblers. That's what it all is.
I can't believe how late in the day it is right now. I haven't been paying attention to the clock. I'm like, holy shit, I shouldn't have ate. Sweet lady's going to be home in 30 minutes, and I just pretty much ate dinner. I thought it was lunchtime. Oh, my God. I'm all discombobulated from watching this bullshit basketball. Okay. Way later than I thought. Wow. Well, speaking of which, we're realizing what time it is right now. I better wrap it up and make some dinner here for Sweet Lady. So she's going to be home soon. Any
Sounds
closing
good.
words, gentlemen?
No, I'm good, man. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, appreciate
thanks.
you, Sean. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Of course, Cody.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right, we'll leave
All right,
it there.
guys, I'm out of here, boys.
Yeah.
All right, peace out,
For all the
Lexi.
people that wanted to debate, there's always next time.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. All right, True Seekers. Have a good one. Later.
All right, see you guys.